Hello and welcome to FRL. I've just managed to turn off that wonderful music that you've been experiencing, and that is of course copyright free, so please no complaints. Hello, my name is James Williams. You join us for the 6 hour of SPA event for FRL. These are a series of one-off events, and I'm joined by my co-commentator, which is Derek. Say hello.
Hello.
That's
How are
enough
we
from
all
you,
doing
thank you.
tonight? Yes, very well.
So Derek is kind of multitasking whilst also keeping me company today. So what is your role today, Del?
Judge, jury, executioner.
So formerly known as the most hated man in FRL.
Yes, correct. I'll be
Uh-huh.
doing the stewarding today.
Wow. I think also you're managing the server, so I think you have a job to do.
Yes. My personal life will catch on fire. Your computer will be the one that catches on fire.
You have a personal life. FRL is life.
Yes.
Yes, right. So do you want to forward to the next session and then we can kind of get talking? So the six
Yes.
hour event, you've just done that, and I also have a separate job to do in the background, which will involve me pressing a button somewhere, which means I've got to do that, and then there. So you should get a test incident. Right, okay, so
Also, would be nice if I could see what you're watching as well.
it would be nice. It would be nice. Although you could just do it blind.
I could try.
Like you're driving. So you should be able to see my screen now.
Yeah, I'm going to take that comment personally.
Yeah, just leave me to it for the entire day of just doing commentary, stewarding, server movements. It'll be
Yeah.
fantastic. So the format for the race day today is we have a qualifying session that's longer than usual, I think. So standard we normally do it about 15 minutes, but in some sadistic mindset of Keddy, we've gone for 45 minutes. Not 45 minutes, 25 minutes, which
25. Yeah.
yeah, 25 minutes, and then we go into the race. So drivers can switch their drivers around. Any driver can be taken qualifying and be counted for the fastest lap, and then they can change their driver ready for the race. My screen looks very jumpy.
I'll check to see what it looks like on stream. There was a reason. There was a particular reason for the time, 25 minutes, because of the length of the track and so many track cars on the track at one time.
Yeah.
It was just to make sure that everybody could get a qualifying time in.
So I'm
We
just
did discuss it beforehand. I'm just checking your actual stream.
it is very jumpy. I can.
I've got to wait for all the commercials to stop.
Sorry, it's just an extra way we can get to make that extra 50 cents. My screen is bad.
Okay, so watching it on Twitch. It's actually all right.
It might be a couple of seconds behind me, but my screen is very bad in terms of me watching it, and I'm waiting for my computer just to kind of go, no. Oh, it's just settled down again now a bit.
Yeah, it took a wee mad second in the stream.
Okay.
The joys of having half the admin team out with COVID
Well,
and all the ones
Jesus
with the good
Christ.
computers as well.
Yeah, so unfortunately, our PC lead admin, Keddy, is on his deathbed at the moment with COVID, and is sweating, watching telly, and probably flicking through Instagram, looking at all the ladies. Oh,
Oh,
Christ. And he's sadly not joining us today. We've got a couple of two admins which are racing, selfish gits, and then they've left Dell and I in control. So Dell is our chief PC steward, and I just make spreadsheets. um, God, this, yeah,
see,
it's not
yeah,
liking
it's
it.
yours. Luckily enough, the stream seems to be working just well enough. Um,
It was working absolutely fine a minute ago, but then all of a
oh yeah,
sudden,
but now we've got nearly 40 people in the custom liveries. It's having a heart attack.
So I've knocked all the settings down to medium, but yes, on stream it's also looking shocking. So
That's interesting, because my stream, watching you stream, other than the 6 million adverts I keep getting, it doesn't look too bad.
I got a funny feeling it might be me streaming Discord as well in the background.
It probably is. Um,
Let's try it. Oh, don't want to disconnect the chat, did I? So unfortunately, me being me, I've yeah. So as soon as I've stopped streaming on Discord, it is wonderful.
Alright, so don't stream on Discord. I will just I will use the force to figure out what you're watching.
Well, you can just comment on stuff about 20 seconds later when they happen,
Yes.
and then we'll figure out something for later. But yes, since I've done that, my streaming capabilities is absolutely fantastic. So we've got a couple of drivers. We've got an awful lot of drivers out on track, not just a couple of drivers. So we do have a very strong looking grid of how many people? How many people, Derek, have we got? So
There is, the last time I looked, there was 39. Yeah,
yeah,
there's still
so
39 people.
there's still 39 people, so we've got a couple of laps that have been set. So John Beaton, who's competed in a number of events, is currently in P1 with a 2:18.5. B Kiss, I'm going to call him Big Kiss, is on a 2:18.9. Gino Sugetti is on 2:19. Casadei was in P4, but now he's dropped to P5 in a 19.3. So we've got the drivers just kind of feeling their way into qualifying at the moment. Those times will change quite a lot as we go through, but yes, I think it was definitely Discord that was causing me the problem. However, when we see all 40 cars on the grid at the start, my PC may blow out the kitchen window.
No, that would piss the wife off, the window getting broken.
There's not much I can do in my life that doesn't annoy her, to be honest. So fortunately today she is out at a wedding. I've bypassed the kids off to my parents for the day. I financially bribed my mother to have the kids for a lot longer than what she would normally do. Whereas last night I had to fill in and do commentary. It might have resulted in a pre-race argument, which is always a fantastic thing to build up the tension. And then I was told I wasn't allowed to speak. And the main reason is we live in an open plan downstairs house, and she was sat in the living room watching telly. I'm sat in the kitchen where my desk is. I'm not even going to call it a rig. And she was trying to watch the Great British Sewing Bee, which was more of a priority for her. So I think
Did
we
you
need
say
to
Great British Spelling Bee?
Sewing Bee.
Sewing Bee. That sounds even worse.
Really? Oh no,
Yeah.
I don't.
What did they all just sit around and say, I can knit better than you?
No, so they're given like tasks to do. So on occasions they have to make a. I think the one I watched the other day was they had to make a patch quilt jacket. But it's all recycled goods that they were using to make this patch quilt jacket. Some of them were actually half decent. Not that I would wear a patch quilt jacket, but some of them were not too bad. Some of them were awful. The other one she watches is the makeup one, where they're all competing for like a makeup contract. There's some interesting characters in that program, but that's the joys of reality TV.
So you're telling us that you watch these things because you know what's going on a fair bit.
Yeah, I have an ability to watch something for a very small amount of time and suddenly be able to try and figure out what's going on. And then I decide at that point that it's best to go back into Discord and start talking to people.
Yeah, clean up the man card and get back to reality.
Yes, then I cut some steak. I think they're called MSUs as well, or MSUs, I don't know, as the makeup artist. They kind of give themselves an abbreviation to make themselves feel special. So we've got Christopher Hamilton, or Chris Hamilton, who's currently hit the 217s now with a 217.3. Maraz in the BMW is on a 217.8. Asadili is on a 218.1. So those times are starting to tumble. I think last night in the GT3 race, which we were also at Spa, I wonder how we managed to coordinate that. But they were in the low 217s, was kind of the pro class.
Well, with it being a shorter race, I'd imagine you set your car up a little bit differently.
Yeah.
When it comes to an endurance race, you want to be able to run the longest the fuel's going to let you. You want to make sure that you're looking after your tyres. No point going out there for a 2 hour stint on tyres and destroying them after 10 minutes.
Well, the wonderful thing is these guys aren't on parc fermé. As soon as they've done qualifying, they
No,
can
that's it, yeah.
they can flick the settings so you can have your 1 lap hot pace to be able to get a lap in, and then you can switch over to your race setup. But I'm far too lazy to do anything like that. I'm barely staying on track with a race setup, to be honest. So yeah, there we go.
So, Fresh is asking where the alien Chris is. Your
The,
alien Chris is sitting in 26th position just now.
yeah, currently
Um,
6.3 seconds
it's,
off the pace, but he's on for a
yeah,
lap that's about 2 seconds faster. So you know what Chris is like he practices for hours and
yeah.
hours and hours, and then turns at 2 seconds before the race.
Practice is in his mind.
Oh yeah,
There's no practical practice whatsoever.
no, oh, just
I've said it on many occasions. I will give him the fact that he won't practice before a race. He just turns up and races it
hmm
and does his practice during qualifying. If he would actually do some practice before the race, he would be so much higher up the rankings.
Yeah, we did. Well, although on PlayStation he's doing all right at the minute. In fairness to him.
Yeah, yeah, he's obviously got the knack for remembering the tracks very well. No, quite quickly gets into the knack of muscle memory.
Yeah.
But
So.
I just feel that if he would do some practice, even if it was an hour before the race, if he
Hmm.
came in an hour, but turning up 5 minutes before qualifying or turning up halfway through qualifying, I don't see how you can get in the mindset either.
No, I'm just on board with number 357, Besnard, and looking at his livery, it is absolutely fantastic. It's got a McDonald's badge on the front, a USA flag down the sides,
Yeah, I see it.
and it's Broforce. So that is a fantastic. He's actually Team Broforce as well. So that is a fantastic little livery going on there in that Bimmer.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I changed it over on mine because I forgot I don't have the livery pack,
Mm.
and it's a blue, yellow, and grey livery.
What on
Looks
yours?
nothing. Yeah, it looks nothing like what you've got in front of you. Quite interesting.
It is. Yeah, well, fortunately enough, the changes I've made to the video settings, and please welcome your feedback on Twitch, but the changes I made to the video settings haven't changed it too much for me in terms of looking at the cars and looking at the track. It looks quite nice, so welcome anyone's feedback.
Yeah, the stream on my side that I'm watching now on Twitch is looking great. I'm keeping an eye on that, keeping an eye on the chat, so we can answer questions. That way, you've not got extra windows up.
No.
We're pushing it to the limits with two PCs today.
Yeah, what we need is like an aeroplane
Yeah.
tower of about 59 screens going off, but we at FRL are very poor.
Well, the admins are poor.
The admins are poor, yeah. The
I
Bentley
tell you
sat
that.
outside on the patron money has nothing to do with it,
Yeah.
obviously.
But it just goes to show how much pressure we put on Keddy's machine.
He doesn't do anything apart from set the servers. He doesn't do anything else on the
Ah,
race.
that's a bit mean.
He turns up and he smashes laps and laps on. Let's get him in the stewards room. Let's get him on the comms. Let's get him doing
Well,
the
no,
hard graft.
but see, the thing about it is, I have him doing the race control.
Yeah, sure.
I have him sending all the information from the game to race control so I can do my stewarding. I have him doing the pit wall.
Porky Pig.
Yeah, I have him doing the pit
Oh
wall, and
yeah,
then
that's one thing we didn't ask him to set up actually.
yeah, and he's got the only access to it. I believe. Oh, he's here. He's just popped into the chat. He's got a big cry face on because you've been mean to him,
Well,
and he's in his sick bed.
if I'm mean to you, it means I love you. Isn't that right, Del?
You must hate the hell out of me then.
Well, I'm very mean to you, so I must love you the most.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Oh, there we go. Right, so Asadili is currently gone into the 216.5s. Welcome to Planet Earth, Alien. Chris
Yes.
Hamilton is on the 217s. Marzan has jumped up into P3 and is currently sat on the pits on a 217.1. Solatov is P4 on the 217.5, so these times are getting quick. Marchi is on a 217.8. Maraz in P6 is on a 217.8. So we've got a couple of guys who are definitely not from planet Earth. Michael Van Rees is currently sat in 34th on a 221.6, so that's not good for him. Christopher Gedman on a 221.6 as well. So the battle of the backs for the FRL guys. Doing us proud, boys. Doing us proud.
I have to admit, I can't say very much because that's round about where I would be too. 21, 22s.
Wow. Yeah.
Actually, I think you were what one? You were 220 when we done the mini endurance and the McLaren round here, weren't you?
Yeah. I could do. I think I could do a 220, which will put me in around 26 to
Yeah.
31st. So doing us proud. We've got one guy who hasn't ventured out yet, Mr. Herbort, who's just come out of the pits in car 555. So I think that's Mr. Kuhn's team.
We'll have a wee. I'm going to have a wee watch of him and see how we go. That's yeah, that is the Kuhn team.
So,
One of the guys that we see regular in our league races.
yeah, I've just noticed a person which
I
we
hope I
haven't
said
seen.
his name right.
Wolfgang.
Oh, you're talking about Devilfish.
Devilfish. No, that's so Devilfish is on board with a former with a friend of FRL, which we haven't seen for a while. We formerly saw on the PS4. But Adam, you never walk alone, Forster or Foster,
Yes.
is currently in P22, which we're sat on board with at the moment, and 3 seconds.
P22?
Yeah.
That's not somewhere you see him often, is it? Well, PlayStation wise.
No.
If he was below third place, then he was having a bad night.
Yeah.
20 seconds is definitely. It shows you the quality of moving over to PC.
Well, he is just over 1.2 seconds up on his previous lap, and we've jumped off him. So that was nice. So
I was talking to another member that we have that came from PlayStation over to PC with us, and he was talking about it, and I say it all the time, and then these top runners always call me a liar. So we were talking about how the times are actually a little slower on PC because of the new physics model, new tyre model. And for the most part it is, but then you have these alien guys that will still get back down to the 216s. And you just think to yourself, I don't know how they're doing it. The tyre model and the physics actually force you to be a little bit slower. And they'll manage to find every inch of the track just to make sure they still get their times in. It's unbelievable.
So yes, we still 2:16.5. I wow. So we've got Wolfgang. So go on.
Sorry, I was going to say qualifying is one thing. When it comes to a race and you're in the pack, it can be completely different. You could end up with all sorts of problems during the race. So we can't say that he's going to win the whole race, even though he's half a second quicker at the moment.
No, well, Mr. Foster, who we were talking about a few minutes ago, did go a lot quicker and is still going quicker again. Is now up to P13s, but he's currently 4/10 up on his lap. I've got Keddy probably messaging me saying he's resigning. Log in with FRLACC. Okay. No, he's not. You already have the program.
He should be sending. He says he's going to send you the pit wall details.
I'm
not sure what's going to happen if you do that.
I've just messaged him. I said I really can't have any more on my PC.
I'm at the point I need more screens. 2 screens is just not enough. I need to get. Christopher keeps on telling me I've got the Nebuchadnezzar because I've got my PC with 2 screens. I've got my tablet sitting here. I've got a phone sitting here. I've got my laptop to watch the Twitch stream. There's just so much you've got to do when you're in charge of something that's not funny.
Well, I've just got the one screen up to me, and the cameras are being done automatically for me, hence why there's no rhyme or reason to anything that's going on.
I don't mind one screen, but when it comes to having to deal with, I don't like alt-tabbing multiple screens just to get what I want. I'd rather have extra screens up. That's just how I work.
Right, so how are we doing? So we still got Asili in the Honda. Honda's become quite an OP car. At P1.
It got a nice wee update. They fixed the very twitchy rear end, and it does have a bit more pace to it now. Just be careful how you set it up. You can set it up to be more deadly than it was before. I went the wrong direction with it and killed myself a few times.
I've
But yeah,
never.
it's they're working on all the cars, I think, to try and bring them into a better balance of power since the BMW and the new Cup cars came in. There's a few of the cars, like the Lamborghini especially, it's still they've not done enough updates on the Lambo. I don't think the Huracan's been neglected badly, considering it's been the car on the cover and everything for such a long time, and it's the Lambo Academy.
Yeah,
It just seems a
I
shame that they've not kept up with it. Because if you watch the actual series, it's winning championships, it's winning in real life.
yeah, the
Um,
British GT which we went to, and just a
yeah,
shameless plug, we're going to Donington again in October for the British GT. But the Lamborghini won that championship as well, didn't it? I think the
yes.
Merc actually won the race, but the Lambo won the overall constructors championship and drivers championship.
I think was he not more or less guaranteed the win as long as he finished in a certain position, it was mid-table or something. But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, in real life, the Lambo is very planted and it's it's a challenger for winning races. On the PlayStation, it's so twitchy, or on the game, sorry, it's so twitchy that one little mistake and your race can be done.
yeah.
Um, you don't see a lot of people using it. I mean, if we go through today's list, we have 40 people,
Yeah.
39. We have two Lambos, three Lambos. Wow, that's a lot.
Four
It's more
Lambos
than I've seen.
more. Five
Yeah,
Lambos, six Lambos. Let's give some more.
but I mean, there's three of them there. That's more than I'm used to seeing. But it's not in contention. There's none of those Lambos looked in contention for mid-table. I
So
mean,
we got.
we all know who.
So go on.
Sorry, carry on.
I
So
was
we
just
all
comment.
know who Rick Rick Tedema is. And he's currently in 37th position with a Lambo. And we know that's not in his character. Usually
No,
before that.
however, what I've noticed about Rick, he is very temperamental when it comes to qualifying. So last night he was shocking in qualifying,
Mm.
but managed to pull his way up from P35 to P8 or P9. So his race pace is generally spot on, as providing he can get through the traffic. But
Yeah.
qualifying is definitely not his strength. We've got. Let's give a bit of an update on the actual footage that's in front of us. So we got again Asili in P1 on 16.5, who hasn't come back out for a long while. Hamilton has brought the gap down to 2/10. Marzan 4/10. Solidov 1 second. Dimashi 1 second is kind of our top five. John Beaton has managed to pull himself up into the top six. Foster's in P9. Gino Suchetti P15, 2 seconds back. Um, this Payne, I think his name is, but Payne anyway in the Macca, who drives in our rookie series, is 2.4 seconds off the pace in P21. Thomas LaJoy, who's joined in a couple of races, I think he actually won this one of our Spa events, is 3.2 seconds back in 28th place. We've got Chris Gedman in P36, 5.1 second down ahead of Rick Tedema, who I think is taken over from Dark Horror, is 5.1 seconds back. Wolfgang Kuhn is 7.9 seconds back. But
Yes, and he just came out as well.
yeah, what I think usually happens in these races is generally survival of the fittest. You might, and this is something that rings true from our personal performance. My first ever race on PC was the 9 Hours of Kailami with yourself and Chica. And yes,
Yes.
we were about 2.5 seconds a lap off the pace of the slowest guys, right? So we were P50th. However, we finished P35 or P32 just purely because of the fact that we stayed on track and we didn't give up. And that's where the increase of position comes from. So we're into our final 2 minutes. Derek, what is
Uh,
the update on the instance? Have we had any crashes? Or have we all
there
been
has
good boys
been.
and girls?
No, they've been good boys. There's no contacts or nothing.
We're good boys and girls.
Yes.
I do
It
think
does
we.
happen now and then.
No,
Um,
I think we have a lady on our grid today.
yes, we do. We have in the 79 Bentley.
Yes,
We
and
have
also I think
L
there's another.
driving.
There is another team as well. Sasha, I believe I saw. Um,
Um, well, did you see her face with that Sasha? Because a Russian male's name can be Sasha as well.
yes, I did see the face in the picture.
We know what you can get like sometimes. You just get a name in your head and you think, oh, that's a female. Um, what team was it?
I can't remember.
I'll have a wee
So
look on SimGrid, and since you've mentioned it, we'll give it a proper shout out.
there we go. So we've got a couple
Number
of messages in the chat as well. We got Get In There Nicolig, What a Library, Wonder Who Made It from Sicko Paul. I hope you do. Innocent Ali is rooting for car 99. Cali 31, where is car 70? Where is car 70? That is a question we all can
Car
answer.
70 is 11th place.
So that is HCO in the McLaren.
Yes.
Just to mention, I have absolutely no control over the cameras. I'm not trusted with such responsibility. So the application which we're using, and I'll give it a nice plug because I think it deserves it, is called ACC TV, and it selects the cameras based on the action that's happening on the grid. So for qualifying, it's looking for proximity, so I probably should have changed that setting. But in the race, that will work to our advantage, where I don't really have to do anything except talk to you lovely, lovely people. But thank you for joining, and thank you for giving us something to talk about. Keep chatting away, keep messaging, ask any questions. I will be doing a giveaway later when I can figure out what I'm going to give away, and also what question I'm going to give. So yes, that will be something special to hopefully get on. We'll also probably do a vote for the best livery as well, based on the top 3 that I choose, and then we'll do a bit of a competition as we go. I think I've already got some precedence in terms of what livery I'm fancying at the moment, but we'll wait and see. So we're into the last knock-ins. We're into the pre-wait, the wait time. So anyone who's on live on track at the moment has an opportunity. So the only drivers who can look to improve, we've got Dimashi, who's in P5, going a bit slower than what we'd expect. We've got Marzio in P12, who's currently a second up, so that can take them right up into the top 5 positions. Erson, who is invalidated their lap, unfortunately. We've got Zichetti, who's hovering around their personal best. And that was my dog clopping away. Catalano in P16, who is about a 10th up, which will make probably a couple of places to P13. We've got an invalidated lap there. Rest of the drivers are in the pits. Lagner in P31, who's currently 2/10 up, which can potentially bring them up to 27th. Walsh, again, is about 2/10 up and bring them into P30. We've got Beckman, who's 2/10 up as well. And that is it. So we've got Chris in P37. So we're sat on board with Erison at the moment. Probably don't want to do that. So we'll flick and see. Come on, I want to go to someone. So we're on board with Demarchi, who's gone into the pits. There we go. I think we are potentially limited to what drivers have to.
Yeah, at this point, everyone's starting to head to the pits.
Yeah, but I'll keep on board. I want to go to car 16. So let's go this way. That's 16, there we go. It's just crossing the finish line. I've gone up to P12. We've got Lagner, who's just about to cross the line. Currently in P32. Is there an improvement for Lagner? Yes, jumped up to P28. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of qualifying. I will go through the results of qualifying shortly because it got tight at the top, which unfortunately we missed. And a couple of 3 drivers have managed to get into the 216s.
Can we have a quick look at car number 5?
Car number 5.
On an outside look to look at the livery. Apparently, someone is saying car number 5 has the best livery.
You have to bear with me while I click buttons. Oh, no, it's not letting me change anything over now. Right, so we do have a couple of minutes break until...
I wish you could see car 5 at some point then.
Yeah, I'm sat on board with car 5, so... Well, the car 5 is there, but we can't see it properly. Well, I can't judge it. So I'm just going to have a quick run through the grid in terms of the positions. So I also need to change something over for you, Derek, so you can do your job.
People don't listen. I said no more no more swap commands, and they're just flying through the chat box here. Swap, swap, swap.
Right, have you got a test instant into race?
Yeah, I should have.
Have you got a test instant in race? Because I want to run through the grid.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my mouse cursor. Yep, we have a test incident in race.
Cool. So we got Asili in P1 in the Honda. We got Marzan also in the Honda in P2. We got Hamilton in the Ferrari in P3. Solotov in P4 in the Bimmer. Demarschi, who is in car number 62 in the Macca. Tillman in the BMW. Maras in the BMW. Big Kiss in the BMW. Ingal in the Macca. Cher in the BMW. Mazzetti in P11 in the Ferrari. And there we go. Fortunately, that worked. Catalano in P12, Ewig in P13, McFall in the Ferrari in P14, Nevermanski in the BMW in P15, Gino Suchetti in P16 in the Bimmer, Nikolic in the McLaren in car number 11117, Sicolo in P18, Pricht in P19, Lune in P20, Payne in the McLaren, J. Lloyd 22 in the McLaren, Besnard in the Bimmer, Buckley in P24, Tenerelio in P25, Rahachkek in the Merc, I think that's our first Merc in P26, Christ almighty, Zashusi in the McLaren in P27, Lagner in 28, Thomas LaJoy in 29, Weffer in the Ferrari in P30, Rostance in P31, Rick Tadema in P32 in the Lamborghini, Beckman in the Aston in P33, Palkinen in P34, Brishuk in P35, Manarum. You can always tell when I don't know how to pronounce someone's name because generally the pitch changes a little bit. In P36, Christopher Gedman in the Bentley in P37, Wolfgang Kern in P38 in the Lamborghini, and Mr. Fernandez in P39 in the Lexus. And that is a run through of your grid, and I still have 1 minute and 8 seconds left before the formation lap starts. So if you bear with me, I'm just going to make a drink.
So you must have gotten used to talking a lot in your week away then.
Well, I held 2 workshops, and I was hosting those workshops, so I have to make people who consider themselves very important get involved, and I actually at one point got to play a game called the Farmyard Animals, where you kind of make people jump around like chickens, which was quite amusing.
Sounds like an interesting work activity.
It's something called an icebreaker. So you kind of you've got to get the barn dogs, the cows, and the chickens into coops. Don't ask. So what's going through your mind now? You get into the last 20 seconds. Before you start the race in the formation lap, what is entering your head?
With 20 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Remember and push the button, remember and push the button, remember and push the button. It's generally the only thing going through my head because I'm playing around with my sets at the last minute.
Yeah.
Not that it makes a lot of difference. I'm guff regardless. But yeah, I mean, generally it's 5 seconds before and I'm trying to get out and save the setup to push the button to go.
Right, so I don't get nervous much in life. Okay, so
Yeah.
I can go to interviews, I can stand up and talk in front of people, I can sit here and do commentary for 6 hours, and it doesn't bother me. However, starting a race, I get genuinely nervous about.
Yeah.
I worry that I'm gonna A, kill someone and take about 9 people out, or B,
Usually me.
yeah, it has been you in the past, or B, I'm generally worried about being taken out, and that's my race ruined. Not just from a driver's perspective, but also from an admin's perspective, because I always just sit there and just go,
Oh, I hope it goes well. You know, I'll be honest with you. Talking about how you feel rather than what you're thinking. I get very nervous before a race. Not one of ours. Any of the FRL ones that I race in, I'm fine with. When we go to someone else's server with the race teams, and we're sitting getting ready to start, whether it's me driving or not, I get worried when we start a race that's not on our server. And I don't quite know why. You think we'd be nervous all the time, but
no,
it's
see on
generally on different servers.
in somebody else's server, I just think, it's your problem. I don't have to worry about it anymore. But for our server, I always think
I don't think it's even server side that I'm worried about. It's the fact that if I'm taking off driving the first stint, I've got the responsibility of all the team on me to make sure that I don't crash or get crashed into. But also, when it's someone else starting, Not so much worried that they're going to crash us, because I know the guys we drive with. More worried that someone's going to take us out and it's going to put us to the back. Well, we start at the back generally anyway. But, it's just that apprehension, not quite knowing. And then after about a lap or two, it just goes away and it's back to normal practice.
I just had a look at car P15, Crazy Squirrel Team. What a name.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mm. Fry guys have got the zebra livery. I flicked over to car 25, car number 5 a few moments ago, which I will go back to. And at that point, it decides, do you know what? I'm just going to change the camera to an onboard camera just to really annoy you, James. Thanks. But Motorland Racing, so it was. It's a dark colour. I'm massive. There we go. Dark colour, so purple with some with some gold writing. That is quite a nice livery. I think there's two. I saw two guys in practice over with it on earlier, unless they're teammates, which might explain a few things. But yeah, that is a very, very nice livery. Very standoutish, should we say?
I think that's the idea of a nice livery. It stands out, gets you noticed. But getting back to when you were talking about the ACCTV is dictating the camera angles and the person that we're using. Actually, from what I've been watching so far, I think it's a better process than the camera angles and people we pick.
Yeah, because the person doing it is generally me.
Yeah. Well, it goes along the lines of the people that are experienced at this. Me and you are not experienced. We're trying out a different format this weekend, see how it goes. Because our normal comms guys are busy during the week on different things, so it's not always possible. But you're not experienced and I'm not experienced, so we just kind of bounce around aimlessly. At least for the ACCTV, it has a rhyme and reason.
Yeah, you put statistics in there to make sure it does what we want.
Yeah.
As the drivers now start to come through the bus stop chicane. Oh, that was a bit of a slip by Hamilton. Went a bit wide.
I'm watching more the back of the grid.
So drivers are getting in their positions now, ready to start the so the left and right hand side. That's Solidov's got a nice livery going on there. So drivers are getting their left and right positions, about to go into turn 1, and I did rehearse this turn corner numbers earlier, and now I've obviously forgot them. I was calling it a cum the other day, but that's not. That's the long, never-ending hairpin. So I will, during a break, I might pick up my phone and have a look again. So drivers now coming across the start-finish line. Are we ready? Are we steady? Are we ready? Oh, bugger, the line's further down, isn't it? That was meant to be my big entrance to that. So are we ready? Are we steady? Are we ready to...
You're still too early.
Go, go, go!
There you go.
That's not too bad. The driver's now coming up. Oh, Rouge and Radion side by side, but they've managed to get through for the top runners. We'll have a look at what collision's going to happen. I see no yellow flags yet, so that's a brilliant start for the drivers.
They all more or less got through. There was some banging. There's a McLaren in the wall. We'll have a quick look to see what happened there.
So we got Asili, Riviera and Hamilton take up the top 4 positions. They're going side by side into the chicane. Hamilton takes a bit of a nudge, but he's managed to stay on track, getting a bit forced out wide there by the green gold car, and has unfortunately dropped down to 5th position. So let's jump on board with Riviera in P2. He's given a bit of a challenge to Asili in P1. It was not too much of a disparity in laps as they've gone through Lecombe. That's the right corner for that chicane of 843 car, and the 2 Hondas are in the lead at the moment. So Hamilton is not in P3 as the graphic says. So we jump on board with LaJoy in a battle with Sazucci. As they go around the right-hander, the Ferrari runs a little bit wide, but Thomas LaJoy has managed to keep on track, hopefully not forcing anyone back. But it looks as though I can't see on the track map, because we've got a yellow flag in front of us as 2 cars go off, and they come back on the track safely, luckily, and the Bimmer is doing the right thing by waiting on the side until all the cars have passed. So we've had a little bit of collision, but nothing major. So I will say, yes, it is a 6-hour race, but full full kudos to the drivers so far. There hasn't been any major instance where Derek and I were discussing beforehand that 50% of the cars flying off into the distance and into the walls, and we might consider a restart. But that hasn't even entered the equation as they go through Blanchimont. Down the straight into the chicane, we're on board still with Thomas Lejoy in the R Motorsport car. Takes a very, very wide entry into the bus stop, has the inside line alongside the Lamborghini, and then powers along the finish straight. And that is the end, ladies and gentlemen, of lap 1, as we do have a couple of yellow flags in the background. But again, still, fair play to the drivers as they enter into the very, very tight hairpin before the nerves start going up Eau Rouge and Radion onto the Kemmel Straight. Oh, we're going to change away from Lejoy.
Right, I am going to step out and walk over to the steward's office, make sure those boys are doing their job.
Yeah. So well, as we know, as we've mentioned, we are a two-man band today. Derek will probably go quiet for the next half hour, so you're going to have to listen to my dulcet tones for the next 20 minutes.
I'll leave the microphone muted. That way you
fine.
can't hear me bitching.
Yeah,
But
it's fine.
if you have any questions or you need to talk to someone that's not a computer, just give me a shout. I can unmute myself.
It's okay.
But,
Bugger off. Leave me to it.
yes, buggering off.
Good boy. So we're still on board with Thomas Lejoy, and I am going to make a change because I want to see some top of the table action. So we're going to jump on board with Solodov, who is not P3, but it looks like he's come off the track. Oh no, sorry, we're on with Levermenschke, as we're looking back at Gino Zugetti in the Bimmer. Firing through the chicane, so let's go and see what's happening at the top. So we've got Riviera is still hounding away at Asili. Solodov in a 991 Beamer is closely behind with Dimashi, who's moved up from P5 to P4, and Hamilton unfortunately has dropped down from P2 to P5. So now it's all about getting into that rhythm, making sure that you've gone through the nervous bit, the start, and then you start to move on to the actual race, and the racecraft comes in. Keeping your car, your four wheels on the track, as Silly obviously didn't do there, but keeping four wheels on the track and hoping that nothing goes wrong. So we got Fernandez, who is sat in the pits, unfortunately, as we take a lovely view out of the back of Asili against Riviera. Let's have a look on board with Foster and see how he's doing as he starts to follow Maraz going up Eau Rouge and Radion. Coming down onto the Kemmel Straight. A couple of guys in the background also making moves. It's a lovely rear end shot there. We're going to go to an onboard because I think my computer was struggling with that one. As they come into Blanchimont, not Blanchimont, Lacombe. You'll notice the corners I remember because they'll be said quite often. Into the corner with no name. That's always the point where I get a track limit warning on the exit into that, into Pouon. As we jump on board with Brutic in the 123 BMW, following Rick Tedema, and then we jump straight on board with Solodov, who's now right behind Riviera in for the top three battle. That's a nice livery as well. Very nice livery, to be fair. Also, it's got under pressure from Dimachi behind in P4 in the 62 McLaren. We'll be looking to not make any risky moves because that may result in him losing a couple of positions also. Dimachi has a little cheeky look on the right hand side, just kind of showing the Solodov that he's there. as he's following, concentrating on the battle in front as well. As we jump on board with Hamilton's currently got the fastest lap, so despite losing a couple of positions, he's not losing touch with the top 5. John Beaton in P6 as well will be also looking to stay in contention. This is obviously a race which is survival of the fittest, as we do have a couple of vehicles in the pits at the moment. So we've got Chris Kedman, Wafer, Manaram, Walsh and Fernandez has not left the pits. So that is unfortunate. We've got Irwin, who is just producing the yellow flag as well. So far so good, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you are enjoying the stream. Let's see if we've had any comments. Let's go Jordan, Hypo, nobody undeserving that guy, Jordan Herman and Thomas LaJoy, let's go, Marzan, fire, 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 Marzan Riviera Gonzalez, number 843 Honda, we want to see Thomas LaJoy. You've seen Thomas LaJoy, you have not missed Thomas LaJoy. Allez Thomas LaJoy, Thomas LaJoy has brought his fan club, come on Les Chevres, let's go Frederic, let's go Team 762. So thank you very much for commenting. I'm not going to give you guys any more of a Thomas LaJoy fix just yet. I think we stayed on board with him for the entirety of the first lap. But hopefully as the track thins out, my PC will have the ability to have a look at the battles going on. But I'm going to jump on board with Mr. Forster at the moment because he's right at the back end of the rear end of Maraz. Seems to have disappeared a bit, but this is Nevermanski with Erson behind him. Mazio had a bit of an off of the track, which has brought Reichstag and Bersnand straight into the battle, but he's also concentrating on the battle in front, which is Catalano. Where's the #1 number? My confidence. This also looks at being overtaken in the background between Reichstag and Bersnand, as we're still on board with Mazio. Unfortunately, my Welsh dialect doesn't really support the pronunciation of Italian names, as we do have a car that's off and we have a car that has spinned. So just to remind everyone, we do have that live steward in today, so we do have Derek working his way very hard in the steward room, but it will take him times to get through all the incidents. As we're currently on board with Mazio. Going up Eau Rouge, as we have one of the Friday Motorsport cars leaving the pits. Probably not the best time to leave the pits with all the cars flying up Eau Rouge as well. And Bersnand looks to try and get the inside line. Has he managed to take it, or is he going to have to fall back in behind? And fair play to the drivers, no risky moves, taking into consideration of the 5 hours and 49 minutes left of the race, and not causing any accidents. So fair play, well done guys. So what do we have going on up here? Let's have a look, see where Dimashi is. Still on the back. Those five cars look set in for the foreseeable future of playing around with each other in the mountains of Spa. We've also got Innocent Ali, Let's Go Paul, Yakaman Shine, yo yo yo, yo 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 indeed. Typical middle-aged man trying to sound cool. That's me, by the way, not you. As we're still on board with Dimashi, less than 2 seconds, or 2.5 seconds separating the top 5 cars. John Beaton looks to have dropped off the back a little bit, but Big Kiss is chasing behind in car number 43. Maras in P8 in car number 5. But we do have a little look. Is he going to set? No. Dimashi opts not to, but there's a bit of a collision. Let's go back up to that. Let's go back up to that. So Hamilton kind of pincered in on the battle for P3. Managed to, Demarschi and Solodov managed to catch up quite a lot as we jump on board with Langer, going through the bus stop chicane. Managed to power out, but I think he's lost a position potentially. But yes, pinched into turn 1, and then as we have the yellow Aston Martin, car number 33, Beckman takes the inside line and successfully manages to pass into turn 1. That battle settled down a little bit. Let's try and go back up to the front. As Hamilton's dropped off a little bit, we were on board with Demarschi. Still hunting down Solotov. Then we have Riviera and Asili been battling for P1. The two Hondas, equal equipment. It will all be down to driving style and setup. And the Puerto Rico e-racing team. I'm so sure you'll be supported by We the Kevin in the admin team. He was also Puerto Rican, just for reference. We have the K-Moss racing team of Benjamin Asili, the Frenchman. So yes, we have Puerto Rico versus France for the battle for P1. That is all my juice gone. So let's have a look at Big Kiss against John Beaton. Two Bimmers, car 215 and car 43. He's been abandoned by Keddy for today, and I'm sure he's feeling the pain. As Big Kiss looks to go to the outside line right into bus stop chicane, as John Beaton breaks himself, and this allows Big Kiss through, but that may be considered to be an unfair advantage. I think John Beaton has eased off the throttle to allow Big Kiss to come through, and that is very good racing. We jump on board with Tenerelli against Navoshki. And then jumped into Mazio. This group of cars have been battling for some time, for in and around P17. Mazio and Bersnand looks at the inside, decides not to make the run, coming out of the bus stop, coming out of the turn 1, going up to the straight before Eau Rouge. Anyone fancies to educate me on to corner names, then please feel free. Right, side by side, let's get back to the action rather than reading the multiple pings I've had. Mazio almost cuts the front off the McLaren as we got a car flying off into the distance. We have Nikolic, car 111, has unfortunately ended up off the track. Be interesting to see what the resolution or the reason behind that has happened. Please re-enter safely. As we have jumped away into Beckman. So unfortunately the McLaren has lost an awful lot of positions there, and I'm sure if there was contact it will be reviewed and an incident put out. As we are currently on board with Beckman, let's have a look at the fans' favourite, which is Thomas LaJoy, who's having a battle with HCO at the moment. Going out of Pouon into the chicane, 2 tenths behind. Into the double right-hander. Bit of a wide line, trying to get a bit of a run up. Is he going to stay flat? He is. He's managed to hold on to the car. A little bit of gain. Taking a tight line, whereas LaJoy's allowed the car to drift across the circuit. As now we jumped onto Riviera, being battled with Solikov. So he's jumped away from P1. And now is in the battle for that podium position of P3. We're 15 minutes in of a 6-hour race, so it's no point going gung-ho at this stage, but it's always nice to be in the top 3, isn't it? We've got a couple of penalties which are falling in at the moment. So Erison, car number 3, has got a 15-second time penalty. I will try and figure out what that's for. Damn, it doesn't say it on that screen. So HCO has also got a 15-second time penalty, battling with LeJoy. So let's, once we get Dell back in the room, we'll hopefully have a little bit of insights into the dark mind of the steward of why those incidents have occurred. Riviera is still going away in P. We've got Nikolic, who's unfortunately had a 30 seconds of time that's been added to their race, which will be served at the next stop. We've got HCO, who's also got 30 seconds added to their time. So there's obviously some form of collision that's gone on there, and I think that potentially... Cher tries to go down the inside of Lacombe and has made it past Rick Tadema, who's going to aim to get the traction coming out of the corner, going into the corner with no name. So Cher against Rick Tadema through Pawn. I don't have the... It's not like me jumping on board with Tadema. There we go. Life is strange. So we have had the first round of penalties coming through. So we've got some totaling 15 seconds and then some which have had 30 seconds as LeJoy has dropped a position. Down to P23. Let's try and see what's happening towards the front of the grid. Has anything changed? It looks as though it's Silly, who qualified in P1, has managed to now pull away from Riviera, but Solotov is then challenging the Puerto Rican. Or P1, there's a bit of a corner kick. John Beaton has come still in the battle with Big Kiss after unfortunately missing the exit of the bus stop chicane, but that battle is resuming for John in the Red Wolf Racing Simgrid team. Following into down the Camel Straight. Nope, nothing on there, but the Mares is sitting behind. Foster is then 9 seconds behind him. We've got J. Irwin in the pits, but Fernandez has come out of the pits now, and also Chris Gedman is also out of the pits, but 7 seconds behind Yanis. Right, so we do have Let's Go and greetings from Germany. Tim Trio, 32. Hope for a good race. Yes, we do too. So far, so good. I think it's been largely clean, despite obviously a couple of penalties being issued, but that generally happens as part of the course in any racing. John Beaton is 3 seconds behind Big Kiss. So Tim Trio, who are you supporting today? Is it Wolfgang or is it another member of the grid? We do have a few German riders in the league. There's only one German saying I actually know. Hast du deine sexy Geschichte? And yes, it's probably pronounced massively incorrectly. Because I learned that phrase when I was 16, which is many years ago. But my understanding was, do you have 6 sisters, or have you 6 sisters? Never known why I had to learn that phrase in German, but it stuck with me. Don't know why. So we're on board Lune, which has Payne right behind him, going through bus stop side by side. Onto the exit, the Bimmer does have a bit more of the straighter line, but the McLaren is going to hopefully get the run going down the start-finish straight. Is there an option to take the inside line going into turn 1? It does look as though that move is done, but then the switch back by car 87, and is then brought in car 911 Sicolo, who's going to have a bit more of a run coming out of turn 1 going up the straight, but no, that move looks like it's been managed to be held off, but also means that Payne has dropped time back from Lune as he skips the top of Eau Rouge, going down the start-finish straight. Got to be careful, you don't want to do too many of those because that will result in drag throughs. That's a fair move. No blocking in the braking zone, but that does allow Payne to start to climb back onto the back of Lewin in car number 87 in the Beamer. McLaren does not like curbs, but it will continue to push. Nope, you have one Bruder. Right, so Niner, ein Bruder. Yeah, there we go. Bloody hell, phone died, damn it. Brizzle, hopefully you can rejoin in and keep me entertained. So, as we jump on board with Saducci, as Didema is in the pits, I assume that's an unscheduled stop. Harrison, who is off the track, please make sure you rejoin safely. There we go, thank you very much. Hopefully that 15-second time penalty hasn't distracted you too much. Going to lose a lot of pace going down the straight, which allows car 70 to go side by side into the right-hander through the chicane, and that pass is successfully made. Wonder whether there is damage. Oh, who's that? Is that Urson again? So, do they have damage? Looking through the windscreen, it doesn't look drastically too bad. Nice unrealistic camera angle there from me pressing buttons. So, is there damage being caused? Which means that as we got Sicolo, Payne continuing to battle away in P12 and 13, it looks as though Payne is in front. As we jump through on board with Hamilton and Demarchi. So Hamilton has gained that position from 5th to 4th. Demarchi has dropped back down to the start position of 5th. As now we're going to Marzio. So this gaggle of cars have been battling for the first 25 minutes. I'm sure there's a lot of sweat that's been lost from these drivers. All successfully through Eau Rouge. We are on lap number 10 for the leaders. As the battle goes down into we're on board with Marzio versus Sicolo. Looks to make that inside line but does not take it. Going through the chicane. So I was nice and prepared for today. I managed to have a Greg's bacon and sausage roll. However, since then I've not managed to eat, and that was about 9 o'clock this morning, so I probably should have had some more food before starting, because I'm starting to feel a bit peckish. I also need a bit of a wee, but we'll hold off doing that, shall we? Do have a still on board with Marzio in car number 28, following closely behind Sicolo, going into the double right-hander before the Blanchimont, or the long straight, which isn't a straight. We also have a lot of sporting action this weekend. As mentioned, we do have the 6 hours of Spa, which I'm sure you are all massively interested in. As I walk into the living room to turn back on the telly. 6 hours of Spa event today. We also have the qualifying as Sicolo goes wide, comes back onto track, does do a bit of blocking, which has also brought the Lexus into play. So Buckley has taken full advantage of Sicolo making that mistake, but where is he? Oh, he's missed the chicane, comes back onto track and then lost all the positions that he managed to gain. So car number 4, Buckley, unfortunately, took that opportunity, seeing the gap, making that move through, and then driving off track. But fair play to the driver for not taking anyone out when they rejoin, because frustration sometimes gets the better of people, but that is good, clean, fair racing. Sicolo went wide, came back onto track. Did he block Marzio from making that progression and passing, or was that fair? I will leave that for you guys to decide. My brother and Lagner drive together in car number 44. Okay, Trim Trio, thank you. And by the way, how was my German? Side by side, Sicolo and Marzio going down into Blanchimont. There's three cars there. There's three cars there. The McLaren of car number 1 of Catalano. There's an Italian trio of ice cream going in side by side. Little bit of bumping of truck cars. It looks as though Catalano has also taken advantage of some rubbing and has passed Sicolo. So Sicolo has lost 2 positions. Marzio now breaks free. Also got Buckley by the looks of things, who's trying to get that position as well. Oh, a little bit of flashing there. Not sure entirely impressed. Car 911 is... Ooh. There's cars flying everywhere. Sicolo loses the position to Buckley by the looks of things. Yes, so Sicolo's dropped down to 16th. In danger of losing a few more positions. We've got Bersnand and Bisnard in that beautiful livery also chasing behind. Lost a lot of momentum, so far 3 positions lost. Is it going to be 4 as they go through Blanchimont? Position to try and take the inside of the chicane. There is the inside of the chicane. There is contact. Pushes Sicolo to the inside, but that allows Bersnard to take a run. That was that a little bit naughty. I will leave you guys to judge, or importantly, Mr. Stewardman to judge. We also got Navmansky and Tenerillo as well, so there's more danger for Sicolo of losing more and more positions. We jump on board a Reichenach who can see the rear. Oh, lost it. So we'll jump on board. So I can see Qatar 44 is currently in P26 at the moment. And hopefully we'll jump on board with Lagner shortly. But this battle and the danger for Sicolo in losing so many positions. Have a bit of a bonnet view from Navmansky. So far it's been P13, so it's 4 positions. Could be in danger of losing 6 positions, which will be devastating after a pretty decent start. So Stefan Navmansky is in the Crazy Squirrel team. Gotta have some nuts with that, haven't you? We're on board with Matti Brusnek in car number 123, battling away with Nikolik, who has that 30 seconds of time penalties. Oh, the Friday racing team of was that Pikeling? No, it was Lloyd. So he's been a lap car, was managing to keep up pace, but he kind of lost it going through the I think it was Poon. Luckily managed to keep hold of the car, but sadly I think lost a bit of traction. So thank you very much for the 28 of you currently joining. How do you feel the first 30 minutes of the race has gone? Let me know how you're feeling. Who are your early favourites? What are you expecting? We're 6:39 in the evening, so we're going to be transitioning into night. So we'll be finishing approximately 12 o'clock at night in the in-game. So expect that those night lights to be coming on. As we've got Van Rees, who's taken over from Rick Tadema in car number 57. So back on board with Sicolo. No more positions dropped yet, but there's definitely a lot of pressure from car number 495 from behind. Let's see if we can have a sneaky peek of why some of those penalties were awarded. Still on board with Sicolo. Now he's putting pressure back on Besnard. So he's gathered himself, he's reconnected with the race, and we look to be starting to move forward rather than losing any more positions behind. So car number 70 had a penalty for turns early with car number 555. Car number 3 has a penalty for drive and just catches the back of 549. Car 111 brakes late, causing an ongoing effect, pushing car 44 into 17. 17 spinning, 44 taking out car 45 and 33. So that was a 15 seconds penalty. Car 17 gained position from tapping the vehicle on the back end. Car 123 turns into car number 57. Was alongside when to go to no collision. Car number 3 tries to switch to take the inside, but catches car 1 and punts him into the wall, I assume. And then we've got car number. Then I think. Oh no 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 no! Is that Sicolo that's been turned round by Reichnack? Oh no no no! That's so Tanarello's also received a 15-second penalty, but I definitely think Sicolo was turned round during that play. So that was yes. I just caught the end of that as I was looking through spreadsheets. So Sicolo's car 911 was hit by car number 495, which is Nevermanski. So apologies for Reichnack for saying that was you, but that'll be interesting when that comes through on the instant review. It's a nice steady stream of incidents keeping Derek busy. In fairness, we're 35 minutes in and we're only at incident number 29, or contact number 29, which is actually quite good. So we sit on board with Sicolo. There is 3 cars of Co, Scheer and Reichnack behind. Tanarello's got a 15-second penalty in front. Nevermanski is in P17. Besnard is in P16. Cantilano's got a 5-second penalty in P15. Buckley is P14 in the Lexus. Marzio in P13 in the Ferrari. The next car's on the line, but we've got Co, Scheer, Reichnack, Erison, who's got that 30-second penalty in P23 as well. So there is quite a spread of penalties going across the grid from the instant or contact review. As the field starts to spread out, those instants can become less and less, but we had 38 cars on the grid. We've now got 37, so unfortunately we've got 1 car that's had mechanical failure, shall we say, as we jump on board with Solotov and Solotov, well, I think that's Hamilton, but I don't think it is. I assume it's potentially a lap car, and yes it is, it's the Gedman. So hopefully nobody will be Volton today. So Chris is waiting for 2 of his teammates to come in. He's already unfortunately had to have an early pit than what he would have liked. As we jump on board with Erison, Erison, Reichnack and Scheer, by the looks of things. Nevermanski powers out of the corner. There we go. So Sicolo's, after that collision with Nevermanski, has jumped back on the saddle and is chasing Tanarello, who has that 15-second penalty, but on track he's currently sat behind. To take that inside line, is he going to manage to break him effectively? Side by side. Where did he go? Looks like he potentially cut on the exit. Interesting. But still just 1/10 behind. Into lap 15 of the race. Let's have a look, see if I've got any friends. So only noticed that the tyres are gone. Yeah, so what car is car 44 is in the Bimmer. Haven't really driven that much as they go side by side for the right-hander again. Tanarello is defending that corner with all his might. Into the first right-hander. Corrects himself, Zicolo. Let's jump on board from the inside. Second right-hander going into the Blanchemont. Yes, whilst I was also kind of waffling on earlier. So we have obviously the 6 hours of Spa, which I'm sure is your big event this weekend. We have the Formula One Monaco qualifying at Monaco this afternoon. I'll try and keep people up to date if anyone actually cares. And then we also have the Indy 500 on Sunday. We don't talk about the Monaco race because that is the most dour, boring affair that anyone can watch. It's all about today. So we sit on board with Cantilano, who has 5 seconds penalty but is very close to Buckley, but also has Bernard sat behind in close proximity. Looks to try and take the inside line. Bernard into the chicane. Have a nice view of it this time. Catches the curb. Has he spun? Has he spun? Has he spun? Yes, he has. Going for the move. Unfortunately, takes a bit too much to the curb. Loses the traction and boom, spins round. Now we're on board with Foster. Why are we on board with Foster? He's a second behind Maraz. I'm trying to figure out what the game is doing, but Bernard and Catalano now 3/10 behind. Sicolo's still in P19, fighting with Tanarello. We have a 15-second time penalty for Nepomanski. I assume it's for that battle with Sicolo where he lost position. I will go in and check as the diligent admin that I am. Can't remember what cars it were now. So 35. No, it's not 357. It is car 911 and 495. So yes, it was for that incident, and there was a 15-second time penalty offered for that one. So Derek, if you can hear me, we've got Reichnack and Coe going side by side for the bus stop chicane. Coe takes the tight inside line. Reichnack manages to get the inside line for the second part of the chicane and hold on to position. Coe now has 45 seconds of penalties. Well,
Okay, I'm back.
yay, how was that? I've noticed that Coe has managed to accumulate 45 seconds of penalties. Has someone been a naughty boy?
Oh,
whoa! Tanarello losing it! Going at the top of a Rouge! Bang! Smash! Wallop! Loses 2 positions. Safely manages to restart. Now we've got 2 cars approaching. Loses another 2 positions. There's a 3rd car approaching of Shea. That's another position. So from that one instant, despite damage, that's also going to be caused. Has managed to lose 5 positions. Fortunately, he has a bit of a gap to Beckman. Ouch. So yeah, welcome back. Perfect time to join. Nobody crashed into each other, but someone just decided to go boom. Oh, he's lost it as well coming out of the chicane. So there's definitely some damage that's been caused to Tanarello. We still have probably 18 minutes until the first scheduled stops are going to be required. But yeah, that's definitely going to be some damage.
Yeah, so you were asking about car 70. When I'm doing Stuart, and you know yourself, I've told you before, I don't look at names. I just I look at the instant, the car number that coincides with the person that got it is the one that gets it. So I don't look at
Oh, yeah.
names, and
Oh, yeah.
I don't
Right.
really, I don't tend to remember the numbers that I give the penalty to until I go back and look.
Yeah,
But yeah, he's been in a few incidents, hasn't
he obviously has.
he?
So
Yeah.
definitely.
So there was lap 1, lap 2, lap 4, and another one just now. So I suppose I'll go and look at that one just now.
No, so what I was going to say to you is you may as well
But,
only look every 30 minutes at the instance that happened, because otherwise I'm going to have no one to
oh
talk
yeah,
to.
yeah. There's a lot going on. There's been 31 contacts. Obviously, they're not all.
No, but I was
They've not
commenting on
all
the
been.
stream that I think that's genuinely a very good number in terms
Oh
of
yeah.
incidents.
Um, well, when it comes to your endurance races, I think everybody backs off a little bit anyway
Mm,
for survival rate. When it's in a 1 hour long sprint race, you're battling quite heavily all the time. I would say.
yeah.
We can get 31 instants in the first lap on sprint races.
Indeed.
I've
I-
seen that before.
I'm going to have to run for a wee.
Oh, you leave me on my own.
Yeah, 2 seconds, but no, talk ball up, talk some fun stuff.
Yeah, I'll just look at the stream real quick. Although I'm about 10 seconds behind on the stream. I could go through some of the incidents, I suppose. Give you a quick rundown on what was happening. So, on lap 1, car 70 turned a little bit too early and caught car 555. Caused a spin, so it was a 15-second penalty there. Car number 3, um, he went for a dive into the chicane right before no name, and caught car 546 and spun him. It was a late dive. It wasn't even a dive that he was going to make. The hole was always closing. So then moving on to, still on lap 1 actually, car 111. This was a big one. Um, he ended up with a 30-second time penalty totally. So what he done was car 111 braked late into the corner, and that caused him to push car number 44, and he went across the corner into car number 17, which in turn caused car number 44 to spin and took out car 45, 33, car 17, car 44, and about 3 other cars. I got bored of trying to figure out how many cars were actually involved. We gave him a 30-second penalty. Back to car number 70 on the second lap. Gained the position. It wasn't a big incident. He tapped the guy into the corner. It made the guy go wide. He took his regular line, carried on down the street. But he gained a significant advantage on that, so that's a 5-second penalty. Then we had on lap 2 also, car 727 and car 70 again. No, that's the one I just told you, but that was a wee tap. My bad. Car 123, he turned early into car 57, which meant it caught the middle of his car into the front end of car 57, and caused a collision. It caused him to spin, so that was a 15-second penalty. Car number 3 on lap 3, they were coming along the back stretch, the back straight at the pits, coming up to the first corner just after start finish. He was on the left-hand side of car 3. Oh, sorry, car 3 was on the left-hand side of car 1. Decided to try and take the inside to the corner at the last minute, but as he switched across, he took out the back end of car 1, put him into the wall, so that was another 15-second penalty. Car number
Del, do you
1.
want to bring up the standings and we can talk through every single line of standings?
That's what I've been doing.
No, I meant the FRL standings as well.
Uh-huh.
I'm being sarcastic.
Right. If you want to get an arse about it. So
So
do you not want me to finish? I've only got a couple left to do.
Yeah, go ahead. I can eat my crisps.
Then I can go through them, because it's not going to be as many. I can look and tell you as it's happening. Made me lose where I was at. Okay, so car 777, He turned in early into the corner as well, connecting with Carson to one, ended up spinning him. Now, just to point out, if when I say a car's turning in too early, what it means is the cars are side by side, and the inside car is as far over as he can, and the other car's still turning in on him. Does that make sense? Or is James disappeared again?
I'm eating crisps.
Oh, so that makes sense to you. What I mean by turning in too early, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then car 70 again, he spins car 72 on the entry of the corner. Basically, he outbraked himself and cut off the front end of car 72. And then obviously you know what happened with 911 and 495 because my ears still remember you talking about it. And that's us up to date. I'm going
Yeah.
to go
So
look at the next possibles and I'll let you know of any that come up as we're going because it should be a lot easier now. We've gone through the major incidents, I would say.
what I would do, this is just my advice, is at 30-minute intervals, go in and check the incidents that happened in the last 30 minutes.
I've got the sheet sitting up next to me.
Yeah, yeah, but you can just go in and look at those incidents as you go. So for
Yeah,
example, the next batch where you go away and disappear, I would say 5 hours left, go away, disappear, look at the incidents that have happened. And
that's what I'm saying. They're coming through one or two,
hmm,
a couple of minutes now, so I can look at them in a couple of seconds and they're done.
but also when you
It's just the beginning.
yeah, when you go into replay, that's when it causes glitches. So do you know
No,
last night?
it's only if you're in replay.
Mm,
Only if yours ends up having to do a replay or gets a lag spike, does it change it?
no, I thought it. So
No,
where
my replay will run fine.
okay, dearie, but I don't think it does.
It does.
No, that's why you had a lag spike. Yeah, that's why you had that incident which we had to look at post race yesterday. Was because
That's got but those you can't do it. But those are going to happen regardless. You could be doing absolutely nothing, and that will happen. That's just a lag spike. There's nothing you can do about it.
okay, I disagree, but okay. Right, let's have a look at who's managed to do the fastest lap. So we've got a silly on the 2:18.1, which is the fastest lap so far. Hamilton is fighting back from losing from P2 down to P5. Has done a 2:18.2. Then we got Solidov on a we've got the Puerto Ricans on a 2:18.4, Solidov on a 2:18.5, and then Demarchi into the 2:19. So there is a little bit of a disparity, but it's still pretty quick for race times. So we've got Buckley going into turn 1 alongside Nevemanski, and we got Catalano as well, who's also got 5 seconds. So we've got a nice freeway playtime there. Sicolo, who's been in the wars I think he lost a couple of positions for falling away off track, and then sadly just continued to drop positions as a result with a few, one or two nudges. I think it was the Nevemanski, who's currently in P13, who's got that 15-second time penalty, but he's had a few little love taps. As we got Urson now looking close during the chicane. Have I lost Derek now because I disagreed with him?
Yeah, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, thank God. That's going to be a very lonely 5 hours and 9 minutes.
No, there's been like 5 or 6 instances, so I'm just having I like to keep on top of them because the problem is if you wait too long, then you get a lot of questions asked back. Well, why did they get that penalty? Because they don't.
Because I said so. Unless you say anything but I said so, then it's pointless. So we've got Zucchetti having a bit of a battle with. Who's he playing with? Oh, it was a lap car. Zucchetti running some nice FRL badges on his car, which is really good to see. One of our drivers who competes in quite a few races with us. So yeah, nice to see him in the Silvazo Racing Team. Joe Shear in the Eternal team is in P18. I think he's one of the drivers who's driving by himself for the 6 hours. Erzon is the guy he's following, but we've also got Sicolo is there as well. So Sicolo's being approached by Ericsson on the inside, Ericsson takes the inside, go for a Blanchimont. Up towards the chicane. I'm going to press the button 1 because my stream was my game was jittering a little bit. Shea looks on the inside, blocked off by Socolo, who's unfortunately lost another position. Running P13 at one point, currently now in P17. Not P16, sorry.
Sorry, I just had to move someone out of the chat that jumped in. I don't know who it was, I just moved them real quick, went back to what I was doing.
Right, we've got Catalano. So now we're starting to come in where the logical place where pit stops are potentially going to start happening in the next 7, well, between now and really in the next 10 minutes, so we say that pit stops will start to happen. So that's where things could shift around based on damage, skill at pit stops, and that's where some time can be won or lost, especially in these tight battles which are happening throughout the midfield. So it would be interesting to see how that plays out. Oh, Socolo has caught a bit too much to the curb. It was just allowed Shea to close a bit more. Going into Lacombe's hairpin. Backs off a little bit. Upshifts a little bit early. Now we've gone over to Nevermansky versus Loon. Nevermansky's got that 15-second time penalty. Loon is in the Beamer, so Beamer on Beamer.
Beamer on Beamer.
Yeah, Blanche going through Lacombe side by side. The Beamer is in front, breaks into the chicane, and it looks as though that move was successful. However, I don't think it is Loon.
I swear it sounds like you're saying Bimmer.
Yeah, Beamer.
Bimmer.
Lost Just Loon in P is now in P13 in the car number 87. So how is our good friends in the admin team doing? So Ollie Brett. So first of all, just pop into the chat. Ollie Brett Smith. Afternoon, folks. How are yous? I am not too bad. Derek, how are you?
I'm all right. Is that Ollie?
Yeah.
That was
Porsche,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's the one I kicked out the chat. I never looked properly. I just seen someone jump in. I just threw them up into race chat out the way, so they never spoke.
Yeah.
And, just to make sure that nothing was said. That was. Sometimes people just jump into conversations, not pointing any elbows at certain people, and say bad words.
What, Chris?
Before anything happens. He's one of them. Tug's
Yeah.
another one. I have been known to do it myself, so just to keep it as PC as possible.
PC as possible.
We're just going to make sure that nobody pops in and says bad words.
That's a very sensible decision. So I'm going to start from the bottom and work our way up. So we've got Chris Gedman in P35 out of 37. He's had to take an unscheduled stop. Where is... So, have we lost? Where's Dark Horror and Roynick?
Dark Horror... they are gone by the looks of it. Can't be right. Did they quit? Did the team that quit? Let me get in SimGrid here and do a bit of detective work.
So Nikolic battling away with Riviera, who's pitted, I believe. Yeah, must have done. So Riviera has was up in P2. I can only assume that they've pit, and that's why they're at the back. So let's have a look. View stats. Pit count.
What do you mean pit count?
Oh, there's a button on my screen which I can try and figure out if people have
So
pitted.
car 57
Mm-hmm.
has disappeared, and yeah, that was Mr. Tadema and Michael Races.
No, not Michael Races.
Not Michael Races. Michael Van Rees.
Yeah.
It's the same letters. I've just rearranged them. Minus the van. But yeah, looks like those guys have disconnected, had engine problems. Maybe they've had a team falling out. Somebody peed on the driver's seat. They were to race it.
Well, do you want to do some Discord digging?
Oh,
Or do you want me to do? Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah. No, I'll go. play investigative reporter. No problem with that.
The reason why I'm thinking
oh,
is that if we've got an extra admin that we could utilise to do something, then that's just something which we'll do. Christ, what are you doing? Throwing the keyboard at the wall and hoping it's the right letters to do a message.
you know, I get a hard time about this all the time, about typing on the keyboard. Why are you hitting it so hard and why are you typing so fast? And I guess the reason it gets hit so hard is because I type one-fingered. And then the next question is, how can you type so fast with one finger? That's just how I've done it all my life. But is it that loud?
It sounded like...
Can you hear it clearly?
I could hear it clearly. So we're on board with O'Connor against Mr. Kun, who's jumped up to P26. What I was trying to figure out is what the hell has happened to the Honda? Where is the Honda? Where is the Honda? So we got Marzan who's taking the car, and yes, he definitely has pit. He took 1 minute 57 to pit. So that's a pretty 37 seconds of time stop. So I assume there was some damage that took place there. So yes.
I'm not quite sure if we're going to see Mr. Dark Horror turn up today.
Why?
He must be in a bad mood. He is now playing FIFA 22. It's just popped up on the screen. I've actually sent a message to both of them. See if we can find out the dirty scoop on what happened.
I think that's a good thing, and also it's just my point as an admin. Oh no! Who was that? Someone typed in on O'Connor. It was Cher who was it Cher? That couldn't have been Cher. So I'm trying to figure out who this car is behind.
Did we
Yes,
get
it
radio
was...
tested through FRL? I might have to have a test at the end of this.
Well, there was definitely contact, and I'm trying to figure out if it was a car that was lapping someone, and then has made collision. So we got car 549 and car 81. So 549 is in...
I can tell you, it's just popped up.
I know it has. 549 is Cher. Car 81 is O'Connor. So yes, it was a lapped car that got hit. I don't know who was at fault for it. I don't obviously want to look at the footage, but
No, you can't. I'll have a look and tell you.
yeah.
So, car 81 and car 549. Car 81 is a back marker, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. But we have Lloyd who's going on the inside line there. That looks again a lap car coming through.
So, yeah, so car 81, I'll talk you through what happens, has gone to the outside of the corner but tried to take his normal line into the corner, right as car 549 has gotten up alongside him. So obviously no space to get through. But yeah, car 81 is basically turned into him. There is blue flags waving, so he should have waited.
I'll leave the decision of who's at fault to you. But
No, I was just bringing you up to date. You want this is how we can do the incidents at the moment. I mean, there's not a lot there, so I can give you a step by step, and then the reason why I've actually chosen what I've chosen. Is that what you're looking for?
yeah, why not? So do you remember when we spoke before race? Chris asked for the positions of where we're looking people on track, and we can see who's being a lap car and who's not being a lap car. Well, I've just put that up on the screen.
Okay.
So we're on board with Breakwick. So Thompson goes past, but that is not Ian Thompson. So yes, drivers will now start to come towards the end of their stint timers. So we've got Lloyd and Horman who've completed 2 stops. Our leaders out in front of the top 4 positions haven't yet to complete a stop. Also from P9 down to P12 have yet to complete a stop. Breitnick hasn't completed a stop. So we've got a couple of drivers now who are in the pits. So Hamilton in P5, DiMarchi in P6, Mares in P7, Suchetti in P8, and Sicolo has stayed out on track the driver who's been in the walls and has moved up 9 places from their grid position. So we're at the point now where the grid starts to get quite fragmented. And
Yeah, it's starting to spread out, and it makes my life, being a solo steward, it does make my life a bit easier.
you're going to hear something from me which you don't often hear.
What's that?
You were doing very well.
Oh no, it's just going to go like crap now.
So Pedro Marzan, who's in the Puerto Rico e-racing club, is now clawing back the positions, going past the drivers who are in the pits. So he's now up to P6. After the first pitting a little bit earlier, he did drop a fair few positions, but it's now starting to reap the rewards. We're hoping to reclaim P2. But the only issue for Marzan is he has 6 lapped cars in front of him.
We have a stop and go for car number 5, speeding in the pits.
So car number 5 is Mares.
Yes, Maz has just come in and left the pits, so we have to come back in again 3 laps. Please.
Yeah, so Mares actually started in P7. So he's currently in P9 after those stops. Obviously, there's drivers which have come out, gone into the pits, and there's drivers who haven't had pits yet. But yeah, that's definitely going to hurt their positions.
So I just got a reply from Demi,
Mhm.
from Rick. He said, unfortunately, they decided to try the Lambo. And we had a discussion about the Lambo at the start. He said they tried making a setup and they thought the setup was okay. It worked out not too bad It worked out bad but stable enough for qualifying. But when they filled the tank up with fuel, the car was dangerous and unstable, and they had to park it.
Cool. Ask him if he fancies doing some admin work.
Don't think Rick's.
He's not, but
Yeah. Michael's not gotten back to me. He's run off and played FIFA, so he'll probably not get that message till he stops playing. We might have him for the later on, even if he comes in and does a wee bit of chat.
Yeah, I just think more of us the better. Because otherwise it's going to be a long 6 hours for the poor people who have to listen to me.
Yes, my poor ears might not take it either. There's been a couple of instances of heavy screaming. Very excited man. No wonder the wife can't stand listening to you commentary.
I take her lead when it comes to the screaming. Sorry, a little bit blue. Right.
Just watching Car 555 just now. Can.
Well, it's Hallbutt at the moment, Hairbus at the moment, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Yeah, they must have just changed. So that car is filthy. They look like they've been running through the mud, off-road driving.
I'm going to try and get an outside view of this car because... There we go. Oh, no, I was on Gun, but it's now flipped over to Fernandez. So it looks
shortly, I'd imagine all the cars are start looking a bit different. A lot of it, if you look carefully, it'll be some mud, but it will be mostly mud and things, but little bits of tyre rubber and things get flung up on the cars as well.
It's quite cool in terms of the graphics of this game and realism, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not the first time I've been driving along quite enjoying myself, and then this wee black smudge appears on the window and you just can't take your eyes off it. It's pretty annoying.
So
wee black smudge of tyre rubber, and it won't go away. You put the wipers on, it just doesn't go away. It's stuck.
So when I had my old monitor, I had a smudge in the middle, and that was the thing I used to line up corners with to make sure I was taking them at the appropriate angles. One day my wife cleaned my screen and that smudge disappeared. I had to relearn how to drive. So sometimes the smudge can be a benefit, but
that was one of those times that you said to the wife, look, if I wanted it cleaner, I'd have done it myself.
Yeah. This goes to a pre-race conversation where we were discussing things in...
Oh, was that pre-race? I thought it was during the race.
No, it was a pre-race conversation where
okay.
where
My memory's not the best, and we're what, only an hour in.
where I have a thing in my house where if I notice something isn't the way I like it, so or something needs to be done, so like hoovering or the washing up, just as an example, rather than kind of going walking past it and thinking nothing of it or moaning at someone else, if I've noticed it, I have to do something about it, and that's generally the rule I employ with many different things. So Dyer has taken over the car from Hamilton, who's now in P4, so that's definitely a gain, but a bit of a loss of positions from the start. We've got Fugai 21, Team 7 to 276, Jay Herman.
Oh, Cunn's in the wall. Or not Cunn, it would be Herman, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Herbert. How am I managing to butcher names when I'm not even looking at them? I'm supposed to have it in my memory.
Why are you
But
meant
yeah,
to?
they just smashed into the wall. I was looking straight at him. I should have been able to say his name. He's got first place coming up behind him as well. So, if anybody's wondering, I'm watching a different screen from James as well as watching his screen. I've got Discord up. I've got Google Sheets up. I've got replays going, and James has got even more on his. Quite an interesting, strange thing to do. Sometimes you get a bit quiet, don't you, James? Just try to remember what you got to do.
Yeah, generally my mental capacity isn't the best. I was just watching Chris just amble around in the back.
Yeah, I've seen that on the screen. So he's doing 2 stints, he said.
Right.
And then his teammate will go in, and we may have him join the chat at that point. But I've got a list, fairly short list at the moment, of people that we could interview.
Mm-hmm.
Drivers driving just now. But we will see what happens. Christopher said they could come in. One of them, I'll actually, let me just find my notepad. Another bloody screen I need to bring up.
Well, it's not a screen,
Uh,
is it? It's a piece of paper, mate.
well, it's not an actual notepad, it's on the D.
Oh, right. So it's like Google Notes or something like that.
Yeah, it's just a notepad on Windows because I find that easier with my dyslexia to actually deal with as well. So, Christopher's going to be doing 2 stints, it says here, before he's available to have a chat. His teammate Elle said she will come and talk to us if she can, but she'll need to wait and see because she was doing a stream from last night all the way through.
Yeah.
Then we have the guy's name that you couldn't say earlier, Tis Payne.
Yes.
I've got written down here. It's Thys, but he said it's pronounced Tic. So I would say that's Tis. Could be wrong. We'll ask him when he gets on.
We got some side-by-side Eau Rouge action here. A little bit of a, well, possibly no nudge tap, but they survived it. It was a Lamborghini versus McLaren going up Eau Rouge there.
Yeah. As long as you're careful, you'll be all right. So, yeah.
However, car number 45 has lost an awful lot of positions, an awful lot of time behind Thompson as a result of that move. And we got Brett and
someone's going to always lose out.
yeah, we got Brett and Cassidy. Looks as though Cassidy is gonna try and move into turn 1, but he's decided against it. So some good team racing. We've got Cher then approaching this battle as well, or Cassidy versus Cher is the battle. Right, again, we're gonna see some Eau Rouge action. So I think Cassidy has taken over Socolo in the Beamer. Along the Camel Straight, Cher is gaining. Moves to the outside. Is he going to make the move? Is he going to make that move into the chicane? Takes up the inside line. Brett? No, Cassidy has the outside line. Going to power out of the chicane. Down into Lacombe. Where is Cascanova? We could really use his help with these corner names, couldn't we?
Cascanova would probably be able to tell us. Tug should be able to tell us. They all live in the vicinity.
Oh, Tug lives in Holland.
To be honest with you, if we were
Proper commentators?
in halfway decent race drivers, or sim drivers or whatever, we should know what the corners are called. I've got a bad habit of just going corner one, corner two, corner three. But even when I'm doing my shooting, I'll say corner one or corner three or whatever. I don't actually give names because I don't. Maybe I just don't like labeling things.
So we've got Marzan, who's now trying to get through the field of lap cars. He's unfortunately lost P2, but is trying to the BMW is now, well, 13 seconds behind Assisili. Marzan is in P3, so the two Honda drivers were originally out in front. However, Arun Fev has now managed to take P2 in the overall standings. So I assume that's going to ebb and flow throughout the race, because Marzan had to take that early stop. I'm not sure the reasons why, but well, did take an early stop.
So I'm just slowly running through sending these guys a quick message that are going to be coming in for the interviews.
Mhm.
Um, Basically told them to jump into the race control or the race team channel and we'll bring them in as we're ready for them. That way they jump into the race team channel, I know they're ready to start an interview. Vice versa, once they're there I can go in and tell them I'm dragging them over and bring them over. I think that's a sensible way of doing it.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I'm sure there's probably a different way of doing it that's a lot easier, but
Nah, that sounds
I,
like a
I'm,
good way to
I
do it.
can't I can't do it that way. I'm not that good.
Well, I've got a, although I did promise my dog that, well, my dog, that I was going to take him out for a walk before the race, I sadly didn't.
Yes, yes,
Um,
that didn't happen, did it?
no, so I've got my parents' dog sat on the sofa, looking very unimpressed at me, and I've got my dog who's currently around by my feet, looking desperately at me for a walk. But I've left the back door open, so one's a border collie and one's a sprocker, so not
But
exactly non-energetic dogs.
yeah, they might be very scared with all the shouting that you're doing.
I've not been that bad.
It's been bad enough. I've taken my headset off twice now.
I think I've been. I kept my emotions in check.
Oh, if that's how in check, I'd hate to see them when they're out of check.
That,
Maybe we
that,
should get some of the guys to comment whether I'm exaggerating or whether you were actually as loud and scary as we thought you were. They can be the deciding factor. That was defining and deciding in one word.
we guessed.
I'm good at combining. So incidents are definitely settled down. But
Yeah, you've got two in there at the minute, but yeah, it's not.
yeah, I was just checking them.
Yeah,
But see,
well, we've got some
the other
side by
thing
side.
is the other thing is they're possible. So more than likely, what it'll be is someone spun next to someone else and it didn't touch them.
So we've
But
got Tillman, who's managed to move up into P7 over Sagetti in the McLaren in car number 62. So Tillman is slowly progressing his way through the field. He managed to get a last-minute driver into his team in the Red Wolf Racing team. I saw that chat going on in the Discord. Sagetti does have a little bit of bonnet damage as he runs through one's ride in the corner of no name going into Blanchimont. The next target for Tillman will be Galanos in the McLaren in car number 46. So let's have a look at where um, Tillman started. So Tillman actually has lost one place. So originally started in P6 and unfortunately dropped to P7. Galanos has gained 3 places. Barachetti in car number 43 has gained 3 places. Marzan now has the fastest lap of the race, but sadly has lost 1 position. So Aaron Fiev has gained 2 positions. Dyer has lost 1 position. So we've had a bit of change around in the top positions. The biggest movers and shakers in the grid, in the race grid so far. So we've got a couple of teams who have moved up 13 place. So car number 4 in the Lexus Brett started 24th, currently 11th. We've also got Herman, who was mentioned in the chat, who started P29, is currently P16. So again, another 13 places gained. Let's have a look at the biggest losers. So S King started 22nd in car number 72, now currently in P37. Mazzetti, his team started in P11, currently P18, so currently P29, so a loss of 18 positions. Those are the main nasty ones so far. Best pit time, so we've got Zagetti, who's currently back in the pit, so we've got a couple of stops which are around 32 seconds. The longest pit time which we had in that last stop was 1 minute and 37 seconds for car number 777 B Thompson, who is now in P27. So that's just some interesting facts and stats. But we're on board with Thompson at the moment. He's battling with Varekanen in car number 727, going down the Camel Straight. The inside line is being held by Varekanen in car 727. Thompson should have the better entries, managed to safely pass going through the chicane, no spinning on the curbs, and has managed to jump up to P26. So despite that slow stop, is now starting to move back through the grid. So based on their starting positions, they've only lost one space, despite having a 1 minute and 30 second stop. And Mazzetti, the possible reasons why they've lost so many positions is their stop was 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So this is the Intercontinental Racing Byron team.
Okay, I'm going to bring Raver in. Have a wee chat with Raver. He's one of the drivers that's racing today.
Okay. Yes, please.
I believe it's... Hello, is this Tice?
Most certainly is.
Hey, how you doing, man? So...
Very good, thank you.
You've been driving today already, haven't you?
I have, yes. Yeah, I was in the first stint for car 81.
And you've done the qualifying as well?
I did, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't the best of qualifying sessions, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how are you finding it out there?
Yeah, it's pretty good at the moment. We're sort of waiting to hear from someone in the stewarding team about the 15-second penalty we've been given. There doesn't appear to be anything about it, but yeah, we're plodding along. Got Jamie in the car at the moment. He's starting to get to grips with it. Yeah, starting to catch on the people ahead.
Dal probably goes very, very quiet as he was the person who gave the penalty right now. So
I'm going back to have a look to see that penalty.
I know that there was an incident lap 24 where we had a lap car coming into one of the right-handers. I can't remember the corner name now, but it was one of the latter corners, and they seemed to just sort of send it from our perspective. But we were a lap car, so yeah, we think it's for that, but yeah, there wasn't anything there at the moment.
Well, I'm going to try and find car 81. Let's have a jump on board with O'Connor.
I believe that was the incident. You were in the green McLaren. Okay. So,
yes, and it was a white BMW.
Yeah. So he'd gotten his nose into that space between you and the corner, okay. and then the car turned all the way in. He had no.
Right. Okay.
That's what the penalty's for.
Okay. No, that's fair enough. We weren't sure. It looked very close. Yeah. Either which way on the video that we looked at, but
as is fair for everybody, if you think that see, I go by what I can see, and unfortunately, it's not real life. So the video that everybody sees doesn't always match up exactly. So if you have any evidence that he wasn't alongside, then you can send that to me after the race, and I can have him send his video, and we can see which one, how it comes out. But when we make our original decisions, we have to make it on the scene.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, and yeah, racing is what racing is.
But sorry, just the button. I've just watched car 79 fly off the map. That's another admin team gone.
Oh God.
I hope it's not major for them. But yeah, it certainly from the video that we saw from our replay, at least, it looked as if we were already turning into the corner when he just decided to come in. But we'll have a look at it, and if we feel there's anything that's warranted, we'll send it across. But Other than that, it's been a really good race so far.
Good.
Surprisingly clean lap one
Yeah,
for the amount of
massively.
cars on grid. And yeah, we're just trying to ease back into it now and catch up to the people ahead of us because we think we can probably get maybe P15
So let's have a
for
look at
now.
yeah. Currently P19. You started P21, so you've gained 2
Yeah.
positions from that. You obviously had a bit of a longer stop than probably what you had wanted at 1 minute and 12. I assume that was probably down to damage.
Yeah, so I'd actually got as high as 11th
Yeah.
in my stint, but then I had an incident at the top of Eau Rouge where the car decided it didn't want to do corners anymore, um, and yeah, grazed the wall. So got a bit of damage, about 30 seconds worth. So had a slightly slower stop. Um, so yeah, it wasn't ideal, but we certainly think that with our next driver and when I get back into the car, we can really make a challenge moving forward.
Cool.
As much
So,
as you'll hate me for saying it, I think Jamie's actually our slowest driver at the moment today.
yeah, it's usually me, so or Derek. So yeah, we're usually the slowest driver in the team. So there's 3 of you driving. Are you doing an hour each, or are you splitting
Yeah,
it slightly
yeah,
differently?
yeah, yeah. We're gonna do. I think we're gonna do an hour each, just so that everyone's like rested and not absolutely hammering it. I don't think double stinting is necessarily a good idea for some of us. We're not that good.
Oh no, well we've raced together previously in the rookie series, which is on Thursdays, haven't we?
Yes, I believe we have. Yes.
Yeah, I'm the one at the back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I ended up having to pull out of that one just due to real life commitments, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a good series, and I'd like to get back into it as soon as real life calms down.
Well, yeah, that's the joys, isn't it? Real life is slowly starting to take over our sim racing world, which we were quite happy in for quite a period of time. So, do
Yeah.
you mind if I ask how long have you
Sure.
been sim racing?
Probably about 3 years now, I'd say.
Yeah, has it always been
Yeah.
on ACC or has it been on different games as well?
Started life on Assetto Corsa, and then very quickly made the move to ACC. Or as we've just had an off and
Oh,
slammed into the wall. So I suspect that's probably a pit stop. Um, yeah. Yeah, so about 3 years, started on AC and then moved on to ACC. Um, yeah, probably, well, not long after it came out, I don't think. So, um, yeah, it's pretty much ACT for me now.
cool. Yeah, he looks as though it's Jamie. You said, isn't it? He's got a bit of
Y-
damage, and is currently
Yeah,
driving around.
yeah, the steering wheel's 90 degrees and he's trying to go in a straight line. So, suboptimal, I think they would call that.
Yeah,
It
I
looks
think
like
that.
the windows are a bit damaged as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us. I'll let you go back and console your teammate. But if you feel like
Thank
jumping
you.
back in at any point, then feel free. Thank you very much for joining us, Tees.
Yep,
Cool,
thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Cheers,
Cheers,
guys.
buddy.
See
Bye
you
bye.
later.
Bye. Yeah, I'm just sat on board with Jamie at the moment. I don't. Yeah, it's definitely 90 degrees to the right plus some damage, but he's been very sensible in allowing and not blocking any of the cars that are coming past as camera then now jumps over to P1 Asili. We haven't spent much time with car 488 during the race because he hasn't been playing
So,
with anyone.
I'm guessing people are confused. Um, I'm receiving a lot of. We're getting messages into the instant reports
Hmm.
of ones that I've actually already done, but then we got some messages which say, "How did we get a penalty when the car didn't report us?" and things like that. So I have just put in a wee message saying that most of these have been dealt with through the live stewarding.
Yeah.
Um, I just need to try and have a quick look at these and make sure that which ones have been dealt with and what hasn't.
So, 2 seconds.
So if you give me a couple of minutes, I'm going to go silent.
No worries. I was just going to write something in the announcement saying that we have live stewarding,
Yeah.
which the instant report is purely for blue flags with no contact, or cutting of corners, um, not for appeals. So I will also go quiet for a minute
I'm
whilst...
just going to. I'm not even got permission in the instance one. I need to get myself. I don't understand that. It annoys me. I don't have the permission to do something in there, but because I'm an admin, I can add myself to the role
Joys of
and
Discord.
give myself the position I like. It makes no sense. So I will be back shortly. Shouldn't take long.
Yeah, I'm doing the same. There we go. Right, so I've just done my typing. Let's have a... So we're now on board with Thompson still, having a bit of a play with Mazzetti, who had that long stop, which we mentioned. I think that was car 28. Was that Mozzie earlier, or Motti earlier, who managed to get himself quite high in the field. So there was obviously some problems with that car. So that Lambo doesn't look the most stable as Mazzetti then does make contact with the rear end. Coming down the Blanchemont straight, there's a bit of flashing as well. That's a bit naughty. Blanchemont down into the bus stop chicane. Mazzetti does have a bit of the momentum. He's going to try and take the outside line going into the chicane. A bit wide. Oh, there's contact, there's contact, there's contact. But Mazzetti manages to get through. Interesting to see what the view is of that later on. But Thompson is currently now into P25. Mazzetti has jumped up to P24. Let's have a look and see what's going on in the chat, if anything. Innocent Ali, I thought you were fine. Not sure what that's in relation to, but we've got a driver off track as we go on to Cher and Brett. By looks things, Cher looks to have got that move done into turn 1 and is now going to power on up through Eau Rouge. Lexus of Brett is sat behind. Always a fun one, because if someone lifts off and you're going flat out and there's slight contact and it's boom. So Keddy, let us know how you're feeling. Are you surviving? Are you receiving lots of water from Mummy? Or are you just watching ladies on your phone? So Cher and Brett's battle is continuing down into Lacombe. A little bit wiggly. Cher's car looks like it could potentially use a wash. Right, I suppose we're at this point now where I probably need to consider what I'm going to eat. Largely remained unhealthy for this morning, but interesting to know what your thoughts of the best takeaway and what is good to eat. Thanksy Mexi Monster, really good organisation, so have good race for the next 4 hours. I assume that means your stint is done for the day, or are you gonna be jumping back into the car at some point? If so, let us know how you got on, if that is your job done for today. But thank you very much for joining us. Cher now has, I suppose this is where positions can be won and lost, gives a bit of a flash to Manoram in front as they go into the bus stop chicane. It's really a good opportunity to ease off from allow the faster driver to pass on the start finish straight, as he does move straight away out to the left, but also gives Brett the advantage of being able to pass too. No, he hasn't yet. that pass is done then into turn 1, and also Kassadai has managed to get past for P11 too. So that means Manarin drops the track position and allows the faster cars through. And there is P12 and P13 will be coming through shortly as well. Catalano has done 2 stints, so yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, we crashed out, but sure, I'll be doing it again. Yes, absolutely. Welcome back anytime. I think we have something in the pipeline for our next big event, or our next big endurance event, and hopefully will be announced in the next couple of weeks, of track, date, and a little bit of a hint, time length as well, of how long we are proposing to do said event. And interesting as well, if anyone has any feedback of what track we should do for our next event. So Shared gives the Vikinen a bit of a flash in front as he goes side by side. He's already had a bit of a bump with a car that he was lapping, which is the Payne which we were speaking with a few minutes ago. Brett also managed to get past, and Kassadai gets past Kassadai in 911, which is Sokolo's vehicle of earlier. Is going side by side with Brett. Well done for not making contact there. Going into the second part of the chicane, there seems to be a better line for the BMW over the Lexus, which will close in into the double right-hander. If he managed to keep that pace on and keep that momentum, does this then give an opportunity going in down into the long back straight? As now we jump on board with Stour, and I don't know why we're jumping on board with him, because there appears to be no cars near him. However, this is a lovely bit of an insight into the driver angle. Chris Gedman is still on track. Just seen him in P36, but Stour has P5, P6 and P7 approaching. Let's see how that goes now. I suppose, is there any drivers which are coming up to the end of their stint time of 1 hour? So everyone's kind of sat on about half hour. We've got a couple of drivers, so we've got Thompson, who's done 48 minutes so far, is the next pit time. Gedman is in the pits at the moment. Sorry, just laughing at my dog running back and forth behind me with various different toys, hoping that I'm going to start playing with them. Kassadai and Shea and Kassadai and Brett now. So the Lexus is starting to get a bit more of pace back on Brett throughout this race. So it's back down to 8/10 after the original pass was made. So we'll be seeing how that develops going down into Lecombe. Do you know what? I'm going to educate myself. I feel like I can only potentially say Pouon, Lecombe, or corner with no name. So I'm quite limited in terms of the number of corners I know.
Okay, so I'm back again.
Nice.
Just getting those taken care of. Most of them were, actually all of them had been dealt with already.
Yeah.
Even the small corner cut.
Do you know what?
Because it had a contact before it.
I've been thinking I know what Lecombe is, which is the long hairpin, but that's Bruet. Lecombe is the chicane section at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Then we've got Stavelot, which is the double right-hander. Blanchemont, then down into the chicane. Turn 1 is La Source. So I'm educating myself.
I guess that would make sense. It's the source of the whole lap, isn't it? It's the start.
Yeah, it's turn 1.
Yeah. So a little bit of an update on what happened to his team are coming back in now. He said his computer just shut down and completely restarted, and then when it restarted, they had to restart it again. I think what's happened there is he's not turned off automatic updates.
Who's that, Chris?
Yeah, so his computer will automatically, as soon as it finishes, it will restart the computer. Windows updates. I think he's got automatic Windows update going, and because he's never on the computer, he's not been on it for over a week. So it's decided, well, we're doing an update right now. So that's put him about 8 laps behind everyone. Although it says 7 on the screen. But yeah, they are back at 9 laps now. But yes, he is coming back in. I'm sure they've got. Yeah, they're already out and about.
Who
It
are?
does seem to be it's a regular thing with him because he doesn't. He's so used to the PlayStation way of things, where you just plug your car in. If there's an update, the game won't let you play until
Mhm.
you've done it. But on the PC, obviously, you've got driver updates, you've got software updates, you've got PC updates themselves. And if you don't set them in order, then you're in trouble. Last time we done an endurance race was me, Chris, and Chica
Mhm.
at Kyalami, and I done a stint, he done a stint. He was going on to his second stint because Chica was busy that night. Wouldn't be on till later, and his game crashed. And then we couldn't get back in because he was the driver and he was the person going into the server. But we found out that he hadn't ever updated his graphics driver. Never. So it was 2 years old. So guys out there, if you have a graphics driver, make sure you update it, then you don't have the wee crashes.
You've been Bolton. It's a saying that covers so many subjects.
It does. It covers in game, out of game, in real life, Discord, everything.
Hmm. Get a double ping on a Wednesday, you've been Boltoned. You get kicked out of a server because he hasn't turned off auto updates, you've been Boltoned. Turn one, you see a Porsche drive into the side of you, you've been Boltoned.
Yeah, it's a great, it's well copyrighted.
Hmm. Brought to you by FRL.
And you know, the funny part about it is,
No, wait there, I got another one.
he owned it.
I got another one. Fall
Yeah.
out of your wheelchair after being pushed down a hill, you've been
Yes.
Boltoned.
Yes, that definitely happened. He gets a bit upset about being voted now, talking about it.
Well, stop vaulting in people. Oh, right. Back to the racing, shall we?
Yep, back to the race. Now I'm just going to, there's somebody having a connection issue. I'm going to see if we can help them out.
Correction issue.
Yes, the 79 team, they can't get back. They got back in the car, but he can't request his teammate that says that they're not there.
Have they actually joined the server?
Well, I'm about to find out. There's a possibility that they didn't disconnect before he came back in.
Oh, they fucked then. Is that a case of somebody's been vaulted? So we're on board now with Jackson in car 81, which was where we were talking with Payne earlier, and O'Connor unfortunately had that issue, and quite a lot of hopes are pinned on Jackson and the pace which he possesses to be able to climb up the field, where he's currently looking to unlap himself back from car 24 by the looks of things. So I assume that's just where the game hasn't fixed the damage that car 81 has. And there's a massive split in the bonnet. But it's important that Jackson does make the pass safely. Oh, a little bit of contact, side by side rubbing. And Jackson doesn't manage to unlap himself from Thompson, but it's always a delicate thing, isn't it? As Asili from P1 has pitted, so is that damage? I don't think he was due to finish the stint at that time. I don't know where I'm going at the moment. Let's have a look. So Asili's dropping positions. So yes, it was only 32 minutes into that stint. And there is 1 minute and 19 of damage, 1 minute 20, 1 minute 21. Is there... Looks as though there was just over 50 seconds of worth of damage, and that pit stop timer is ticking up, so that is going to massively cost them. Will that mean Anufeyev manages to get that P1? It's brought Marzan back into P2, So I think that, Derek, means that the race is spiced up for the winners.
Sorry, I missed that. I was sorting this out. What was the question?
So P1, unfortunately, has had to pit with 50 seconds worth of damage, which means they've dropped down to P13. We have new leaders of the race. The previous P2 is now obviously leading. Previous P3, who was P2 at the start, is now in third. So interesting, because that means that Asili, who's solely driven this race so far, I wonder if then their team by themselves, has a lot of driving to do to be able to bring this back up.
Well, truth be told, all that means is they're out of sync on pits. I mean, obviously you get the 50-second
Yeah.
damage, but I mean, we were watching them in qualifying, and obviously they're a quick team. If they can go unhindered, there's no reason why they can't pull it back up.
Nope.
13th is a low. I'm not going to say they could get all the way back to first. That might not happen, but I can definitely see them building their way back up to a top 5 maybe.
Yeah, but there's definitely going to be that sense of disappointment when we were leading this race for an hour and 40 minutes, and then bam. Interesting to see where the incident occurred. Hopefully it wasn't involving another car.
We'll find out, because I do have an incident up for 488.
I don't think it was 488. So it's silly. Yes, it is 488. It's a Honda.
Yes, sorry. Yeah. So we'll have a wee quick switch here and see what happened.
To 1/3 into this race now. Obviously, cars.
So he's approaching a back marker.
Oh.
Oh, dear me. So he approached the back marker coming into a corner, but he was too far back to claim the corner. So he sat behind the car, and you know what happens? Faster car coming up to a slower car.
Braking differences, and bam.
Yeah, he had a slight tap into the back of the Ferrari. It was enough to throw the front end of the Honda off and put him into the wall. So just a wee racing incident, but it can ruin your whole day.
Yeah, we've got Just Loon and Cher. I think this is a revisit of a battle from earlier. Currently about 4 tenths behind Cher. Cher's been coming. Has appeared lots of times on our stream today with the battles that he's been having in car 549. And
to be honest with you as well, I think he saved himself from hitting the back of the Ferrari, and that's actually what killed him.
Right.
So the fact that he made sure he didn't hit the Ferrari is what was his ending. Sorry, I interrupted you again.
No, it's a valuable insight. So I think Cher and Just Loon were having a battle earlier on in the race. Whenever I notice my computer start glitching, I just press 1 on my keyboard, which puts me as the driver's view, and it seems to stop the jittering. And then we go straight to the helicam. And then it's back to normal again, which is quite nice. We do have Jackson, who is approaching this battle again. Kilman is now 26, well, 50 seconds ahead of P7. So still that drop from first, despite having 50 seconds worth of damage, but first down to 13th is pretty extreme.
Yeah, that's it was quite a heavy hit into the wall. There's a lot of damage there, I'm sure. But this is Spa. You get in a crash in the first half of the lap, you've got the whole second half to get there, and it's a lot.
Yes, of course.
It's a 5 kilometre or something track. It's a long ways to get back. It's one of the reasons that El Rouge is such a famous corner, because it's such a high speed corner, but so much can go wrong. And if you do manage to dip a tyre somewhere and crash into the wall, it's such a long trek back to the pits to get fixed. Not to mention you've got that long pit entry all the way up to the pit box, then you've got to sit and get fixed, then that long trek back out. It's it's a track designed for professionals that don't crash.
So not
Two
us.
crashes, two crashes on this for two big crashes that cause a lot of damage can completely end your whole day. Put you from first to last probably if it's early on.
Have we managed to solve the problems with car 79?
I don't know. We'll find out when they come to the pits. So it's shown that their teammate is offline.
Right.
However, however, he can still pick them to drive. So what I said was, either way, it doesn't matter if she's logged out, logged back in a couple of times, and it's still showing the same thing. If he can pick her, he should be able to put her in the car. So I told him to try that. If it doesn't work, then
They're stuffed.
the race is done anyway. 'Cause,
Uh-huh.
the third driver, Checker, wasn't able to make it.
Oh no.
Now he's stuck with the family in a different city.
My family always comes first. Except unless they're mine when I send them to my mum's. My wife has actually just messaged me, "How are the kids?" I assume my mum's put something up on Instagram saying, "I've got the kids," which will probably
So you're
mean
telling me the wife didn't even know?
no.
No wonder you spend half the time unconscious, mate.
Yeah, I just say, "Oh, mum said at the last minute that she'd have the kids."
Yeah, mum came in and said she wanted the kids
Mm.
for a large financial bonus.
I wouldn't say it's large. I think it was about 20, 40, 20 quid or something like that my mum owes me. So I just thought, oh yeah, do you know what? I'll make it 40 if you drop them off early. If you drop them off after 6 o'clock, then
Yeah.
the debt's paid.
But then again, I mean, you say that's not much money nowadays. With full week's worth of state pension.
Is it?
Oh, I'm just talking waffle.
Yeah, I was
But
going
no,
to say,
I
Jesus
don't. I
Christ.
don't think this. I don't think the state pension's that much. I don't think it's that much at all. I mean, obviously it depends on what you paid in, but
Yeah, it's
I'm
all.
going
It's,
to. I'm going to bet that with the increase on council taxes, the increase on electric throughout the country, that pensioners are going to start feeling the pinch. Especially October, there's going to be another increase in electricity. I don't know where they think we're all going to get the money from. I've gone from, in the last 3 years, I've gone from £90 a quarter to 500 a quarter, and they've got another hike coming.
yeah, I just put myself.
And I can't figure out where the money's supposed to be coming from.
Well, I've just put myself onto a fixed rate for a year because I just thought, do you know what? If at least if it's fixed, I at least know what the amount is, despite the amount being higher
Yeah,
than what I was paying originally. But with the hike increase as well in October, or the potential hike increase, I thought, nah, do you know
yeah,
what? I'm just gonna give myself a known position, at least where I can play from. Um,
yeah.
Despite Martin Lewis probably saying that's a bad idea, I just thought, nah, do you know what? Sod it. Let's just make this decision. As we're sat on board with Herman at the moment.
Well,
So
they
go
put me on I'm on a fixed income, as you know.
on.
So price hikes were killing me. Before the second one came just at Christmas there. And I was talking to the electric company and they put me on a payment plan. They said, if it gets out of hand, we'll come back to you and we'll have you pay more. So I'm paying £100 a month just now. And my bills are coming in at 500. So I'm sure I'll be getting a wee phone call to say, we need to increase your amount.
Yeah, of course. But we've got Brett and Catalano battling going up Eau Rouge. It looks as though Catalano had to ease off. Brett had to ease off because of some lifting by Catalano going up Eau Rouge. Now down into Camel Straight, moves over to the left-hand side. Brett is going to stay within the slipstream by the looks of things. Is he going to do a late move? No, he's tucked back in. So I was lucky. It's very close to his rear end. I bet you can smell what he had for breakfast there. Yeah, without getting political.
Yeah,
Energy
sometimes
prices
that
are
happens.
insane. And we'll
Yeah,
go with that.
that's where we'll leave that at.
Uh,
Something just to fill the time as well. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
well,
happened. It just well, sometimes these things just naturally happen, and you end up speaking about them.
yeah, absolutely. So we've got where is
Second,
Asili has managed to managed to gain a position into 12th. But again, as we mentioned earlier, the rate of sync in terms of the stops, people are now starting to get to the end of their stint timers, and we'll start seeing the second stops changing drivers. Del, you and I know from experience with racing with Kelly and Michael Van Rees that we've been the slowest members of teams, and generally that you'll have, well, you may have two slow members and one quick person, or two quick people and one slow people. There's quite few and far between teams of three, which are all aliens. This could be the stop where the slower driver comes into it. So it'll be interesting to see where that comes. And there's some drivers who are smashing out the 6 hours as an individual. 3 hours my max.
I
um,
would like to say as well, though. I mean, just because we are the slower driver doesn't mean that you are putting the team at a massive disadvantage.
no,
Um, as a slower driver, the biggest thing you have to concentrate on at that point is consistency, not
yes,
crashing.
staying
As
on
long
track.
as you get through as long as you get through your stint
Hmm.
safely at a fairly reasonable pace without damage, you're still keeping your team in contention.
Oh yeah,
It's you can be the fastest driver in the bloody game and you spend 4 laps in the pits because you're crashing all the time, and it won't make a bit of difference. You still have to have some kind of pace, though.
oh yeah.
Although we've got a team coming up on the 16th of July, uh, which will be an oddball team. We're going to have two fast drivers. We've got you and Chica would put as middle of the road drivers, and then me and Chris at the bottom.
Is that
We're
for
all driving
Spa?
in the van.
Is that for a
Yeah,
Spa 24 hours? Yeah.
that's 24-hour race we're doing next month. Not it'll be not next month, but the month after. Keep
Yeah.
thinking we're into June already. I don't know why.
Well, we are. Well, we've got 3 days
Oh no,
left
we're
of
not.
May.
We're 28th of May.
Hmm. Well, we've
But
got
that's what I mean. If I say it's the 16th of next month, everybody's going to be waiting for us to drive on the June 16th, and it's July 16th.
I'm sure they'll be booking it into their calendars to make sure they tune in. But we do we do have
Yeah,
Shea and Use Loon, and Use has just pulled off the track to allow Shea to come through. I'm not sure why, but I'm sure Shea will be quite happy as Shea is coming up to Gedman now on track. So interesting to see if they're going to attempt a pit stop.
yeah. I just
But
watched.
Gedman's
There
just
was
crossed the line.
yeah, Mazzati just passed Gedman, and I'll have to have a wee word with him later on about the. Like, do you remember what we said about flashing?
Yes.
Yeah, so Mazzati passes 79 car of Gedman, and when he gets in front of him, Gedman starts flashing his lights at him.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! We've got some contact. Got some
Oh dear.
contact. It looks like car 727. Oh no, it's car 72 hits the rear of 727, I think. But I will defer to your. Yes, car 727 and 72, which caused 727 to have a bit of a spin. Um,
Yeah,
Seemed like a
that's
massive pace
contact to come
difference
up.
in terms of approaching, which will be.
Seven, they may be on different laps. Find out. So I know 727 is further down. Number 72 is, so you're talking about 29th place and 36th.
Mhm.
So there's slight difference there. One's on 40, 72 is on lap 45, 72 is on, 727 is on lap 47. Definitely got a pace difference.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're sat on board with car number 81 at the minute. He's moved his way up into 30th position. Currently trying to chase down Lewin and Shea, who are in 7th and 8th position respectively. So, yeah, interesting to see how that works out. So, as mentioned, some of the drivers now. So, Marzan is just about to hit the 1 hour and 1 minute into his stint. The rest of the drivers are in the 50 minutes for their stint. So, they'll be coming to pit. We've got Stour, who's done 1 hour and 3 minutes. So, 1 hour and 4 minutes. So, they'll be expected to come in and do their pits pretty much soon. Because the stint timer, I think, has been set as 60 minutes, 65 minutes. So let's have a look at car 20, see if we can find them. So yes, car 20 is now in the pits. So that is them successfully avoiding a penalty. Next driver, we've got a Catalano in car number 1. This one's causing a bit of pressure on in P27 to car 17.
Dearie. So, you want to know the scoop on 727 and 72?
Do I want to know the scoop? Del, yes, I want to know the scoop.
Okay. So what happened? We'll go back to the chicane right before, not chicane, the hairpin right before no name.
Mhm. That's
Seven,
Lacombe.
yeah. So 727, car 727 has a wee nip at the back end which makes them get out of shape. 11, 72 and 71, I think it is. Catch up. Coming into the long sweeping left hairpin. 727 had a run on. 72 had a run on 727's car, but didn't get over to the curb far enough and just clipped the back end, spinning him out into the wilderness. That's what happened.
So apparently, there's no in-game volume or commentary, which I don't know. Yeah, I know. So toxic gaming, nope, not a thing. So I'm going to mute myself and check.
No, I can hear everything.
What from on the stream?
Yeah, I can hear everything on the stream.
Not including my voice.
Yep, including your voice, car game, my voice.
Okay, I will be back in a moment.
So I would imagine they might have the volume muted. But yeah, I can hear just about everything. You still there, Jess? Or are you playing around with stuff?
I was just checking the stream and I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I can hear everything. The game might be a bit quiet just because we're talking over it, but we'd rather us be heard than the game, correct?
Yes, well I hope so. Otherwise, what's the point of me being here? So
The point of you being here is you're an admin and you keep me company.
and you're here to keep me company. It's a wonderful love affair that we've got going on. So Jackson has.
So I'm going to watch and make sure that Chris team gets in all right.
Well, I've just seen a.
This will be the final telling tale. It's a very strange glitch that causes when the driver is also the first player, the first driver to come into the server. And when he's driving, he gets disconnected. It causes so many problems.
Yeah. So we've got a drive-through on car 22. I assume that might be car 70, position 22. I assume that might be track limits. As drivers now are starting to go for their second round of pit stops, we've also got a yellow flag somewhere on the track.
Yellow flag is for the car that's sitting in the pits. It's a little glitch again. I don't know why.
Oh.
So that's the car is that? The car that's sitting behind Chris in the pits is a BMW, I think. Don't know which one it is. Yeah, so it looks like the 79 car is pulled out, maybe.
Okay.
Looks like they may have had to pull out because they were in the pits and then they just left the pits. Didn't. Although that wasn't a 30-second pit, how did they know that the other person wasn't getting in?
I don't know. So yeah, looks like Car 79 has indeed left the
Yeah.
server at the moment. So I think that's where they're having obviously some technical difficulties, shall we say. The leader is just coming up to the end of their stint time. We've got a couple of drivers who have gone past the hour mark now in terms of their stint, so including P2, who owns the fastest lap of the race so far.
It's something that we'll have to investigate for the Spa race.
Mm. What, not let Chris be the lead driver?
Um, I'd be worried about even having Chris in there disconnecting every time he gets on track.
Yes. So we
But
still
no,
have that.
he definitely won't be lead driver. Lead driver would be uh, either Keddy or Steve, I think.
Yeah. Well, so we got some
They've got
flashing by our
oh,
going on down the start finish straight. We've got Jackson, who is I think was the one getting flashed, moving out of the way. We still have that yellow flag in the pits, which
yes, there's a car in the pits. It done it last night as well. On the it's just a wee glitch. There's a car sits in the pits and it's a yellow flag. It could be that he's not parked in a proper box or something. But
okay.
it is very gratifying when you have a briefing and you go over the rules and the regulations and
Well,
people just don't follow them.
yeah. What's worrying me is it's Ricardo Riviera, who was P1, P2 at one stage,
Mm.
and now it's saying it's in P5, but there's no. Yeah, this it's. They
Oh
just
no,
set.
that's not what I was mean. I was talking about the flashing. Well,
Oh yeah, yeah. But I just don't
so
understand why Riviera
that is
isn't
the
moving.
Honda.
Yeah, hopefully they're not having any issues because they're currently. It says that they're out on the
So that
track.
this would be the end of their second. Oh, ah, do you
What?
remember Kyalami when the
Yes.
whole world saw you sitting in a pits, but you were driving around the track?
Oh no. Have they changed their IP?
Yeah, it could be the same issue.
Yeah,
For
because
anyone that's wondering what we mean by that, we've done an endurance race at Kyalami, and James done the first stint, but he was streaming it, and it was horrible quality. He was struggling to see corners properly, so he pitted early and turned off the stream, and I went in the car, and then I done my stint, and then Chica went in the car. And when it came back to being James going in the car, we didn't realise at the time that he had decided to change from Wi-Fi over to a hardwire.
yeah.
So it changed his IP, and the game couldn't understand what was going on. So the whole world of racing saw him sitting in the pits waiting to leave, and we saw him as driving around the track, or he saw himself driving around the track. But every time someone came close that couldn't see him, it just pinged them into the walls and into the sky.
Yeah. I was like, why is everyone suddenly being very nasty to me? I'm being hit around left, right, and centre. I'm flying off the track, but I was getting
Yeah,
massive amount of damage. Nobody else was getting affected. They were just essentially
yeah.
just driving through me.
So
Um,
the way we fixed that was to have you come to the pits. I went back out. You shut the game down and turned the game back on, and it recognized it then changed the destination IP.
yeah, but
But yeah, it's very interesting.
I do think Riviera is having problems because it's saying they're P7 on my screen, but they're not. So Riviera sat
Yeah.
in P8 on the game, but they're just sat in the server essentially.
Interestingly, they're in fourth place on my game.
Right, so
On my server.
we got Els who is actually joined in a car.
What car?
So they are
205 Gedman. Yeah. What have they done? Oh, they might be starting from scratch. Change the car and jumping back in as a different car. It's got 205 on it.
yeah, yeah. So they are on.
I mean, the only thing that will happen is they've lost 2 hours of racing and probably about 90 laps. How many laps have we done?
I'm just about to check now.
50. Oh, we've only done 50 laps. They can get that back. Every time they come in the pits, they just change cars and go back to 0 laps. That's the thing. When it comes to Els has been driving with us for a while. Christopher's been driving on PlayStation and on PC. We enjoy driving, so it's not about. We know we're going to sit nearer the back. It's not about winning for us. It's about driving and having fun in it.
Hmm. So we've got P1 who's currently in the pits, and they had a pretty decent lead. So that gives the lead over to Bahrati, and also Tillmans, who will also have to stop soon. Asili, who is out of stink on the stop, so they're currently 25 minutes into their stint, is P4. So they'll potentially take over the lead. Hamilton, who was back in the car from the first stint, is in P5. Has just started their stint, so I think that potentially that means that we could have a new leader of the race for a good for a couple minutes of time.
Okay, so Els is in the car.
Yes.
Finally got her in with 0 laps on the board. So they're basically starting from scratch again.
And
But that would mean that they'll both be in the car. So it's all going to depend on whether somebody gets disconnected from that team again, whether it messes them. They'll be running out of cars.
well, it's not even.
Did Bentley make that many cars?
Probably not. But also, if they try and do another driver swap, I can imagine it going tits up as well.
It shouldn't now because basically what they've done is they've duplicated the car on track.
Mm-hmm.
So Christopher came in naturally. I don't know. It could be all tits up. You never know. But if they've done it, if they've entered the track in a different car in the process they're meant to, there's a chance that they won't have a problem. But at the end of the day, just gives them a chance to go out there and do some laps on it.
Yeah.
That's an important thing.
Yeah, and you will gain positions. Obviously, it's going to be 50 laps, so other people have to leave. Quite a few people have to leave the server to be able to do that. The place that I'm more worried about is Riviera. I still see them as stat in the pit stops. They're currently up to P2 apparently, but on the track they are sat in the pit stops.
Yes. So interesting. Don't know what's going on here.
I see the stint timer ticking over, the gaps
I'm
of the
gonna
car in
bring-
front.
Yeah, I'm going to bring Christopher into the wee chat.
Yes, please.
We'll see if we can find out any information.
Okay, whilst you're doing that, I'm gonna.
Hello, Christopher. How we doing, Mister?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
So we noticed that you've now decided to ditch your car and go on a new car.
So, that was a bit of a kind of crazy transition going from car to car there. I was completely disconnected of the system when I came back in. It then never registered Els. And then when a driver swapped over to Els, she was stuck and couldn't go anywhere. And it took for me to then leave the server for her to be able to leave the pits. And unfortunately, our car number has switched from 79 to 205.
Yeah, basically you've duplicated a car with a different number, so it's a completely different car you're in now.
But what we did exactly what you told us to do.
Yeah, it's an
I
unfortunate.
disconnected. Els left the server. I came back in. Els came back in, and it couldn't register her at all.
Yeah, it's a dodgy glitch because a number of times that I've seen it with you and me and Chica, and then we just gave up at that point. But it's a very strange glitch that just causes you to have all sorts of problems.
Well, we at Grassroots don't give up.
No, that's what I was saying. You're in it for the drive and not for the win.
That's it. And for the taking part.
So, other than that, how have you found the race?
Fantastic. The pace is astronomical. Astronomical. It's the pace is phenomenal. 2:16 for the fastest time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that
I
was
done a
fast. That
220.
was
I done a 221, my fastest time ever. No, on PC, sorry, and I was 5 seconds off the pace.
yep.
talking of pace, we were talking about a silly who had an accident where he fell down to 13th. Back up in third already, James.
Well, yeah,
Was he?
I think that's just generally because of the A to sync pit stops. As soon as they stop,
Yeah.
then that should mean Hamilton. Well, the issue I've got is Riviera is kind of apparently P3, P4, but
Yeah,
they're just sat in the
P2
pits.
just
Alfonso has got a drive through in P24, so that's obviously a shame for them. Um, Jackson is making his way up through the field, has now managed to get to P26. So after a couple of accidents for them, they've managed to come through. A city, like you said, is in P2. Hamilton is in P3, but looks as though he's just been overtaken by a lapped car, which is interesting. So yeah, obviously you've experienced some pain, shall we say, Chris? How's your head feeling?
Not very good.
No.
So I'm driving today off the back of an all-day wedding yesterday, an all-day wedding session. So, yep,
You are feeling
that
pain.
didn't help.
No.
It probably doesn't help that you've lost one teammate to a shopping trip with his family,
Yes,
and then you have another teammate that you just haven't really spent a lot of time driving with. She's out just now.
I have.
Um,
We spent a lot of time. I've driven in Wales quite a few times, and we got a bit of practicing as well. Checker himself helped us tweak and set the car up because his setups are brilliant. So,
so is she quite comfortable at the moment, or did
oh,
that rattle the both of you?
her exact words were, "I effing love this setup. Amazing, well done, Chica. Thank you very much." As soon as she started driving it,
But Chica's
What?
abandoned you.
Spitty's
Yeah.
abandoned us. So Els is currently streaming as well on her own channel, and she's got like several viewers, and she's already telling them that the setup's phenomenal, and it was Chica that helped.
Nice. He'll be getting tapped up soon. To
I
start
know.
doing
Yeah, well,
tweaking stuff.
Mr. Coach.
Yeah, Chica the coach.
I feel bad for him because if you ever sat there and listened to him make a setup, he tortures himself till he's got it right. He's a perfectionist.
He doesn't need.
We're watching all these people coming in now. I'd like to get a setup. I'm willing to pay you. Oh, he'd be torturing himself day in, day out.
I know.
So you can join us for a little bit then, can't you? Can you?
Yes, I'm here until. Well, I'm going to nip away very, very quickly, and see if I can grab myself a coffee. But I'm here for a wee post-stint interview just now.
No, you
and
can
then,
take. I'm going to try and take over. I'm going to try and share the stream again in Discord and see if that works, because we had a few problems earlier, but I think that might be down to condensed cars.
Oh, well, I'm currently. I clicked on the link that was on our chat right now, and it took me right here
Mhm.
to this Twitch feed, which is beautiful.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
But it's just a little bit behind.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I've now just shared my screen. You should be able to see live shots of what's going on. So you've got a battle
Yeah,
between Nevermenschke and D'Angelo
it's
for P13.
whatever you did, you just killed the live stream on Twitch.
Have I really?
It stopped completely. Got a buffering arrow.
Oh,
No.
right, let's
Yeah,
stop streaming there.
yeah, I think you're not going to be able to do it on the Discord.
No, there we go. Well, the stream on the race stream is on the OBS side, not the OBS, the Streamlabs side of things is fine on my screen.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I'm still watching the FRL stream as well on Twitch.
So that might have been a you problem. So we've
Well,
got D'Angelo
it's
just
started
tries
back
to
up
go
again
for
now.
the outside line and then go back on the inside line against Nevermenschke, straight down into the start-finish straight, going into turn 1. Is he going to manage to hold on to P13? Oh, and he decides to go away from that battle. Thanks. Really appreciate it.
The one drawback.
Yeah. Have we got Manzetti, who's given the bit of a flash on of Paikkonen in car 727. Paikkonen doesn't look like he wants to let the faster car pass.
Oh,
but now he's decided that that's a good opportunity to do it mid-corner, which is
Flash,
something
flash,
which
flash, flash.
yeah, something we strongly do not advise.
No.
Oh, so you're going to get yourself a coffee, you're going to refuel,
Yes.
and then you're going to join us for a little bit.
Yes. Then I'll go back and do another stint, and then I'm coming back in and I'll do the last 2 hours of the stream.
Okay, cool. Because I'm going to have to look after small people at 6 o'clock. So you definitely have to take over.
Stop talking about Dell like that.
I was going to say, I'm assuming you're talking about children and not just small people come to your house randomly.
Well, I do have that restraining order, which I'm not going to talk about in detail. But yes, they are my children. The bribe with my mother can only last so long.
Right, I'll be back very soon, gentlemen. So I'll go and sit in the holding room, and then I'll let you know when I'm back. I won't be too long.
Okay, guys.
Cool.
So when I shared that stream in Discord, then you saw me. It kind of glitched out.
Yeah, it did definitely. Just leave it on the stream. We'll discuss all sorts of garbage.
No, because it's coming up to the last 2 hours. So I've just put another. I put it stream up. I put it as 720p this time, not 1080.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It can be grainy and ugly. It's just so as we can see a rough idea of what's going on.
Yeah, and it looks okay on the OBS stream.
Yeah, it's staying better now.
There we go. So I think
That's the thing that because you pay for Discord, you probably have 1080 on and 60 frames per second, whereas you don't want any frames per second stuff.
So we still have Riviera sat in the pits for us, but on track apparently is P2. I have no idea what's going on with this poor boy. But Asili in the Honda has managed to pull himself up to third again. So coming back into sync. However, I think he's probably P2. But who knows what's happening with Riviera. Sicolo's back in the car of the 911 BMW and having a battle with Butter, Austin, Haxie, who we spoke to previously. And actually looking at my thing, if I'm doing it this way, it's judgery as hell.
Yeah, it keeps on going back to showing your Discord and everything. Running the Discord was just not very work, mate.
No. So,
we have to think about our viewers.
I'm trying to think about me.
Yeah. Right. So I'm going to bring Paul in real quick. Paul Walsh. Paul Walsh. He's ready for his interview.
Okay. Do you want to talk? I'm going to go for a wee.
Yep, I can do it.
Right. Cool. Have fun.
Hi, Paul.
Hello, Derek.
How are you doing? Sorry about that. I did see you there. We were just fixing a technical issue. The other commentator has disappeared to the bathroom real quick, so he'll be back in a few. So, how are you enjoying the race so far? How's things going?
Oh, I've got to be fair to you, Derek. It's been a series of mixed emotions in the 99 car. Our opening lap, we lost pretty much every place from the start, but we dodged every incident. That was my job as the starting driver, to make sure we didn't get caught in any of the big pile-ups. And then going on to lap number 2, as we're going up through Rouge and Radion, one of the BMW M4s in front of us lost the rear of the car, and I was running only 0.2 of a second behind, so literally they went sideways. I had nowhere to go and break into them. And then while the Lexuses behind just came charging through, I don't think they'd seen there'd been an instant on the other side of the hill, but just absolutely speared into us. And well, got it back into the pits with the steering lock completely damaged. We've done repair work, and since then it's been really good. We've literally been making up time left, right, and centre. We haven't put a foot wrong, and now Fraser's taken over the car, and well, he's looking good so far, I must say.
Yeah, you're back up to 29th now.
Yep, back up to 29th. We're targeting getting into the top 25 or the top 20 by the end of it. We've got the pace. We're definitely running on top 20 pace.
And you're not fully a lap behind, so that 25th's probably within reach.
Are we not? We're just sort of saying, okay, is that guy to the pits or not? We'll take inspiration for that. I'll feed that back to Fraser when I get back to it.
Yeah, I don't see why 25th wouldn't be. I mean, you got the pace for it, and you're not a full lap behind. Let's have a quick look. So 81 to... Yeah, so they just passed El Rouge just now. So you're not that far behind. You can catch them.
Oh, definitely. I'll pass that on to Fraser and also Nestor when he gets in the car for our final 2 stints because, yeah, that will give them the motivation. When they saw the incident, they were sort of, oh, no, is it all over? I was sort of, no, I'm getting this car into the pits. We are having a 6-hour race.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, with a 6-hour race, as early in as we are, anything can happen.
Oh, true.
If there's a big accident ahead, I mean, if you look at the map, there's some clusters ahead of you. All it takes a couple of clusters to have some accidents and you're back in again. Keep
Oh,
it clean.
indeed.
So the other guys quite, other than a little disheartened to begin with, you all started to get your momentum back again.
Oh, definitely. It's been really well run, and the only thing that's been distracting us is seeing the stewards hard at work with the number of time penalties that've been coming in. But we've taken that as inspiration. But yeah, we've got our momentum on board, and just looking at Fraser's lap times now, he seems to be settling into the car. We've really found the element with our M4. It seems to be hooking up nicely.
Nice.
Yeah,
Sorry. It's James,
Sorry,
by the way.
carry on.
What car number are you in? Sorry, mate.
We're in the number 99
99.
car.
Number 99 car. So, yeah. So you started at 31. Now you're in P29. So you're enjoying yourselves. Then.
Oh, we are. As I was just saying to your colleague Derek, it's the case. It's been mixed emotions. Dodged all the carnage on lap 1. Lap 2 involved in a major shunt up at Uruge and Radion, but since then we've been making up ground, and no, we're loving it, to be honest. We really are.
Have you done many endurance races previously? Sorry, I had to knit. One of the joys of commentating for 6 hours is I have to knit for wheeze occasionally, so I miss things. Have you done many endurances previously, or?
No, I'm normally the commentator for endurance races. This is the first one I've actually done myself as the driver.
Yeah, I was going to say you have a very good voice for commentating.
Oh, thank you.
You must be hating our attempt at doing this the bulk of our show.
No,
We're not the best at it, but we'll give it a good FRL try.
that's what it's all about. Just enjoy it at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, as I said to James, we won't call this comms. We'll call this podcast with a race to watch. A conversation between friends, and you comment on the race every now and then.
Sometimes, every hour or so, we might make reference to what's happening on track.
Yeah. Usually when a driver comes in we'll talk about the race.
So,
how long have you been doing sim racing then?
So for myself, I've been doing sim racing for, it must be coming up to 3 years now. I started off on Gran Turismo Sport and moving over to a set of course of competition in iRacing.
Okay. So you do iRacing and HCC.
Yeah, when I'm allowed to come out the commentary booth, I do the occasional race here and there, but it's normally 30-minute sprints, nothing like this. But this has been in the calendar for some time, so sort of we are doing this, and I'm not going to be stuck behind the commentary microphone anymore.
oh
Yeah.
damn, that was going to be my proposal. We switch.
Well, they want to do well in the race, James. I mean,
you bastard.
I wouldn't put myself in the car either.
Oh well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, and it's going well, and you're getting that break from the microphone and enjoying some well-deserved track time. So yeah, what are your aspirations for the remainder of the race? How far are you looking to crawl up the grid?
So we're looking at definitely a top 25. Our target is to be matching the pace of Horman, who's in P26 in the Audi. He's been doing solid in terms of his pace, and we had a good little back and forth with Horman an hour into the race. If we can get into the top 20, we think we've got the pace to be in that top 20, because we've been matching the pace of a couple of the guys, even up in the top 10 at some point so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously we've had Jackson, who's had a few problems as well. Who we spoke to one of his teammates earlier. They kind of span off and hit the wall. So there's kind of few drivers who kind of had to sink as well in terms of stop. So that's a positive side of things as well. Because looking at you guys, you are 18 minutes into your stint. The driver ahead is 33 minutes into the stint, whereas Jackson is just coming towards the end of his stint. So that's also where a potential opportunity lies as well, I suppose.
Oh, indeed. Especially with we've seen a lot of drivers who are out of sync, and we're thinking, is he meant to be pitting right now, or are they meant to be pitting right now? We'll take it. We'll take a place.
But the other thing you start to see about this time is the drive-throughs for track limits.
Oh,
You're
indeed.
going to start seeing them pop up because we're about 2.5 hours in. People getting track limits. That will start taking effect on people as well, on positions. So it's all about keeping clean and out of trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. We touch wood. We haven't got any warnings for track limits at the moment, although we did have a couple of bad laps at one point. But touch wood, Fraser doesn't add any to the total, and that way it takes a bit of pressure off at Nesta when he gets in the car.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciating bringing the monotony of Dell and I from talking to each other. So really appreciate you joining us, adding some insights, and best of luck for the race.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure, Derek, James, and good luck with the rest of the broadcast.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Right. Have a good race, mate. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Do you know what? I really do enjoy having the drivers come in and chat. It's
It's good fun. I just wish we had a few more drivers that we were able to catch up. I thought about it too late, and by the time I put out the post for it, we were almost at race day.
yeah. Well, we had a bit of a. I alluded to it when you were deeping stewarding land at the beginning of the race that we may be. Obviously, what we like to do is pull a couple of these endurance races in every now and again. We like to give people enough notice. I think it was nice to hear Paul said he had this in his calendar for a long period of time. Sorry, just looking at some on-track action. So we like to give as much notice, and I think that enables bigger grids to join us too. So what do you think the next one's going to be, Derek?
What's the next? What, sorry?
A big endurance event.
Well, it's not finished being talked about yet, but I believe November will be the next one that we get set up.
I thought it was October.
The
31st.
We thought about that, but you know what Mr. Keddy's like. He likes to make sure he can race, and his month-long holiday doesn't start till November 1st or something.
Okay.
So we might have to. We'll see what we can do. It's not. There's no dates or times been planned.
What?
We'll probably. I mean, obviously, it'll have to be a weekend. So.
Oh yeah, it has to be a Saturday. I think it's probably the best day for it.
So I don't know. I don't know what. I've just checked the calendar here and see what October is.
It's a month.
So October 31st is a Monday. So it will not be the Monday.
No.
It would be probably going to be the 5th or the 29th. It would have to be. That's the two dates that would be. Although the idea is to try and make it a wee Halloween special.
Yes.
So
Well, it's just.
put car liveries on the ghosts and ghouls and maybe a picture of your Volton's face on one.
Yeah, that'll be scary. So I just have a look at the Twitch chat. So we've got Honda 843 in game. He stands still for 10 minutes in the boxes. So we have spoken about.
Yeah, it's been longer than 10 minutes now, isn't it?
Well, this is me catching up with the chat. So this was God knows when that message was put in. But just having a look. Let's try and find him.
He's still there. Yeah, he's still there.
So we spoke about this earlier on stream, and yes, we still got Riviera sat in the pits. We're sat on board with Riviera, so we think, and this is only from our previous experience, that there's been some change in IP addresses, and it's just not recognising the driver driving round on track on our screens. However, they are probably experiencing the full fun of racing. So we assume there is some form of glitch or issue, Skyrace and Heisenberg. So yeah, I have absolutely no idea what's going on with them.
If you happen to know anybody in that team, you can let them know that when they do their pit, the other driver goes in the car should go around the track again, and they should log out the game completely and log back in the game, and it should fix the glitch.
Yeah, so I can't remember.
And if you don't know them, then it's worthwhile knowing that information regardless. But if you ever have that problem.
So someone wants to see car number 70 as well. Where is car number 70?
Car number 70 currently is in 21st position.
Who is in 21st position. They're coming round the double right-hander. My cameras will probably end up taking me away from them. They're not. So they're coming up to lapped car Fernandez, who's in P32, and P9 Sicolo is coming up to lap them 2 seconds behind. So kind of running a bit of a lonely race, should we say, at the moment. Is Uig. They've got 30 minutes left of their stint. They've completed 3 pit stops and they've lost 8 positions from the start. So kind of had a bit of a mixed bag of racing so far. So let's see.
They've actually they have a couple of cars behind them catching up as well, so it might keep them for a little while. You never know.
I saw Hanneman in car number 33 in 20 seconds, only a couple of seconds behind him. Sicolo, who's probably had the most eventful day, is right up their rear at the moment, with Butter also behind them. So he'll be hoping that the car which they're attempting to lap doesn't cause them any issues going up Eau Rouge into Radion, down the Camel Straight, side by side. That car, number 70, really needs to move out the way because it's going to be costly. He has moved out the way, and then Sicolo's moved back in front of Butter. Going looking to potentially go side by side into the chicane. Lacombe, no, he's okay. And I'm going to get this corner right for the first time today. So this is Lacombe, and then we're going to go into Bruet, which is
what
this
called?
Bruet, I think, is this hairpin. Well, it's like Bruxelles essentially, but I believe it's Bruet.
Then you're passing No Name.
Yeah, this is No Name, the corner with No Name. And
I think that's brilliant. I love that.
It actually does have a name, but
It's the only one I don't remember. It's the only one I remember. No Name.
yeah, and this is Pouon.
Who on who?
Pouon you.
Who on you?
Oh, and just as I was getting, so Ingle in P4 has just gone very, very wide.
Someone's asking to see the 762 team as well if they can at some point.
762, 762, 762. What position are they? What position are they?
Oh, 762 is in position 15.
Ah, this is the fan of Thomas Lejoly, who has participated in a few races, I think. I was expecting him to be higher up the grid, but now they've just gone through a corner with No Name into Pouon you. So hopefully you're enjoying this airtime. I think I spent most of the first lap on board with Thomas. So not shy from the camera, but hopefully you're enjoying this experience. Fugui 21, what do you reckon? I wonder how people sit there and pronounce our names. Nobody knows how to pronounce your name. I don't even know how to pronounce your name, surname. Bruh. Is that right, Derek?
I'm just replying to, there's a bunch of people asking about why the car's sitting in there, so I thought I'd better put up a quick message. And you know that I'm not good at multitasking, so typing, I just lose what I'm doing.
No worries. So we've got Thomas Lejoy, who has Ratachek in car number 89, who's approaching 1.5 seconds behind. Let's see if we can have a bit of a guide in terms of how their laps are going on for P15. So the last lap was a 220.9, whereas Ratachek was a 221.2. So likely that Lejoy is pulling away. Riviera still sat in the pits for me, but now is actually dropping positions where they weren't previously.
You have my apologies now. What were we talking about?
No, we were just talking about Lejoy. So Riviera is now actually dropping positions. So they dropped down to P17. It's not registering that they are in the pits. Well, it's registering that they are on the pits now on the game. They've switched the car to Marzan, and Marzan is on his way. So this is now showing that they are in P17. So they are back out on track. They are now restarting their stint. They've had a 1 second stop, which I assume literally is just for fuel.
So I assume that now if you look at them,
they were moving.
They should be moving, right?
Yeah, they were moving. So I'm just trying to find him now. So it's Marzan, which is Where's Marzan gone? There's Marzan. So Marzan is now moving. They're just coming out of the pits. I
Yeah.
can see them moving, which is good news.
Yeah, everybody will see them moving, and what they need to do is whoever the driver was there needs to disconnect from the game completely and come back in, and that should fix the problem.
Yes, yes. So, but what this does bring, we've had a few instances where nothing is certain in terms of the win. So, Soldatov, Aseli's having issues. He's coming towards the end of his stint. We've got Hamilton, who's been in and thereabouts between 2nd and 5th position for most of the race. So yeah, anything can happen in terms of the lead. We've seen Aseli, who's dropped from P1 down to P13, massively put out of stint with the other drivers, so they'll be trying to drag their stint timer to that close to that hour and 5 mark as possible as the race goes on. So yeah, interesting. But we're sat on board with Marzan now. Currently 1 second ahead of Mazzetti, so hopefully they fix their issues and they can go and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yeah, I was just talking to them real quick, letting them know that that was all taken care of. So I'm going to bring Mr. Volden back into the conversation just now. That way you can take the poor little doggies out for a walk.
Well, I can't take the poor little doggies out for the walk because you won't have any idea of what bloody's happening on screen.
Hi, guy.
We'll be 10 seconds behind. I'll just talk guff. I mean, have you watched the podcast?
Sometimes.
Yeah. We live on a principle that you don't need to actually have planned anything out, worked it out. Just go in and talk crap. That's all we do.
Okay.
And it works well.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
it does.
I will leave my screen. Well, you can't see my screen, so you don't really care.
No, but if we want to discuss about the race, we can always look at the feed and discuss the fact that we're 10 seconds behind. So 10 seconds ago, this happened.
Yeah, it's maybe like watching a highlights program, wouldn't it? But you've got a nice little battle between 4th and 5th at the moment to keep you guys entertained. I, like you said, will take my dogs out for a walk because I'm sure they're
when you
desperate.
get done with that, I'm thinking about making some lunch. A quick sandwich or something when you get back.
Okay.
So what have I missed, guys?
Nothing.
Nothing much. we had a car that sat in the pits and stayed in second place. The same problem James had previously, with the IP address going missing.
Yeah, I see that there's some of the guys are saying in the Discord that the guy's saying he's still out on track, but he's actually sitting in the pits.
Yeah, so we had this problem with me, Chica, and James. The game can lose your IP address if you change to a hardline from Wi-Fi. Sometimes it just loses it on its reaction. So the person that's driving the car, they see themselves going to the track.
Yep.
But to everybody else, you're invisible because to everybody else, your car's still sitting in the pits.
Yeah.
So he done his whole stint and then he came back in, swapped over to the other driver, and then the car left the pits. So he's currently restarting his game, and that will fix any issues.
Right. Okay.
It's the game. Unfortunately, ACC has got a lot of little bugs, and the problem is that they're very infrequent bugs that they don't get addressed very much.
Yeah.
It just so happens that we've had 2 of them. But the bug that you had, you're quite good at causing that bug. Probably get them to watch your
What?
all the bugs that you have with the getting disconnected when you're the driver. It's not something.
I never got disconnected. My PC rebooted.
Aye. Well,
That's not a disconnect. That's my PC done something that's out with the internet connection.
Okay, but what I mean, disconnect is disconnect. You're disconnected from the game, whether it was the game kicked you, or whether your internet, or whether the computer turned off. It's classed as a disconnect.
Oh,
But anyway,
I've been flashed. So
yes,
just
we
have
had a slight conversation about you as well, about the flashing. That guy got past you and you started flashing.
I was saying, there you go.
Aye, I know, but we had said in the briefing that not to flash people unless they were a blue flag car.
No, so I'm not flashing them coming up from behind them. I'm flashing them as they pass me.
I know, I understand that, but what we're talking about is it's still distracting the car in front, and that's what we were trying to get
I
away from.
got responses back. I got like indicators and stuff.
Right, anyway, moving on. Why don't you do some talking about how your race is going other than the disconnects, where I have a look at some indicators.
It was going quite well. I mean, the the qualifying session itself was quite interesting. Putting in some really good laps for me personally. On PC, I don't necessarily drive on PC that much, so the lap that I managed to qualify on was a mid 21, and for me that's like any normal kind of human being. And then you look at the final result, and you're 5 seconds off the pace because the elite drivers, I'm talking the top 10, top 15 drivers, were all under a 218 or a 219, and the fastest was a 216, which is astronomical.
Yeah,
But
quite,
it's
quite,
not for. I mean, that just makes me want to push as hard as I possibly can.
yeah, because we had talked about that, the fact that you do a lot of racing on PlayStation.
Yeah,
Uh, and
I'm vastly improving on that side of things, but with PC, it's a whole different kettle of fish. And what I found there as well in my first stint before I changed was 45 minutes the car was planted, and then that last 15 minutes it just started getting slightly understeery because the tyres, obviously, I've not quite got used to the fact that on the PC you really need to take good care of your tyres. Really need
oh
to
yeah,
take care of them.
from the minute that you leave the pits to the minute that you drive round the track, from the minute you leave the pits driving round the track, you've got to baby your tyres.
Yes,
Even try to get the temperatures up. If you damage the tyres, just get your tyres pressures up. You've
that's it.
done yourself in. You've lost
Yeah.
all your top end.
So like I said, I took care of my tyres for the first 4 laps. Just it's a wee thing I'm doing, and I'm not throwing the car into the corners, and then I start feeling it getting that wee bit planted, and I'll push it and push it and push it and push it and push it, and like I say, I got about 45 minutes out of them, and then I started kind of feeling a lot of differences understeering on the corners where the nose was actually pointing in. It just all of a sudden started getting that a wee bit looser at the front. So it's such an amazing game. It's such a well diverse game, and the programming behind it to make sure that you have got to take care of your tyres just adds such an amazing dynamic to it. The camera just now seems to be on Jay Beaton. He's usually up there or thereabouts in the top 10,
Yeah,
sitting in
he's
6th at the
pretty
moment
quick.
and surrounded by a couple of back markers. So hopefully he has a good time of it. Asali, who's also I think it's spread out quite well now. So we've got a mixture of back markers, front markers all over the place now. So you're going to see a lot of blue flags. This is what's going to test a lot of the drivers. So Marzan in 16th just now, stuck between 2 back markers, which look like they've got good pace to be fair, but that's 100%. He's within half a second there. So the guy in front needs to kind of, and as safe as possible, try and yield that position to him because he'll be holding him up. It doesn't,
Yeah,
however, look like 15th place is that far behind him if you look at it. Yeah, so he'll not be happy. So there you go. He's pulling away now. He's kind of in that wee dead zone where the car in front and the car behind, or the car in front is slightly pulling away as well. So he'll just
yeah. I'm just trying
not
to get back. And
necessarily worry about that.
I accidentally killed my feed when I was trying to look at it. I pushed the close down button instead.
Yeah.
So I can't see anything at the moment. We had a couple of guys in, talking like yourself to other drivers.
hmm
They had some pain in the beginning again, like yourself. But it's nice to actually talk to the drivers, get a bit of insight about what's going on in their particular race at the time.
Oh, this is definitely the way forward for definitely endurance races. Get the drivers in,
I
get a wee
think
feel
so,
for what's happening on track from the horse's mouth.
especially since we're not the best at doing the actual filming. We were saying that to the last guy that was in. He doesn't, and he says he spends most of his time doing commentary. And James says, yeah, you sound like you got a voice for comment. I said, yeah, that's not any of us. Coops is probably the closest to a commentator we've got.
Yeah. Well,
The rest is just get
we
on.
do our
Can
we
we
do our
chat?
FRL cast every Wednesday night.
Yeah, but that's not like comms. That's just us having a conversation as friends and talking about FRL things.
Where we see, hear, and speak all things FRL.
Yes.
We love it. We absolutely love it. So
If you
the
want to
camera
join
seems
in at
to
some point,
be the camera seems to be kind of like stuck on Angelo and Hacks. The two of them are within 2 seconds of each other. It's
yeah.
a nice wee
So,
battle.
so while James is away, it's on automatic, and it will
Mhm.
just sit there and
I like
and
this.
watch the closest battles.
So this battle looks like it's going to pan out quite well. He's holding that 1.9 just in front. It's kind of teetering down the way and up the way. So I think the two of them have got very similar pace, and that's going to be an interesting battle to unfold over the course of the next 3 hours and 13 minutes. I'm about 6 minutes away from going in and doing my next stint.
Yeah. If you can just hang about.
So I can hang about for another couple of minutes, but I need to go and make sure that Els is okay and stuff. So I'll give it another minute, and then I'll need to go and just make sure she's got the right tyres picked and the right PSIs and stuff. Make
That's
sure
fine.
tank full.
Just do what you need to do it.
I'll do what I need to do.
Just wait until I get these wee incidents done. If you don't mind. Just
Not at all.
I've got 3 incidents to look at, and then I'll set you on your way.
So we're up to 19 viewers. Hello guys, and thanks for watching. What you'll probably find is between myself, which is Chris, Dale, who's currently doing live stewarding, and James, who's the current owner of FRL himself, is actually doing the comms as well, but he's nipped away just now. I'm just about to go back in and do another stint. I'm driving alongside Els. We're in the Bentley. Not had a good time of it. On laps 1 and 2, there was a couple incidents which were literally happened feet in front of us, so there was no reaction time. And I took a bit of a bad impact. I done first stint, took a bit of a bad impact on the both instances. So we ended up having to pit to get rid of damage, and it kind of we're now back at the pack, back of the pack. Sorry. Also, I had a bit of a kind of issue with the PC, and I've been disconnected. So it's all part and parcel of racing. To be fair, if you race in PC a lot, PC is fantastic. The game is magnificent. It just offers so much addictiveness. I find myself personally constantly thinking about the game, and I never shut off, and it always draws you back to it, which means you're always going to get hit with whatever glitches or small technical or teething problems that the PC has with the game. So
Yeah, I think a lot of the problems they have is stuff that's been around for a long time. What glitches they have left. I mean, being around for such a long time that it tends to fall through the cracks because it's not as big a deal as some other instance. Like
yeah,
if your car's driving around the track with wheels on it, and a lot of people seeing that, it gets brought up all the time. But as you can tell from the chat and Discord,
yep,
there's not a lot of people seeing a car just sitting in the pitch for a whole stint, but still gaining and losing places.
yeah.
So I mean, it's the silly little glitches that there's not enough of, and partly that's our fault. If you see a wee glitch, instead of just forgetting about it, you actually tell someone. Said Kunos has got a
They got
support
a
site.
feedback section, don't they? Like
They got.
feedback
You can
section.
send it to Twitter. Just send a wee picture or a video in of what happened. Tell them, and they'll go and investigate it, and they might find it.
This is how successful these types of games are successful, because they've got a support and feedback section, and they do listen to they do listen to their customers. Their customers will always get, there we go. He's got Jay Beaton's been afforded the opportunity to go by him here. There's my wee teammate there. So plodding along right in the middle of two front runners and 34th. I'm guessing there's 34 cars left on track.
So many percent. 34, yeah. Yeah, so we've lost somebody else. But
So we
So
are
that's-
FRL Racing Team 2. Eliza, or Els for short, she's currently sponsored by quite a high-end sim racing company, and we couldn't use the Formula Racing League livery because it had certain kind of advertisements on the type of car it is. So the kind of person I am, I just says, let's do a livery that suits you. So she chose white, pink, and aqua blue. So we're driving around on the track in a wee car that's close to the colours that Elsa herself likes to actually run with.
So you're not. I thought you were running one of her custom liveries.
No, that's just a wee in-game livery that I just says, listen, because she told me this
Right.
2 days ago, I can't drive with that particular logo on the car. I was like, okay, let's do whatever you want. It's like this is all about getting you involved. She represents a certain company. We represent Formula Racing League. So
I mean,
we
you
come
can
up with
say
a
the
middle
name.
ground.
You can say the name of our company. We've done discussed it already.
Ah, right, okay. So Thrustmaster.
It's not a big matter. Yeah.
Thrustmaster use Els as a conduit for sim racing, and she does really well. She's got lots of followers. She's just really down to earth. I've been on comms with her all morning, all afternoon, sorry, and I'm just about to leave here when James gets back to go back and get us ready for the next stint. So
Yeah, tell her I said hello. She'll not even know who I am.
she does. She's already spoke to you. She spoke directly to you.
I know.
There's a lovely battle here for position. Do you know what? What's that? Rahatsik and Duig, they're battling for position here, coming round. Oh, look at that! That lovely and tight, forcing his nose round the outside there. He
I need
closed the
to.
door quite sufficiently, so he had to back out of that. That was a fantastic opportunity to take that position there, but he's just not letting up.
So I have.
He's making that McLaren as fat as he possibly can. Sorry, Dale, what you saying?
I have come to the conclusion that I need to buy another
Another what?
another 5 monitors. I can't keep up with what's going on. Mate.
So your
Pages and
current.
pages.
Oh, look at that. He's taking the inside line. That is an absolutely
Oh,
fantastic move. Beautiful move. Nice and clean. And Jewig had to pull out of that there.
oh, dearie me.
That's sheer professionalism. That was an amazing move. Well done. And
Don't know
that
if you
wasn't
know.
a send. That was a. He set that up. You could see him setting that up from about 3 corners back. It was showing his nose 3 corners back. And he just, I think Jewig knew that he was going to lose that position to the Mercedes. Well done.
So car 488
Yes.
was leading the race. That was that fastest one qualifying and all that.
Yeah.
They had a little altercation with a back marker. They were into the too quick.
Yeah.
Had to stop, but slung them off into the wall. And since then, they've been trying to work their way back up 13th. So they just put their new driver in the car and got a drive-through speed in the pits. I think it might have been.
Oh
I want
no!
to say that's what it is because the name's changed. And then when they done the drive-through and on the way through the drive-through, they stop and go 30 seconds.
Oh, no. Do you know
So
what?
that's going to drop them
There's someone on
down.
the track. Oh,
That's going to
fantastic!
drop.
Well
It's going to drop them down a good bit. It's such a
see,
shame.
the thing with these teams, a lot of the guys they'll be having teams of 2 or teams of 3 where maybe one of the drivers or 2 of the drivers are just top drawer, and then they'll have another driver who's still maybe learning the game, or it's just that wee bit slower, and they've just, oh, what a move! 2 Beamers going round the same part of the track here, car 495
Yes,
and
yeah.
D'Angelo.
I'm watching. I've got. That's what I'm saying. I need more
Oh, a wee
monitors
door bang there. That was, do you know what?
because
That
I'm
was,
watching this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need more monitors because I'm watching the live stream. I'm watching my video game. I'm watching the stewarding part. Dude, I've got so many screens going just now. It's not funny.
yeah. Right, everyone, we know what to get Del for his Christmas.
I,
Another
I,
5 monitors.
yeah, I'm doing my best to make sure that the
There's a
live feed's always up.
4-car battle happening here. We've got
Yeah.
a back runner, we've got a front runner, we've got 2 guys battling for position.
So the
This
car
is-
that just cut into the pits, the blue Honda,
Yep,
that is car 488. It's got
it
stop
needs
and go.
to stop and go.
Yeah.
It was.
So,
Do you know what? It wasn't for giving up that place there, and then we're now switched over onto Hamilton, which is in second place,
yeah, I'm
in
watching
between
that
a
too.
couple of back markers. But the back markers are 9th and 10th, so these guys will still have pace. So you're probably going to see that he'll be maybe stuck here for a while. However, I think he's within the confines of blue flags, so you might start seeing some blue flags, and you might have the lad in front, Zucchetti, yielding that position to him. We'll see how it goes, see how it unfolds.
That's a name that we hear a lot in the leagues, Zucchetti.
Zucchetti, he's
He
always there. I mean,
drives in most of our leagues.
a
Our league
grid of
race.
39, and he's in 9th. The guy's just brilliant. He's just top draw stuff. Right, I'm going to have to quickly nip over to just see how Elsa's getting on, just to make sure she's not needing any mentoring when it comes to kind
No,
of
that's
looking
fine.
at the next driver swap.
Because you're going to have to talk her through what your pressures are, what fuel load you want, things
Yeah.
like that. Well, fuel you're probably going to go with a full stack, but
Aye.
yeah, I understand. And I hope you run error free from now on. But
Yes.
hopefully
And I'll be
that'll
back,
work.
guys. I'll be back after my hour stint, and I'll see the last 2 hours out.
Right, go and enjoy yourself. I'm going to try and keep up with what's going on here.
Okay, docs. Bye, guys.
Bye. So we're still on car number 2. Second place. I'm watching it from a helicam on mines because, as we say, the stream is a little bit far behind, so I have to try and keep up with it. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. If you got any questions, just fire away, ask questions. I'm not quite so good at this talking by myself as everybody else is. But we've got a nice little battle here going on between... Are they a back marker? Yeah, just passing back markers. I'm sitting calling it a decent battle. Wondering where would be the next closest battle in here anyway. See if we can figure it out. I can't change to that anyway. Just that it does seem to be because it's proximity that it's doing a lot of keeping an eye on second place there, Hamilton. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Just have a nice wee. I'm sorry about that, guys. Don't you just love when a phone number calls you and the minute you answer they hang up? Just what I came here for today. So, can you check? No, click cap. We can when the guy in charge of the stream actually gets back. I can't change any camera angles at the moment. If you want to go ahead and put down what the car number is, that'll make it easier than for the name. Because unfortunately the names change when the drivers change. I think you're looking at car 111 at that point.
Is that Nikolic?
Hey! Jeez Louise! Sneak up on somebody, why don't you?
Oh yes, you couldn't see me approaching from a mile away, could you? Down here in
No.
Wales. Oh,
Right, so yeah, so they would like to have a quick look at car number 111.
Who would?
I don't know who they are. Some nice person in the chat.
There we go, Nikolic. I'm just going to put some water in my dog's balls because otherwise they're might have some issues in terms of first.
That worked out quite well. I only got left on load for 2 or 3 minutes.
What, Chris has left you, is he?
He had to go and start getting his stint set up with else.
Okay.
He's doing the next stint so they need to get the fuel and tyre pressures and all that sort of.
As long as he's back for 6 o'clock.
Yes, well, time is it?
5:10.
5:08. Yeah, he's not going to be back by 6 o'clock.
Well, you go and have a break then, and I'll hold the fort.
Because he'll not be able to make it back by 6 o'clock simply because it's got to have been due to the issues that they had. They're off sync on pits. So he'll be in the car for probably full fuel stint for 65 minutes.
Well, you'll have to come back then. So
No, just carry on. I'm alright. I'm not actually hungry.
Well, I'm hungry.
Well, go and make me something to eat then.
Well, no, I'm looking at. Did somebody say just eat?
Who said just eat?
Me.
Oh, that's probably what I'm going to do after I finish. Go to just eat, do something.
Yeah.
I can't figure out who this person was who called me.
What, on your phone?
Yeah, did you call me?
No.
No. Somebody called me on my phone, and the minute I answered, they just hung up.
That's 6, please. So actually, it's 549 people want to see at the minute. So
Yeah, it started at 111, and then 549 they want to have a look at.
Yeah, so we're on board with 549, who's just coming up to approach the lap car number 99, which is Rostance, which is who we were speaking to earlier, I believe. And has passed 911, so he's just left Rostance. Next car up the road is John Beaton. So they've been plugging away quite nicely. Car 549. Yeah. So Mrs. Quish has said "woo" in response to Mr. Shear. Mrs. Queen, is Shear driving all by himself today? Please let us know.
Who driving?
Number 549, Jay Shear. I think he's been in the car for over 3 hours.
Yeah, I think he's one of the solo drivers. I can check that on Discord. Not Discord, on
SimGrid.
Yeah.
So yeah, quite an impressive afternoon of driving. So he's gone from P10 to P5. He's currently just about to go for a pit. So we're going to go try and find it back again.
Could be that he's doing the first 3 hours as a stunt, and then from there on they'll change. So it's car number
549. So yes, he's just coming in for a pit. So please, someone give that. Yes, I'm guessing so. Man's insane. Indeed, he is. But hopefully, someone's given him a nice sip of tea while he's having his pit stop. I think he's thoroughly deserved it. Hamilton is in P2 at the moment.
Got a couple of 2-litre bottles sitting next to
him. Yeah, so we're
so I put the car in the wall before I pit stop to get to the toilet.
Yeah. So I was just having a look at the stint timers. So there's a couple of drivers who are the top 4 drivers are coming towards the end of their stop. Adam Forster, we haven't heard much about since the very start, is in P6. So a gain of 3 places, has just come out of the pits. So that might put him in a very favourable position once the drivers in front have pitted. I think Asadili, where is Asadili? So the other Honda driver, should we call him? So they have switched. So Gurin is taken over that car and is in P10 after obviously they had a bit of a mishap when they were coming up to lap a car.
Oh yeah. Also, I should tell you, while you were gone, they made the pits. Got a drive-through.
Oh.
And then got a stop-go 30 seconds when they came in to do the drive-through. So they've had a bit of a torrid time when you walk away from the computer.
Well, that's generally what happens. Everyone just doesn't have a great time when I have a.
Let's just hope they don't blame you for leaving.
Well, unfortunately, they did have a mishap when I was here, so I don't think that really argument will stand up in court. I've walked the doggies. Yeah. The dogs are happy. My dog is currently sat outside smelling of pond water. And I think my mum's dog is.
Oh.
No, he's so we've got a canal out the back. It runs along the back of the house. So My dog decided to go in for a swim, and my parents' dog went in for a stick, but I think he's gone onto the sofa, so that's gonna end up as a
Oh,
nice thing.
yeah. Your mother got the kids, and you got a dog smelling couch.
Yeah, he's been sat on it all day. In fairness, he's been quite quiet.
I'm sure that'll go over well with the wife.
Like I said before, there's nothing that really goes well um, when when it comes to the wife and I.
And that would be Els and Chris out of the game again.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're having driving car issues.
So it's obviously where they've switched.
It's
They've managed to sort something out so Els could get in the car, but now when
Yeah.
Chris needs to get in the car, the thing which is probably fixed to allow Els get in the car probably broke Chris.
Yeah, basically they've got what they've basically got is they've got two cars on the track, and they're using two different cars. That's why there's a 240 and a 7.
The car 19 was going up Eau Rouge.
Yeah, I seen that. I was just watching that on mine.
Wow! Well done. I'm sure there was a lot of poo that slipped out there, but you did well, my friend, in that bimmer to hold on to it.
It was interesting that he even managed to hold that.
Yeah.
So Chris was just now logging back into Assetto Corsa. I don't know what is going on with that pairing.
I think I'm going to put a really technical term on this now. It's broke. Isn't it?
What's broken?
Them.
Yeah. I think they're broken, but they can. I mean, it's up to them. They can keep on coming back and forth and changing car. There's no problem with it.
No, they're not causing any, well, from what I can understand, any breaks in the server or anything like that. So just having a look at how many drivers are still on track. So we've got our top three is Solitov in P1, just coming up towards the end of his stop. Siren in P2, so we've got a BMW 123 at the moment. Beaton in the 215 BMW. Then we've got Dyer in the Ferrari, Foster in the McLaren, and then Cher, who's just come out of his pit stop, I believe. Yes, he has. Is in a Bimmer in P6. So Solitov is now in the pits. So is Sujetti by the looks of things on our screen. So again, these drivers are coming up towards the end of their third and fourth stint. Well, third stint into their fourth stint, and having to make their stop. Marzan in the Honda is there. Where is the other Honda? I think the other Honda have given up. Yeah, I only see one Honda, so I think the Puerto Rico racing team, unfortunately, the Kevin has had to abandon.
We've had a little complaint about car number 5 lagging and glitching all over the place. Unfortunately, I have watched him for about 5 minutes now, and he's driving stable. You want to have a quick check on stream for me?
Yeah, I'm sat with car number 5 at the moment, and
okay. So
the ping level is right at the bottom. Well, that was.
So I mean, the person in question that sent in the complaint has actually sent in a video which shows him bouncing all over the place, but that could be their connection. So we can't remove someone like that though.
Who is the?
They said it's because it's driver swapped, but
no, as far as I'm concerned, their ping is absolutely fine.
Yeah,
can you DM me the?
Later on, maybe.
Can you DM me the number of the car that's asking them that question? Or you can just tell me.
I need to find the car first of all.
Should be on the footage, no?
Yeah, so it's car number 4. Not that I'm saying he's saying anything wrong. I mean, the video that he sent me is the car is basically jumping around the place.
They've both got low ping levels.
Yeah, if I can't see it happening, I can't do anything about it really.
Nope. Where is that in? What channel is that in the instant? Car number 4.
Yeah, it was in the incidents. I mean, you can plainly see on his footage that the car is jumping around, but when I go and look at it, or you've looked yourself, if I can't see it jumping around, I can't do anything about that. Unfortunately, this is a sim race experience, and internet and lag sometimes does play a part in that. Now, it could be that that guy's had a problem, and that's why they changed the driver out again. But even when you look at the video footage that they sent, he's got a low ping there as well.
So I'm typing.
He wants me to give him a penalty, but I can't give him a penalty on
No,
that.
I agree.
I mean, lag is out with their control, and if you watch the video carefully, the guy has a small ping, it's not high ping. You can see on the video that the car's jumping around, but that's not necessarily that driver's fault. And we have it set up to where if you get to a certain high ping, it automatically server.
Yeah,
It's
so
hard to tell.
yeah, indeed.
It's
So I think
something-
we are done and
it's out
dusted with that one.
Yes.
So I'm on board with Jay Shear again, who has the fan in the stands, so to speak. You've got a couple of incidents which you probably need to catch up on as well.
Is there some incident?
There's 5.
Yes. Thought you would want me to wait for an hour before I do them.
Well, you've been doing them as and when.
I know. I've been letting them gather up a lot,
Yeah,
but
agreed.
not too badly.
So we still have a nice 18 viewers watching us, so thank you for keeping us company. So okay, right, go Infiltrator, go Joe Shear. Yes, indeed, let's go Joe Shear. We have many fans for Joe Shear in the chat. Is he doing this for any particular reason, or just because he's a bit nuts? Please answer me in the chat. But yes, Joe Shear is back on stream again. He's doing it excellently well. I'm gonna log on to our Twitch channel. I'm gonna put up a poll. See if it hopefully doesn't cock out. No, it seems to be okay. Create a dashboard. Give me another 80. Give me another track.
I mean, give you another track.
Just give me a track.
Monza.
No, we've done Monza.
Oh, you're talking about for Silverstone? You're talking
Okay.
about for the 24-hour race?
Well, I didn't say the time. I didn't say. Oh yeah, we did, didn't we?
I'd also thought about by that time, Keddy's done discussed a couple of possibilities. By that time, we should have Kota and Sebring in as well.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna put this. I'm just gonna put this one up now. So see what the public think in terms of what track we should run for our next endurance race, based on the 5 random tracks that I've selected.
Mm-hmm.
So Infuriator said, might be doing it out of pure passion. Well, that is serious love.
I might see about driving, doing comms, and doing stewarding on that one, that 24-hour drive solo.
No.
Always looking for a good challenge.
No, I think I might pull admin on this and say we are having as many admins as possible to distribute
Yeah.
out, because 6
Yeah,
hours. Well, we've done it 3 hours and 15 minutes. We're halfway through, or just over halfway through. I'm still feeling pretty okay, but I've had to walk away for 2 weeks. I've had to take the dogs out, and then shortly, in in 30 minutes time, I am also going to have to look after a small human, or 2 small humans. So yes, it's. I don't think it's possible to do the entire race. Dispain is back in the car in P20. Has just got lapped by Marzio, who's also back in the car after a short break. Leader is still Aaron Fiev, who's going into the 218s, but also, interestingly, Marzan was at P1, P2 at one point, is also in the 218s as well, so the pace is still strong. Most people are in the 220s, 219s, so yeah, it's interesting to see how things are going. So
Just doing a couple of these back left.
it's okay. So we've got Butter on board with Butter against Gurin. Gurin is in front, so which we can just see in the distance, 1.8 away. Irwin is a lapped car, but is chasing them down. And Mares in the BMW is 5.6 seconds. So we've got a nice little gaggle of cars, 7th, 8th, and 9th as Gurin goes past Gedman. So Gedman is back in the car. What number car is he in this time? It'll be interesting to see. Herman, unfortunately, car number 762, has a drive-through. So again, I assume that is down to track limits. So it looks as though everyone's completed their stops. Gurin has completed 5 stops. So this was the Honda, who was in P1 at the start of the race. So they've completed 2 extra stops, but yet they are still P7. That must showing some very decent pace. Chris Gedman now is back into car 79, but looks as though. Oh no, it's counted Chris's laps from previously. So Chris is on lap 44.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've got 2 different cars on track.
Yep. So on board with Buckley at the moment, trying to chase Arthur in the 495 car, who's just gone. Well, Michelle's is coming out of the pit, so that's not a battle or passing anyone. So Buckley in the Lexus car number 4 is chasing down Arthur in the 495 car. Hangman Dell is dealing with the penalties. Let's have a. Pedro Marzan, so obviously I'm going back a couple of hours. It's never nice to see when someone's asking someone to be disqualified for having some internet issues or connection issues when they've managed to sort it out. So I'm quite glad we didn't take that action. So Proust in the Audi in car number 71 has received a 5-second penalty. I'm sure Derek will be along to explain that in a few moments. As we got a few, well, another incident that's just decided to pop up, car 71 and car 777 on lap 82. Whew. So we're on board with Polythrone and Marzio. Marzio is was involved in the gaggle of cars at the start. Marzan is a further 30 seconds up the road, and Vahalovic is about 14 seconds behind. So got 4 cars at least on the same lap together, which is always nice to see. Joe Shearer is also coming up to the lap soon, as we jump on board with Beckman and Rostance, who are battling for P22. The aim for Rostance's team in car number 99, if I remember correctly, was to get into the top 25, so they've definitely managed to do that. They're closing in onto the top 20s with Alfonso and Priest in front. Priest with that 5-second penalty, so that gaggle, that group of 4 cars, looking likely that they'll be playing with each other not in the not too distant future, as Rostance takes a very wide exit coming up to Blanchimont. Looking to go on the inside, now flicking back towards the out time. The yellow Aston Martin's holding its line against the Beamer. Going through the fast left-hander, down in towards bus stop. Is there going to be an opportunity for a late break? Looks to the right-hand side, nothing there. Holds position as the Aston takes a tight line, hoping that the BMW is going to be able to get a decent exit, but I think they just took that chicane a bit too tight and caught the curbs. So Rostance did a 2:22.6, Beckman did a 21.6. Clouds are starting to come over, 9:30 in the evening here in Spa. Track temperature of 12 degrees. Optimum track conditions, bit cloudy.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yes, okay.
Oh.
We're just having
So
a little bit of a look at the actual track action.
Yeah. It gets quiet for a little while, and then all of a sudden it comes through in waves.
I just think it's where...
Got to give it your attention.
Yeah, you gotta give it some love. So
It's always the same. It's the fast drivers coming up on the slower drivers. Sometimes it's the faster drivers trying to pass each other. But I would say it's mostly, as we've commented when we started watching the rookie series, it's always the faster drivers that cause the accident.
Always. It does help that we're not one of the fastest drivers, so we can have that opinion. So Alfonso in the Lamborghini lasted a lot longer than Dark Horrors, coming to unlap himself against Vahalovic in car number 111. So Alfonso has unlapped himself there, looking a couple of seconds, but then he's just let the Vahalovic back pass by the looks of things. So he unlapped himself, and then he's just allowed the car to lap himself again. Interesting. Unless he's hoping that Vahalovic closes in on car number 71, which gives Alfonso the opportunity to kind of follow through. Interesting to see how that develops.
Who is it talking about? Vahalovic and who?
Alfonso 777.
Yeah, so you were saying Alfonso, that unlapped him, right?
It unlapped him. He got in front. However, then he let the McLaren back through. So
yeah, because the problem is with the blue flags, if you can't pull away within a couple of laps, you have to back off and start again.
Well, it was 2 corners.
Maybe he wanted, I don't know then.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
It could be the same thing. Maybe he thought, well, I can pass away no problem, but I mean, you have to start to put a bit of a distance, I would say, on the car in front by the time you get past them within a couple of corners. The blue flag rule can be a right annoying thing.
Yeah.
But it's there for a reason.
He's going for an overtake into Lecombe now, into the chicane. So he's on the inside. He's still getting the blue flags. He's picked the inside. He's taken the chicane perfectly, and now he's going to exit. So yes, he's going to be given blue flags.
So
but Alfonso is Alfonso is definitely the faster driver out of the 2 on track.
Yeah.
So
he has a while to prove that and pull away. See, like he's doing just now. He's now starting to pull away.
Yeah. So he's 6
maybe,
tenths of a second
maybe when he gave the position back, maybe it was a slight bump and he...
No, nothing.
Maybe, no? I'm not sure what happened, but there's obviously a reason and he said that he gave it back, take another shot at it.
Well, he's got now 4.1 seconds to try and get back to Priest, who's got that 5-second penalty. Yeah. So overall, yes, he's ahead of him on track if you think of time, but in terms of race speed, then In terms of on-track position, sorry, than he is behind. So this
The
is
problem is he's falling away in the middle sectors,
Mm-hmm.
and that's bringing the car back in. Now we don't get to see it anymore, but that's when you start running the risk that you're going to have to let them by until you pass them.
Oh, it
Because
is an interesting one. So Adam Forster has been quite quiet. Has now managed to get him up to P3. He started, well, we were commenting on the qualifying. So the next endurance track apparently is going to be Suzuka.
Suzuka,
Ooh,
did you put up
a poll.
poll? Where did you do that?
Twitch.
I don't see a poll in Twitch. Where's this?
It's finished now.
Oh, that's because I have to keep on reset. I've got so many cameras that keep freezing my game, so I need to keep on checking different things. Got to refresh this page and refresh that page. I need a bigger computer. I need more monitors. I need to have a.
Shumi says he's car 4.
Yeah, I
And
see that.
Hack says he's my teammate. I cannot understand how the guy was lagging so hard. Neither can we. Looking at both of the sets of ping that were what we could see, both drivers were just have low ping, so we just can't understand it either. It's obviously we can't take any action unless we can see it. I appreciate from your stream that it was jumping around, but from our streams, both of the drivers are fine. So it's just, sadly, we just have to put it down to one of those things. The joys of racing on servers.
Yeah, the other thing that was interesting, if you watch the little video clip, it shows it shows the car 4 still with a very small green ping. And usually when you see cars bumbling about like that, it's because they're up into high yellow of the reds.
On the flip side, what's happened?
What? What's happened? What?
He went, oh, like someone smashed into someone.
Oh, no, there's a guy in the wall.
Oh right.
Did I make a noise? Was that an involuntary noise?
That was a slippage of noise that has escaped from you. You secreted a high-pitched noise.
You know, have you ever seen Billy Connolly's shows?
Yes.
So I used to laugh at the fact that he was talking about he's getting older and he started yelling at the TV. I've been caught out. My mother videotaped me one day talking to the TV. I was cursing the TV. I said, I don't do that. She showed me the video and I do that. So I've officially gotten old, I think.
Officially? I didn't think there was any date, Derek.
Get up off the couch. My mum goes, did you hurt yourself? I said, no, why? She says, what the noise you made getting up off the couch? It sounded cheeky and yelly. I went, I didn't make a noise. And apparently I'm making all sorts of noises that I just... Even when I'm watching the race. And I gave you a hard time for that in the beginning, and all the came back and said that you were actually fine. So,
yeah, they've come back and said I was fine.
Yeah, they don't know you well enough though.
No, they'll all still be trying to be nice to me.
If they knew you as well as I know you, they would never say you were fine.
Nope. We're back on board with Vasily Adrenfiev, who's lapping Forster by the looks of things. Yes, he is. He's lapped P3, Adam Forster, in car number 46, as they go through Campus, I think that was. Yes, I'm going to go with Campus.
Campus?
Campus.
Oh, campus, like college campus?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on board with Tillman, who's just going round the outside of FRLACC. So Tillman is...
I don't know if anyone watches Jardier. Do you ever watch his videos?
No.
Just he done a video the other night, just talking about his 5 favourite tracks, or what he would list as the 5 top tracks. And Spa was in there, obviously. And they were talking about when it opened and when it started. Did you know that it was a road track to begin with? When you get to the top of the Camel Straight,
Mhm.
It actually went out onto a road track,
So kind of like Le Mans.
kind of like Nürburgring with a GT track attached.
Mm.
Kind of like that, and I think it was a 19-kilometre track.
Jesus. So we've got
Um,
Butter going
and
round the outside of Kun to lap him, and he's done it.
so the first race that they had to cancel it because only one person. 1921, I think they said it was. But it was quite
Jesus.
interesting. If you get a chance to go and watch that video, he uploaded it last night. It's very interesting. It gives you a bit of history on the tracks that he picked. Silverstone's in there. It was Monza, Spa.
See,
Uh,
I'm going to make my controversial comment. I think Silverstone's one of the most boring tracks you can race at. My unpopular opinion.
Yeah, but that's why we're here, to have an unpopular opinion, get
Yeah.
debates going. I
I-
don't
I-
know. I liked Spa. I liked Silverstone. When I first started playing a set course, I could do that course no problem. As I get less ability to drive with my problems in my legs, I've gotten a lot slower. So I'd have to say, if you're at peak condition, maybe it feels a bit boring. But as my condition gets worse, I find it harder and harder to drive that track. It's got fast corners, it's got slow corners, and it's quite a winding. It's got some straights. It's got everything you want in a track.
Well, the poll is up. Is Silverstone overrated?
Oh, here we go. So I'm going to have to put in there. No, it's not. James, shut up. There you go. I have voted.
What if you said yes?
Now I said no. There's currently 2 votes in the no. It's not overrated, and none in the yes. You've not even voted in your own poll.
No, why should I have? I can sit here and give the argument of why I think Silverstone's overrated. You have
Yeah.
Maggots Beckett's, which is fantastic, I will admit. Then the rest of it is just kind of like start stop. It's no fun driving it, and I drove it in an F1 car for many moons when I was back in the dark days.
I
And
mean,
I just
we're talking about sim racing Formula One, right?
yeah. Yes, of course. You might have noticed me, Nigel Mansell. I raced in the 80s, 90s. So yeah, you might.
You give Nigel Mansell a hard time. He was my favourite driver back then.
I came into Formula One when Damon Hill won it in '96 or
See, that was
'97.
that was after Mansell disappeared.
Yeah.
Didn't know
So
where he ended up.
the first season I watched Formula One, Damon Hill won the world championship from Michael Schumacher. The next season, it was Jacques Villeneuve winning it from Michael Schumacher, and then Michael Schumacher won it for like 4 or 5 years on the bounce until Alonso interrupted.
Yeah. See, I like Alonso, but I don't like Alonso. He's a really good driver.
I don't think he should be on the grid.
I don't mind him being on the grid just now, especially with the fact that he's keeping his nose out of, or he seems to be keeping his nose out of team business. But when he was at McLaren and he was sticking his nose,
We're gonna have a battle. We have a battle, Rostance and Beckman for P22, literally side by side going at the top of Eau Rouge. And to complicate it, we got Lloyd in the McLaren who was gaining rapidly. It was a lap car as they go through Lacombe. Sorry to interrupt the Alonso chat, but I think our racing is far more important. As we jump on board with Rostance, 2 tenths separating the two vehicles, going through Brewing. Let's go for this camera. The lights are starting to come on. Now we're starting to look sexy. The car bounces for Beckman. This gives Rostance an opportunity. There is enough room on the right-hand side going into Pouon. Who is brave enough to stick it out? They go side by side. No contact. Paper thin between the two drivers. Second part of Pouon. They've stayed safe. Yellow car of Beckman still leads despite making the mistake. Into Campus. I'm going to try and do this now. What is it? The next one is Stavolo. Aha. Rostance gone for the inside of Stavolo's. Kept Beckman wide, and someone's coming through the door, so I'm going to have to go. 2 seconds.
caught. Make a TikTok. Right, well, I'm not nearly as quick at speaking. I don't know the corner names, but we are going to sit and enjoy this battle as it progresses. Coming into the last chicane and up into the final straight before the start finish line. Who are these drivers? So we've got Beckman, Beckman, Rostans, and behind him it looks like Val Kinane. Oh, butcher a name. Good at butchering names. I apologise. There's no offence intended. Oh, so that was a little bobble on the exit of. Oh, hang on, they've changed cameras. Oh well. So right as the camera changed, I'll just let you know. The 33 had a little bobble, and that allowed Beckman had a little wobble that allowed him to fall back, and Rostans got past him. But on the main screen, we're back to Adam Foster. He was running in third. Obviously, the cars around him are not on the lead lap. It'd be nice if it would have stayed on cars on the lead lap, but we all deserve to see a little bit. And Adam and his team have done quite well. They came from, don't know exactly what the stats are of what position they came from. James, when he comes back, if he comes back, I'm sure will be able to tell us. Till that point, we're just going to have to muddle on through without those stats. Right, so we're going to, it looks like we can get Chris back in just now. Works out. Hello, Chris.
Good evening.
Welcome back. That was a short stint, mate.
Ah, disconnected.
Oh, dearie me. So El's just going to finish out the night?
Yeah, but so we'll probably not even be registered as a running team in that race, will we?
It will be. What I would suggest doing is, well, it doesn't really matter because what it's doing is it's got Els in a separate car completely from you.
Ah, right, okay.
So Els is 67 laps down just now, and when you go into your car, you're like 20 laps down or 30 laps down or something.
Oh.
So basically what's happened is just duplicated the car because of
Yeah.
the disconnection.
Yes.
It might be that if the lead driver gets disconnected when they're driving, it breaks the game.
Yeah.
It could be that you'll never get back in at that point because I've only read on it what the process is to ensure that you don't lose your position, and by the looks of it today, that doesn't work.
No.
So
We've got 25 viewers on Twitch, by the way, just so we know.
yes, we have 25. We've had quite high numbers for the last 4 hours.
I don't see a live. Oh, there we go, live. What wee thing there? Oh, that's just taking me to the Twitch thing. Okay.
Yep. So James had a door go. Had to go and to deal with the door.
Okay.
I'm thinking it's close enough to 6 o'clock that his little people.
These little people over here.
Has arrived, and we'll probably not see him until 7 o'clock now.
Oh no.
You destroying my pedals? Throwing beer and crisps in them. Apparently we've lost Chris as well. Tell me, chat, is this something that I'm saying making all these people disappear, or is it just unluck? Oh, we may have heard a wee rustle or something.
Still having bloody problems.
Is it internet problems now?
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, you're here to keep Derek company then, are you?
I am,
Cool.
as
Thank you.
best as I possibly can.
So we came to the conclusion that it was probably the little people arriving that done it, the munchkins.
Yeah, as you can hear.
I can't hear them now. Put them
Oh.
on the mic.
Joe, want to come say hello?
Future FRL owner,
Yeah,
CEO.
come future
hello.
FRL CEO.
Big.
No, he's
No.
a bit more shy than his daddy, isn't he?
He's only 10 months. Charlotte, you're going to say hello. Hello.
Hello. Right. Anyway, as we were talking, at the moment we've got Pilafroni.
Pilafroni.
Yeah, I'm good at
Thank you.
butchering names. I'm terrible.
Car 911. He's got a couple of front runners in front of him and back markers.
Behind him.
Look, Prish is right on his case. He's maybe trying to get past him, which, in essence, if he's faster than him, just let him go.
And
Or
he's the,
has he just took him? Has he just overtook him?
so
No.
I don't know, I'm not sure. But
No,
the
we've still got
position he's
Pilafroni in front of Prish, so Prish is about 5 tenths behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
think,
I'm going to leave you guys to it then for a bit.
Okay.
Thanks,
I think
James.
Pilafroni's target is going to have to be Marzio. Because he's only went close enough to it. If you look further down, it's not another car in his lap that he could really fight with.
Yeah.
Although Marzio's about 21 seconds ahead. So that could be a difficult shout.
It's very difficult, but there's still 2 hours to go. There's plenty of time to chip away at that 1 second at a lap.
And you never know what's going to happen. We've seen a few drive-throughs.
We've
Well,
got
you
Mr.
were
Foster
in.
with us tonight, and his marker.
Say that again.
We've got Mr. Adam Foster with us tonight, and
Yeah,
his
we were
marker.
discussing that. That's Adam Foster and Devilfish together.
Yes.
Two names. There's a couple of blasts from the past for you.
Yes. Final Drive Sim Racing.
Oh, there's some beautiful names. You should look through some of the names.
But best team name on here, I think, has got to be FRL Racing Team 2.
It would be if they were ever connected long enough.
Oh, that was a nice wee dig.
Digging a hole.
So as they're passing by that sign there, just after the top of Rouge saying, up your game, that's exactly what these guys are doing. Up in their game. I mean, Adam Foster and Devilfish, I know Devilfish is really good in a Bentley, and Adam Foster is his car is a Macca. He always drives that, and they're currently sitting in a podium position, which is good.
Yeah, but you're talking about two guys. I don't know so much about Adam. I'm not a minute McLaren, but I've seen Devilfish change cars here and there. So you're talking about a guy that is fast, likes his Bentley, but is able to change cars.
Yes.
I think that's what you need, is the ability to be able to swap about a few times.
Oh, of course. But for any of the new watchers or listeners, this is our Formula Racing League. It's a PC 6 hour of SPA one-off event. We're doing comms running alongside it for the full 6 hours tonight. You've got myself, which is Chris, or better known as Javolton, and we've got Dale, who's our head hangman steward for the PC side. He's doing the comms with me tonight, and we also have had James doing a little bit of comms as well. He's now nipped off to do some family duties, which means he's left the whole thing in the capable hands of both myself and Dale. We will get some other people in. Hopefully they'll come and join us for a wee post-stint interview. It seems to be the kind of in thing now that we'll do that during and after any comms. But as it stands, we still have 34 cars running from a starting grid of 39.
Yeah, there's 30 cars. It was we started with 39.
39, yeah, and we're now down to 34. So we've had disconnection issues or other various issues that have taken the drivers out of the server. I personally have endured it a couple of times tonight, so
I
this is
think
why I'm now
technically you
here.
could say we got one car more than usual because the car is now duplicated.
Yes. But the lovely Elsa, she's currently, as you can see her on stream there, in the white, blue and pink Bentley, she's now finishing off the stint. So she's going to do the last couple of hours herself, and I'm here. So she's representing FRL Racing Team 2 tonight, but in her colours. We've already covered this off earlier on, so I'm going to cover off the rest of the comms with Dale, and hopefully we'll get James back in at some point. But as you can see, Marzio is just blasted by Els as if she wasn't even there. He's just been rapid in that Ferrari this evening, and now we're transcending into the dark as well, which makes for a little bit more of an interesting finish to the race. So with just over 2 hours left, this dark could prove extremely difficult for some of the drivers. Dale is currently doing live stewarding alongside this as well, so if he does go quiet, it's because he's... oh, there's a big massive overlay on top of the thing. What's happening here, Dale?
It's James playing around with it, trying to get some overlays and things.
So we've now got...
Yeah, now they can't see nothing of the race.
So we can see a nice big grey block in the back of a spoiler. So Kyle Tillman, who seems to be currently part of a 4-car battle at the moment.
So this is the one that we would like to use. Because it'll show you information and stuff, and there you go. He's making it smaller now.
Is that
makes
better?
it a bit smaller. Yeah, but we can't see who's actually got the penalties because of the grey thing.
Oh yeah, of course. Right, okay, I'll get rid of it.
Yeah, if we just get rid of that for now.
There we go.
We can work that one out at a later time.
I just had 2 seconds whilst the kids aren't screaming, so I thought, do you know what? I'm going to try and add to the experience, but failed. Right, okay, bugger off again. Bye.
Came in right over half of the page.
I know.
The whole screen.
Confused us all.
Nobody ever in FRL professed that we were a professional org. Oh, with the Tillman,
No,
Tillman. Oh.
We are the most unprofessional sim racing league, although albeit we are the most popular on sim grids. We are the most unprofessional.
Well, everybody loves an idiot. It's going in line.
But we've put ourselves right in the limelight. These idiots.
Thing about it is, I think we're fair and honest, and people can identify with us. So it's what they enjoy coming and racing.
That's it. That's why we're growing it exponentially. So Tillman is currently being chased down by Cher. Both Beamers, they're probably on par with the same pace as each other. As you can see, they're entering and exiting the corners pretty much the same. So let's see if Cher can get him under braking, which is probably about the only thing he can do here.
Yeah. So we did have an incident just then. That I've put up. So car 843 has received a penalty of 15 seconds.
Right, so that's quite a severe one.
Yeah, he ran into the back of car 4. It wasn't a big massive just outbraked himself a bit. Spun car 4, which put car 4 into the gravel in the wall.
Right.
Which caused about 3 or 4 cars to get past him. And when they went to take off, car 843 kind of went round the back end of him and just took off and never waited on him and it. So it's only a 15-second penalty. It could have been worse, but
was that part of the amplified 15 seconds rather than 5?
No. I was just saying in general that he took off. It helps to cement an incident that you're not really too sure on. So
right, okay.
I think it probably have gone for a wee 10-second penalty if they gave the position back.
Right, we've got Ailman, who's a drive-through, so he's obviously went outside of track limits, trying to push as hard as possible, but being up in the top 10 You're having to do that because the pace is so rapid, and even the faster guys can make mistakes, as you can see. So,
Yeah.
no, sorry, he's in 27th. My bad. Apologies, but he's pushing as hard as he possibly can. The track limits on here are few and far between. To be fair, I think the most instances will happen on Eau Rouge. Everywhere else, you tend to be able to kind of have your car pushed right out to the outside of the curb, and it's still okay. But Eau Rouge, that centre part of Eau Rouge, as soon as you overstep the mark, even by a smidge, you get a track limits. That was the beauty of being disconnected and coming back in and racing again. The 2 track limits that we endured were cleared.
Only on the one car.
Yes.
On the other car, they're still there.
That's just right, okay. What I do like about this when it starts to transcend into the kind of darkness is the lights, the Gaussian blur that you get on the lights, and also the glow, the rear lights and the glow of the exhaust. You see it passing here, you see that heat coming out of the exhaust. On the Porsche, it's amazing. It just lights up the entire back bumper. It's phenomenal. Oh, the ambulance going by. But we're on board now with Maras. He's in the Beamer, car number 5. Quite a nice livery there. That kind of mixture between what looks like dark blue, black, and little flashes of gold. He's sitting in between 2 black, well, he's basically conjured right in the middle of a bunch of back markers, so he's got a little bit of blue flags to tend with. But in 6th place, his closest behind him is D Butler. Probably about half a lap, I would say, or maybe there or thereabouts, about half a lap behind. But that's nothing on a 2 hours and 7 minutes left in the race. That's nothing that can be closed off, no bother. But it looks like Dyer, who's up in 2nd place, is way out ahead. I'd like to see who's actually in 1st place. That'd be lovely. I don't know if there's any. There isn't. There's, see on the actual Twitter feed. There's no sound of the cars.
There is. I don't know how you can hear it. West, I mean, no, I can hear it, but what you might have to do is get James to turn it up a wee bit. It's the only thing I can think. But yeah, I mean, I've been hearing it most of the day. Let me send him a quick message.
I heard my name.
Oh,
Yes, no, there's no
complaints that they can't hear the cars enough.
There's no engine sounds coming through. On...
Can you turn the master volume up a wee bit again? Please.
Right, I've just turned it back up to 5%.
Yeah.
So try. There we go. Oh, bus stop's busy. Bus stop's busy.
I can hear the engines, but maybe that's just me. It's not real loud, but I think it's better to hear us than the cars. Although some of the cars have got a better drone than us.
Right, so hopefully that should sound better for people on the stream of the car noises.
Yeah. Organised chaos. No, it's not even organised, it's just show up and be chaotic.
Well, Ewing and Gonzalez. Gonzalez obviously has that 15 seconds of penalty, but having a nice little battle. We're sat on board with Ewing at the moment.
Yeah.
So I am obviously popping in and out as the kids are behaving. Joe is currently flat on his face and Charlotte is picking him up, so that seems to be going well at the minute.
got a young babysitter there.
Yeah, she's only 5. Charlotte, don't bring him too close to the table.
Don't stick him in the oven. I
He's
don't care that he was pulling your doll's hair. Don't stick him in the oven.
no.
Okay.
Charlotte's more into cars than dolls, in fairness to her. Right.
Right.
So we've got Gonzalez and Ewing still going into the castle campus, not castle.
Yeah, campus. We had that one earlier where it was university or college campus.
Mm.
You've
And now
got
we're
that
into
already.
now we're going to Stavalo.
Someone would like to see car number 89. Do we have a car 89 still? Yep.
We do have a car 89, but I think I want to stay on this one at the moment because the Honda of Gonzalez is side by side going down through Bolchemont. As McLaren's managed to stay in front, but does this give the Honda an opportunity into bus stop? Nope. He's taking a wider entry. I don't want to sit there. I don't want to look at him trying to unlap himself, in fairness to him. As we go into La Source. I'm definitely getting better with these corner names.
Yeah. Oh, you said them often enough. You shouldn't be getting worse.
No, it shouldn't be getting worse as we jump on board with Share. So what are we looking for? Car number 89.
Yes, car number 8, 17th place.
I see him. Libre. In the Merc. There we go.
Just up the road from the fight that you were just watching, actually.
I've gone the opposite way round. So here is car number 89. Right, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
That's
So
quite a
you-
nice livery as well, isn't it?
Yeah, you go ahead and talk about that real quick. I'm going to check out the incident. I've got to check the Discord, for instance, as well, because it's mad. Oh, no, I'm getting asked to look at that.
It keeps getting disconnected. Can you hear me, Del?
Yep, hang on, I'm just looking at an instant.
Right. I'm having serious issues here. I need to reboot. Oh, right, I'm back. So label, car 89. 4th position. He's got 3 cars ahead. He's after car 495. He's not that far off him actually, so we're talking less than 20 seconds. And with 2 hours left to go, that's going to be something that's possibly achievable. We'll just keep an eye on that as best we can.
What's this? What are you keeping your eye on? The weatherman is on comms. Who's the weatherman? Chris, are you here? Gone? Well, I think we have another disconnection from Mr. Gedman. The man's getting quite good at disconnecting. We had lots of disconnections during our podcast the other night as well, so I will leave the
Hear me?
instance. Yep, I hear you now.
Nothing.
And you're gone
I
again.
keep getting disconnected.
And you're here again. Yeah, he's gone. So we'll just have a wee look at what's going on because obviously at the moment we're still having some connection issues with Mr. Volton. Currently we're looking at car number 495. That would be the worst thing I could have possibly tried. He's running about 12 seconds ahead of car number 15. Or position 15, sorry. If I'm a bit slower than the other guys that talking, I do apologise. I've got 20 screens that I've got to keep an eye on. I was supposed to be support, not actually doing the comms itself. That was meant to be Chris and James. But one has ran off to do his kiddie winkles, and the other one has been disconnected for, what are we talking, fifth, sixth time today? Oh, somebody's come in, left, something. Yeah, that's Christopher completely gone. That's what that noise was. So now we're looking at car number 33. They had some they were having a good fight earlier. So how has this all changed about? Where's the... So you had Beckman and Rostons, who's now back 22nd place, having a nice little fight earlier, but Rostons is in the pits. Rostons is one of the drivers in the 99. Had a chat with one of his teammates earlier. So obviously we know they're on a slightly different time schedule for pitting. We've gone back to car number 89, which is Label. If I'm saying these names wrong, I do apologise. It's not intentional. It's just a lack of being able to speak properly. So we got some people talking in the chat. We got Gamer Dad saying Chris is the weatherman. Got Fresh saying hope you're okay, man. I don't know if he's meaning me or not, but yeah, I'm doing okay other than the fact that everybody left me to do my own talk. And we all know what happens when I talk. People get confused. So we know that Labille was in 17th earlier, managed to move himself up to 14th while we're in transition section for pits. I am honestly not sure if we're going to find pits for Labille or not. I don't know if they've been in earlier. The pit strategies have gotten a bit more belly up. No, well, Welsh internet beats Christopher's internet. I've had no such problems. Just give them nicknames. That could get me in even more trouble, Brizzle. I've got to be careful with what I say. Still watching Labille. He's obviously got car 911. I think that is. Is that Castello? Yep. Cassette. Oh. Casadilla. Cass is coming up fast behind. He's gotten to the point now where it's only 0.3 seconds. And oh, hang on, I was watching that. How are you just going to change? So now we're looking at 20th place, who's got no one around him. We're going now to Duran. Now Duran, as we discovered earlier, has they had a drive-through, stop-go, and some incidents, and they managed to pull themselves back up to 7th place. Well, that would be 6th place now, actually.
Yeah, it looks like they've changed on the pit stops. Oh,
Yeah.
A couple of drivers have had a pit stop. I've got the baby on my lap because I've just noticed Chris has abandoned you. So,
Yeah, it's alright. I thought I was doing okay.
You are?
I was just getting into a nice little battle for, I think it was 14th and 13th. It was starting to heat up beautifully. I'm still watching, and they changed it to a team that's actually got nobody around them. So if you have a quick look at 13th and 14th,
Well, that involves
a nice little battle there.
14th and 15th.
13th and 14th.
So it's not too far down, so I might be able to get away with this. There we go.
It's about 3 seconds back.
There we go. So I'm back on board with 13th and 14th. I have a small person who suddenly has very long arms. I have, and he's managing to pull all my notes from work off my desk. So there we go. So this is Level, who was requested to be seen earlier in car number 89, and 911, who is Scalozzi, I think it was, or Scalolo. who was battling right at the start and having lots of fun. So they've kind of went from P13 all the way back to P19. Looks like they've clawed their way back up to P14 or potentially P13 as they come through Blanchemont down into the bus stop chicane. Equal pace going down the straight. The Merc against the Beamer. Two Germans battling. Thinks about going into bus stop. Yes, Joe, it is exciting. Oh, and now we go to a car just on its own.
Yeah, it does that, doesn't it? It's maybe need to figure out some settings on it, but
yeah, I think it's more of an us problem. But Liebel does come into the pits, so
Yeah.
this will be their
so that
penultimate stop.
that would have been the end of that check-in of it. 65 minutes. They're going to be cutting it fine.
Well, no, if they stop now, then and they go
Oh, yeah,
65
yeah.
minutes, so penultimate, last but one stop.
Yeah, I've been sitting here for a couple of hours now and not thinking straight, obviously.
No,
Because he's got plenty of time. 60 minutes would be an hour, and he's under 2 hours, and obviously the extra 5 would be 10 minutes again.
yeah. But we're having a wonderful tour at how long the pits are in Spa before you're back.
It's awful. The pit length is awful, isn't it?
As especially, that's why I was saying to James before, I felt sorry for team 488, who came in and done their stop, got a drive-through because of sped in the pits, left the pits, came round to do their drive-through, spent all that time going in and out the pits, and then managed to get a stop and go for speeding in the pits again.
I know, as I say, it knocks about 8 minutes off your
I
race.
know.
Only if you got like 9 minutes. Only if you got 7. Well, looking at the so I was having a look earlier at the stint timers, so the pit timers. Also, I'm quite worried because has the stream gone blank? No, it has not. So looking at the total pit time, it's for a good pit stop, you're looking at about 1 minute 45 to 1 minute 55.
Right, okay.
Total time of going through the pits, having your stop, and then buggering off. So total stop time is generally around 33-35 seconds for a good stop time. But then you've got some drivers. So no. What if the fan favourites, Joe Shear? I assume he's potentially having a wee, because
Might need one.
yeah, he probably needs one or a cup of tea or the poo. But he's having a longer stop than he has been having all race. So he's been in the pits now for 2 minutes. Although it looks as though it's 2 minutes in total, and total time stopped 2 minutes, and he's managed to come back out. So I think that might have been a return to garage or a potential disconnect.
Yeah, that sounds like it might have been a disconnect or a porting. Yep.
Yeah.
Just repeating what you said, it sounded good.
It did. I really appreciated the input in it, to be
I mean,
honest.
to be honest with you, I had my own thoughts. It's just they came out about 2 minutes after you did.
It's like you're watching the stream 10-15 seconds later.
Oh, dear me.
I'm just impressed that my computer is still lasting. My baby, who's in my laps at the moment, is just thinking I'm insane and talking to myself.
Just looking at you like, what are you doing, Daddy?
Yeah, as he's thrusting away on my thigh, which is quite an awkward feeling. But we're back on board with Gonzalez, who's got that 15-second time penalty in the second Honda car. This car was P2 at the start of the race, so they've not had the
They've not had a
best
good team of it at all.
No, not had the best middle third of the race really. So hopefully the last third is going to propel them up the grid.
If Zaverivic can get himself, I would say, over the course of the next hour and 50 minutes, he's 19, so he needs to get about a second a lap back on him at that 15 seconds. I'll kind of hold in good stead.
Yeah.
Sales going in the pits, so you might be going to the carcass.
No, she'll be doing, that'll be our first stint over, or she'll be changing tyre pressures, or what she's... when she did a stint earlier, she was mid-stint, 30 minutes in, went in and changed the tyre pressures I had them perfect, and then when I was coming into the pits, I'd asked her preference, and she asked me to move them way out of context, and it didn't work. So half an hour later, she had to go back in the pits and change them back to what it was originally.
Right. Oh, so maybe she was accounting for the weather temperatures changing, but she counted the eye then.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think we started and it was around 17 degrees track and
Yeah.
17, yeah, 17 track. We're currently on 12. We're back on board with Shea, who's come out of the pits. Aaron Fiev, the leader of the race, is back in the pits. They had an interesting time where they dropped down to 9th, so it'll be interesting to see where they come out at, actually, and then how far away. So they're only 12 minutes off what a standard position would be. So yes, they completed an hour on that previous stint. They're currently going through the pits.
Just out of curiosity, James, what is a standard position for a 40 grid race?
Sorry, what's the standard what?
What's the standard position for a 40 grid race?
I meant a standard stint time. Oh, Christ, Derek, you're being facetious.
Oh my good God!
Well,
Ah, dear.
Derek
Like, I
is
make mistakes too.
Derek and his facetiousness. His facetiousness.
Yes.
so I was just having a look at there's two drivers who are currently in the same position that they started in. So P3 of Hamilton started third and is currently third, and also Gino Zucchetti, who races, as I mentioned earlier, with us on the Fridays, is P16, and they started P16. There's been a couple
Fantastic.
there's been a couple of drivers. So actually, Aaron Fiev, who just pitted, and is 30 seconds into their pit, is currently in the lead still. So what Aaron Fiev has managed to pull back is massively impressive. Tillman, who started P6, is currently in P2, although they're just about to come to the end of the stint, so it's likely that Hamilton and Galanos will take their positions. Gurin in the first Honda team, who started P1, is in P9th at the moment. So they've obviously had a fall from grace. And they're in the pits that they've only done 18 minutes of their time, so they're currently 1 minute and 10 seconds into their pit stop. So again, I think they've got some damage, so they're not having a fun time.
Well, the Spa certainly holds no prisoners whatsoever. Every time you go anywhere near Eau Rouge and you take it wrong, or the bus stop at the end, you've got here we're on board with car 495. Let's see his racing line, so he's holding that well, and no penalties there. But if you catch that middle curb wrong, it just sends you flying.
Yeah, and just as you were probably talking about, it's probably jumped to car number 33, in that lovely yellow Aston Martin.
Well, you're Aston Martin lovers, aren't you? You just love that car.
No, I like the look of it. I've only ever driven it once. I was meant to be driving the V8 Aston Martin today, and instead I've decided to do this.
Right. Okay. You would have had a fun time because it's easy to drive. You just go in, put it on aggressive setting, and take off.
So I'm just having a look at the chat at the moment. So I commented that Welsh internet beats Scottish internet in reference to you falling away. That's where the Fresh Prince Brizzle can from as of Darren. Yeah, was you doing good at Dell? Sounds like my streams when my 5-year-old is about. Yes, thank you, Paul. Little one training for comms. He's definitely not training for comms. He's training because he's in about 10 minutes I'm going to try and put this thing to bed.
Thing.
Why are you getting them all excited then, James? It's going to be harder to put my bed when you got them all excited.
Well, he's rubbing his eyes. I've got a kebab en route.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a strange comment. He's rubbing his eyes, kebabs on.
Yeah, it's the chloroform I've given him.
You're going to start rubbing kebab sauce on his eyes or something?
Sweet chili sauce in his eyes. I think that might go down well. Hamster feed. Is that the weatherman back? So I assume that's in reference to you. Yeah. Keddy is faster. So I assume he's woken up from his slumber.
Yes, he's dead.
For Guy 21 is asking for team 762. So that's I can
Which
see
is Lee Jolly.
Lee Jolly. He definitely has a fan club in the R Motorsport. He was requested a lot in the first half of the race, and that is definitely continuing. So and now we've pulled into L's, which we don't. So what we left 762. So that's where we were. So you got just under 2 seconds to the car in front. Gurin, so he's had a good race in P15. Gurin is then 5 seconds. It really doesn't want me to stay with Legardly, so I apologise, Fango 21. The game doesn't want me to stay with him, so we're back on board with Gonzalez, who has L's just behind, which is 3/10. Michel's is 6/10 behind. Now we go over to P1, which is Solotov, who's just lapped Alaman, and has hit a 2:19.4 in that lap. So that's good. That's good running.
So we've got Soldatov in the lead in car 991 in a Beamer. He's currently putting in 2:19s, no bad race pace, with possibly a full tank of diesel, or full tank of fuel, sorry.
Do they run diesel or petrol? I think surely it's petrol.
It's like petrol, it's like a different type, it's like proper high octane stuff. As you know from being at Donna, I don't know if you smelt it when you were near the pits, it was amazing.
That was you farting.
No, that wasn't me farting. I managed to sneak my way into the Porsche pits and walked out onto the track.
You were pushing me in my wheelchair, and my nose was unfortunately arse level. I know what it's like. Everything's bad. Smell like
I
diesel
left
and
you sitting outside because you didn't want to come. So I ended up walking through and going right through onto the pits, and the noise and the atmosphere and the smell was just something else.
Just looking at this, I think.
Guys. We've lost car number 71.
Oh, how have we lost him?
Driver couldn't downshift after the pit stops.
So what's happened?
My teammate couldn't shift that. As per the chat, it which has a sad sloth face, is out. My teammate couldn't downshift anymore after pit stop. We've also got Brogan, who's just said we just lost it on our Eau Rouge, lap 182, I assume, or car 182.
No.
Yeah, car 182.
Let's have a look at car 182, see where they are. Joe, don't touch the keyboard.
I don't think we've made it to 180 laps yet, so it's got to be car 182.
I'm trying to find it, but my son is saying no. Well, there's a saying in my house that says Joe said no. So car 182 is currently in P2.
Second place, that's Hamilton.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Hamilton. They lost it on the Eau Rouge.
And they're only 11 minutes into their stint, so...
Yeah. Just looking at the car, it doesn't look in that bad a condition.
Daddy.
What?
I'm just having a quick look at the car. There's no bumpers hanging or anything. It doesn't look that much damage. Looks like it may have just been a wee glancing blow against the wall. The car looks okay.
Well, it's just Joe. Nope.
We'll find out once we start doing laps.
Oh, so I had Brett there and the Lexus losing it ever so slightly.
What number?
Car number 4.
The one on screen.
Yes. That's the only thing I've got running just now, just to make sure everything's fine.
Yeah, they said they spun on lap 106, but luckily slight touch on the wall. There you go. I can look at a car and tell. Just give myself a big up here. Don't worry about it.
Michael Herbert and car 555. He's currently just in limbo. Oh, I've got a couple of cars spinning out there. That'll be the temperatures dropping that's obviously causing this.
Yeah, we're down to 11 degrees, so...
It's down a degree in about the last 10 minutes, so...
The frost and the ice will be out shortly. The morning dew.
Oh, there we've got a car flashing away there. These guys do love their flashers. Yep, you can see that some of these cars are now struggling to hold the track. They might even need to pit in and change their PSI
These guys at the front, the top 10 minimum, won't stop off just because their tyres are getting a bit slippery. Unless they're losing vast amounts of time, they'll just deal with it.
You reckon? You reckon
Yeah.
they'll just keep plodding along?
They'll just keep on. If the back end's slipping out, they'll just correct it. Keep
Right.
going. Problem is, when you're in the middle of a race, you just got to keep going, really. Until you start losing significant time.
Aye. Well, the
Uh,
game itself has just switched between several top 10 drivers there. It's very interested in their position on track. De Campo, he's currently in a medley of back runners. So he just needs to keep pushing and pushing and pushing because beaten. Another popular name that shows up everywhere on the PC side.
Yeah, he does a lot of the Wicked Wednesday and Tuesday races.
Yeah.
Christopher, why are you on my phone as a weatherman
Why am I on your phone as a weatherman?
in the admin chat?
Oh, I use AccuWeather like we all do, but I typed in Misano and it's gave me a location 1,000 miles north of that in Italy. So that was the temperatures I used for the server.
No.
But when you type in Misano, it gives you like several different Misano locations. So I just chose the first one. And you know what Gamer Dad's like? He's extremely childish in that sense. So
Pedantic.
no, childish. There's no pedanticness about it. There's childishness in there. He's asked Geo to make sure we can get some kind of meme put up, so he's probably giggling away in the corner.
You need a good mean meme.
A good mean meme.
A good mean meme. I think we've lost James again. It's just me and you talking garbage.
Let's talk garbage. I mean,
I'm ordering a kebab. James has got me hungry. Sitting here on Just Eat, ordering a kebab.
What do you like?
My heart's going to.
Your heart's going to fail.
It's going to say, what are you
Because
playing that girl?
you keep bloody pumping junk food in your mouth. So Phil Keenan in car 727. By the looks of it, he's not having the best of races. The position he was in there, I think, was in 25th. But he's doing like we always do. He's just pushing along, plodding along, and making sure he kind of finishes the race as best he can.
You think he's singing a song at this point?
There's Els running at the back in position 31, but I left FRL Team 2 in her capable hands so that I can come in and help you guys do this. And she's just going to push and finish the race, which was a good mentality to have regardless. But I think she's went in and changed her tyres, and now the car looks even more planted. It's going round the top of Eau Rouge, very nice. That helicopter camera's just following her every move, but as you can see there, every single car ahead, every single car is orange, which means we are unfortunately several laps behind. Oh, what a livery car 357 has. I'd like to see what that is on the
357, that's the one with the American flag. It's got McDonald's on the front of it and stuff.
It looks fantastic.
Brilliant. We were talking about that. We were talking about that livery when qualifying, I think it was.
Right.
Yeah, it's a nice livery.
What's that Broface
Could be.
that's on the car? Is that some kind of American brand? Broforce?
Don't know it. Maybe it's just the name of their team.
Broforce. Very good. Nice wee logo stamped all over it. I like it. I like it indeed. It doesn't matter what you do with these Beamers, they just look so sexy.
Do they now?
Yes.
Right.
I'm starting to get hungry myself. I've got a chicken curry downstairs, which I'm going to make sure I've got. Oh, we've got contact there. So I think that was Lasali who was along for the ride there. He basically put the power down too much in the back end tried to meet the front end, and he was unfortunately whipped it round and was along for the ride. That's a contact that's going to show up, Dale, but I don't see there being anything other than a racing incident there.
We'll see, we'll have a look.
Yes.
I'm not having a look just now, still getting the kebab. Kebab comes
The
first.
instant can wait. The kebab comes first. Brilliant.
There's nobody dead, they all went driving again, fine.
So we have
You've got-
Medja being flashed by
Yeah.
the race leader.
But that's fine, as long as you're passing a car that's not on the lap with you, is what we were saying.
Ah, you can.
But-
You're just saying you can do a couple of flashes. Is this per lap? You can a couple of flashes per lap.
Yeah, I don't know, it's something we're going to have to discuss. I'm not a big candidate for saying flash all the time.
I'm
It's
not
one
a
of my-
fan of
It's
it.
actually, it's my pet peeve, to tell you the truth.
Aye, if it's
If
been
I could-
used as a bullying tactic,
Yeah.
yes.
If I could take it out of the game completely, I would. Like I said in the in the was it the briefing, I said that.
Uh-huh. There we've got
You come
Brogan.
up flashing
two
behind
per
me, I'm
lap.
going to leave you there for night.
Brogan saying 2 per lap in the briefing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah, it was 2 per lap, but
you get some guys that flash constant, and that's a massive bugbear. I totally agree.
the problem is that we can't. It's very difficult to police it. So we work on the honour system that you're not taking full advantage.
Yeah.
You're not able. We can't watch every car. I mean, you'd have to have. Well, if they've got a 40 car race, you're going to have 40 stewards all watching the cars that they're and assigned a car to watch, just to
Yeah.
make sure they're not flashing lights.
So I wonder what's going to pan out here. We've got Hamilton and Soldatov, couple of seconds in it. Soldatov, by the looks of it, is actually ahead by at least a lap. And I wonder if Soldatov needs to pit before Hamilton. I wonder if they've been driving their driver stints right to the wire, or has there been a couple of mishaps, which is causing it to...
I think it's going to come. A lot of that's going to come down to whether. See, they're all out of sync. You're not going to really know where Indy's until we get to the final 45 minutes, half hour. But in saying that, depending on how much damage Hamilton has, it's a long pit straight, it's a long pit exit, it's a long pit itself.
Soldatov.
No, Hamilton, because he was in the took a wee clip into the wall.
Yeah, but
Depends how much damage he's got.
I'm saying Soldatov, if he pits before Hamilton,
Yes.
if he has any damage at all that does need changing or repaired, he's going to be in the pits for what, at least 1 minute 45, 1 minute 55, and that'll bring it really close.
And don't hold me to this because I'm not 100% sure. I think he's on the verge of having to pit anyway because he's been running around.
Who Soldatov is?
Yeah, he's been running anywhere between 15th and 7th, so it's difficult to know exactly what was actually in.
Right.
And you can tell as well because he's a lap ahead, about a lap ahead at the moment. So I would say, but I've got no proof or stats or anything to see it. So I would imagine he's still got a pit to do. He's one pit less than everyone. Just managed to stretch out the tyres. Would be my guess.
It's the stint time, so...
Yeah, but see, if you go in early on a stint time, it puts you onto the next stint time.
Ah, but it resets to 65. Yeah.
So it's difficult to tell all the time.
But we
I
still
don't have
have
the stats in front. James has got all the stats of how many times people pitted and stuff.
Right.
I don't have that in front of me, unfortunately.
So Brogan says 3 seconds damage for car 182, and we're pitting around 45 minutes to go. Fight for P2 and P3 in the last stint. Oh yes, excellent. Very good, Brogan. Thanks for the heads up on that.
I mean, it could be that P1 is going to be sold. Just going to start giving them nicknames like Freezy, Fresh.
Just start changing names just as you see fit.
Just read the part of the name that I can actually read. So first
Just
place
call them that.
first place we got Sold. Second place we got Ham. Third place we got Gala. Third place is Beaten. Fifth place is Campo.
Enjoy your cuppa, Brogan, and good luck with your final stint. So, if it pans out the way you're saying it's going to pan out, I hope it goes in your favour. He's just going to go for a quick wee
I hope
cuppa
it comes down to
for each stint.
a big fight at the end. That's
It's
clean.
good. It is. It's. Look at how tight that is.
At that point, we'll have to have James turn it off the automatic, and we'll actually watch the end. That's possibly what we need to do.
That's if James can get his kebab eaten and his kids to bed before the end of the race.
Because it would be horrible to have 5 cars fighting in the front, and we're watching.
And we're watching the back markers.
We're watching Els at the back, who's like 8 laps down.
Oh, she'll love that. Get her some airtime. But Soldatov and Hamilton, and then you've got Galanos within reach as well. That looks
I'm
like
going to be back in about 2 seconds, Chris. I need to go to the little boys' room
That's right.
and do a little girly pee.
But we're down to 13 viewers. I wonder if we've got. Oh no, we're back up to 15. That's good. Keep it coming, guys. Keep it coming. We've got a very, very exciting 1 hour and 27 minutes ahead of us here. The camera's kind of focused there for a bit on Hamilton. He was given that pressure on position 1 Soldatov. We're now in range. Car number 70, which is the McLaren, sitting mid-table. And then it switched over to Mazzetti. He's just there or thereabouts, just behind them. So we've got a couple of battles going to unfold, leading into the kind of last stint. Yeah, they're just up the road by a couple of seconds. Hatchek and car 89 in the Mercedes. Keeping range at bay. A Mercedes and a McLaren battling away. That's something to behold. But as you can see, he's there or thereabouts. He's either pulling away or he's kind of like losing it again. So it's coming back down. These guys are all pulling off like very similar lap times, especially in the top 15, 16. Their lap times were just so consistently close. So I think it's down to just one of them making a mistake, to be fair. Any one of them at all, they're going to lose that position. But he is in no man's land at the moment. Range, so Rihacek has pulled off a 2:23. Now we've got range coming up here. Let's see what he pulls if it's going to allow me to. He should be going over the line in a wee second. It's pulling the same time as well, a 23. It's switched to Jay Beaton, who's still currently battling right through those back markers. But when you're that far up in the grid, you're always going to have back markers all over the place. But Brett, being a back marker, he's still, if you can see there, he's keeping pace with Beaton, but he's in a Lexus. Tends to be a nice and balanced car. I was talking to Els earlier on. We were talking about what cars that she was asking what cars are sort of the best cars to drive for new people coming into the game. We kind of touch base at the Bentley. As much as it's hated by you, Gamer Dad, it is actually a very easy car to come in and off the bat get really used to it. Also, you've got the likes of the Audi. the Audi itself. As long as you can set the Audi up, that's really, really good to drive. Not necessarily the best car for somebody coming into the game as a new driver, but
I'm
an
back.
extremely good car to use, big time. Oh, hi there, how you doing? Now
I'm perfectly fine. It's been a wee while.
we're back with Hamilton in second spot. He's pushing as hard as he can to make sure. Oh, we've had a car slip off, so Mazzetti's just lost control there. And it looks like he contacted on the wall there. I wonder if that's going to have any bit of a lasting impact on the rest of his race.
Imagine if we hit the wall, it probably will be.
It didn't look too bad. I think it just switched as he's kind of the back end was just kind of touching, but he's in a Ferrari.
Yeah, but
As soon as
Ferrari's made of paper.
I know, as soon as you start jeopardising any of the aerodynamics in the Ferrari, it becomes impossible to drive.
Well, not impossible. You can still drive it. Just it definitely makes it more difficult.
Aye, you just can't push because the Ferrari's brilliant for pushing in because it's so stable if it's untouched.
See, we say that a lot. Oh, you can't push in it after that. There's aliens and really good drivers. I've seen them have crashes and still putting in same times. I'm like, how did he do it?
So we've actually got someone, Manurm, sorry, apologies for butchering your name, in car number 19, which is in the 6 Series BMW. So he's actually been brave enough to get involved in a 6-hour endurance along with his other teammates. He's in the M6, yeah.
Which car's that?
The one that's currently on the feed right now, car number 19.
Manorum.
Manurm.
Yeah, he's picked the wrong BMW.
No, I mean, he looks like he's got it wired in. He's just maybe had a couple of altercations being away down in 26th. Yeah. But this will show you his lap times. He's pulling in 24s.
Since you're back, James, you can help me figure this out. The 911 car's been running.
How do I eat a kebab?
No. Right, so the 911 car's been running between 15th and about 7th, correct?
911, let's have a look who he is. Sorry.
I'm just wondering how he's managed to get into first place.
991 that is.
Yeah, that's
991. Yeah, okay, never mind, I'm an idiot.
That answers your question, you've just got it wrong.
Yeah, well, do you remember that whole conversation we had earlier where I was talking about why I was wrong?
Yeah. Listen, guys, anyone that's still watching, we're here to entertain and nothing else. And if you weren't entertained by that, then there's something wrong.
There's something wrong with me.
Oh, right. We've got Eternal 5434 on the feed saying, and the live chat saying, was a fun race. Shame my game constantly crashed. Good game to the other drivers.
Well, Shay, you were absolutely fantastic, and to manage to do pretty best part of 4 hours on your own, son. I think you deserve a nice lie down. So that's fair play. Brogan's put in 2 per lap in the briefing. 2 per lap. I assume that meant the flashing.
Yes. It's talking about the flashing, yeah.
Yeah. 3 seconds damage for 182, and we are pitting around 45 minutes ago. Fight for P2 and P3 in the last stint. No worries, going for a tea break before my last stint. Enjoy, guys. Well, good luck, Brogan. I assume that is in relation to Hamilton, sorry, not Harrison. Oh, Jesus! Did you just... you'll see this on stream now.
What? Oh! That was close. Nearly took out his rear bloody lights there.
Yeah, so as the campo...
It gets a bit annoying when you get the dark sessions as a spectator. You can't see as much.
No, the best view to see it is this view.
Yeah. Massimo Casadel, so he missed his breakings on there by the looks of things. Coming into turn 1.
Yeah, I think that left a little bit of feces on the seat for the driver in going next time.
I missed it completely, and it doesn't look to me as though there was any contact. So that's
there wasn't. But
there was not. It was just bloody close. That would have
fecal matter moment.
Yeah, that would have put Casadei into some serious problems, and De Campo in 5th position. That would have been a race killer pretty much at this point in the evening.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're
That's-
coming down to the last hour here shortly.
Yeah.
We
So
are indeed.
when I was having my downtime, I was having a look at the Discord chat, and a couple of guys were asking the question, why has the track gone from optimum to fast?
Because of the
Because
temperature drop.
it's going to
Yep.
probably be because of the temperature drop.
We very rarely see the temperature going as low as this, so when it starts getting into the below 15, the optimum, the temperature that's held in the track disperses, and when the wee bits of rubber cool down as well, so it's actually not, it loses its stickiness. But
Well-
a fast track's still good for pushing. It's
Not
just when it's
not,
optimum, it's perfect.
not to mention there's 3 idiots at the side just dribbling and dribbling all the track.
Why is that from our commentary booth?
Yes.
Oh, dear, it's so funny.
So-
Dribble.
Think it's rain, but it's only in the start for it.
That's
Oh,
just.
free lucky dump. Excellent.
So we still managed to keep 18 people entertained pretty much for the entire race as De Campo now goes past Mazzetti. So yeah, thank you for the guys and gals who have stayed with us. You've kept
I'm
us
showing
entertained.
22.
Huh?
I'm showing 22.
Well, I'm looking at the feed I've got from Restreams and it says 18.
Right,
So
okay. Yeah.
You'll see it
but
jumping to 22 in
But then
moments.
again, the question is that exactly the same people all the time, or have had different people popping in and out?
we
It'd be
probably have
good
different
it'd be
people
good to be
popping
able to
out.
see those stats.
Yeah, we will do. So after each Twitch stream, I get an email which kind of gives us a bit of a summary. So obviously we've been going for quite some time.
Tells you how good you've been doing and tells you what you should do to get better.
Lots. We've increased the quite a number of followers. I think we've increased by about 20 today. So that's great news for us.
That's good.
So it's probably worthwhile just giving a bit of a shameless plug into the league at this stage. So just seeing Horbert get
Fire
lapped.
away.
Obviously FRL we do multiple platforms. So we run on PS4, PS5 for our PlayStation division. We currently operate Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. With our main series being on Taco Tuesday at 8:30 on both PS4 and PS5. PS5 we've got 2 divisions. On PC we've got currently our ST versus Porsche series, which is running for the next 2 more weeks. Derek,
Yes.
Just the post, yes,
Yep.
2 weeks left.
2 weeks, and then we're going to be venturing to Super Sprints.
Where's George?
Yeah,
Joe's-
should be
Joe's
going
in
over
bed.
to Super Sprints on.
He's tired.
I think we're going to stay on Super Sprints after that.
Oh,
We'll see how it goes. We're
still going to have one-off events. It'll be weird. Those
Well, 2 seconds.
mid conversation and he runs away.
No, sorry, my daughter. I thought she was just about to go upstairs and go into my son's room to check where he is, which would have ended in tears.
For you anyway.
Yeah. Then we host our rookie series on a Thursday, which is designed for drivers coming new into the league to get an opportunity to race and also boost their safety racing, which we don't operate the firm arm of the law. We just kind of let the drivers go. Predominantly, it's been very, very
Very
clean.
clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Very clean. I've watched every race so far.
yeah, and then our main series on PC is GT3 Friday, which is split into pros and AMs. Commentary every single week by the great Martin Cooper, although last week you had to put up with me. This week you had to put up with me. And then we hold our monthly endurance series on a Saturday, and also monthly British GT, but I think we all consider that one hasn't been a massive success. So unlikely to be visited.
If you want competition, the best one is the GT Friday. Oh, I need to get the door, guys. Hang on.
Oh, Dale's scampering to the door to get to his kebab.
Well, is Derek ordered a kebab as well?
Yeah, you put him in a mood for a kebab as soon as you says it, it was right on the order.
So P6, Bukovet has got a drive-through, which they're serving through at the moment. So they're 30 seconds into their stop. So that's gonna cost them quite a few positions. So it'll be interesting to see where they come out. They've already lost one position, down into P6.
Can I just give a wee mention to my teammate, Els, who's currently still running at the back of the grid, but she's still currently running the Bentley right to the end. So very good mentality.
Yeah, we've just jumped on board with her.
Just as we jump on board with her, we've jinxed her and she's running up the grass. I've taught her well. I'd say to her, keep an eye on the grass as you're going up that straight
Yeah.
there.
As the dew sets in, it might think it can grow, so therefore we have to cut it. So Bukerveld has lost one position with that drive through, so it hasn't massively been impacted. John Beaton, I have to say, running in P4, has had a very good race. Galanos in P3 has jumped 2 seconds. What the hell's this?
Alright, I'm back, guys.
Oh no! Back with your kebab.
Look, I left the channel for a couple of seconds. We're down
You're down to what? Sorry.
to 16 viewers now. They're coming back up to 22.
Yes.
Is that
So we've got Brett, who's in 8th place in car 4, hot on the heels of Buchveld, which is in car number 1 in the Maka. So I think you're probably going to see some really close battling between these two now, leading up to the last hour of the race. I think what's going to happen is it'll go right down to who's got to kind of pit in and get their driver swap stint done the safest and smoothest and swiftest. And if any of them have got any damage to repair, do they ignore it and keep pushing, or do they fix it and it gives their car that more aerodynamics to push harder?
Well, if it's not going to blow up your computer, you can go on ACC TV and it'll show all that information for you.
Oh, does it?
Well, not ACC TV, sorry, Race Control.
Race control.
I don't think you're going to be able to use it just now if you're having so many disconnection problems.
You reckon?
I'll put a load on your computer there. Not much, it's about 15 to 20 CPU load, but it'll be enough. You're already having problems. That's why I'm not running it. I've got James running it.
iPost PC has been running ACC TV, Streamlabs, Race Control, and Assetto Corsa Competizione for the last 6 hours.
Yeah. I've been running stuff as well, just the opposite direction. It's just on days that you're driving and you want to have a nice clear view, it just doesn't want to put up with it. The days that you're not driving and just doing it like this, it's pretty happy to do it.
Oh, whoa. Did you see, is that Horbert there? Yeah, it is. Lost it at the top of Eau Rouge.
Let's just have a look.
Corbett and the Lambo, right?
Yeah, 555.
Yeah, he's still on the wall just now.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's just constantly watching them here.
So now we're on with Beaton.
So
was that the computer decided to watch that incident?
No, that was me who saw that he spun out and I just jumped to him.
Yeah. I was saying to Christopher, possibly by the last 20 minutes or so, you might want to turn off the automatic and watch the final battles for the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
Because by that time we should know where everybody's actually at, with about 30 minutes, 20 minutes to go. We should know exactly where everybody's going to be dealing.
yeah.
Yep, I'm happy with that. Hopefully,
And
my
as
child
per
will stop going
usual,
through cupboards.
yeah, as per usual, as soon as the race is done, all the admin collapse in bed and say, that's done.
Yep, I'm going to be going away to watch the F1 qualifying from earlier on today.
Yeah, I'll watch that tonight, so when I'm going to bed.
I think I'll fall.
It's very interesting. I can sit at the computer for a 3-hour race or a 4-hour race or a 6-hour race like this and feel the exact same way as I did when 12-hour race. Just tired.
Jesus.
It's
But
almost like once I get to a certain point of being tired, it just kind of levels out and doesn't get worse. And then you finish the actual activity you're trying to do. It all
Do
just kind of
remember
floods in
we
you.
have the Champions League final tonight?
I don't care about that.
Oh,
Racer.
okay.
care
I
about
don't
that
even know
either.
who's playing. I'll be honest with you, I don't know who's playing.
I sadly do, but I don't care.
If it was a Scottish team, then I'd probably watch it, but it's
A
not
la
likely to
Madrid.
It's
happen. If it was a Welsh team, James would be interested.
it's Liverpool and
That's why you're
Real
into it.
Madrid.
Real Madrid.
Ah,
What, you're going to bugger off
Definitely
upstairs
worth
then?
the watch.
is there any more word on whether Kieran Tierney's going to Real Madrid or not? That kind of just died a death, didn't it? Or do you think that might be a over the summer deal?
Say that again, sorry.
Kieran Tierney. Real Madrid's been interested in him a year or two. And there
Right.
was a lot of talk about it in the run up to the end of the season, but I wasn't sure if it's died a death completely or whether it's just got quiet until the summer signings come in.
Ah, right, okay.
That would be, I think that would be Scotland's first player to actually go to a team like that.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think we've had any players go to big, like actual Scottish, plays for the Scottish team, play for like big Spanish teams
Right.
or big Italian teams. I mean, we've got some of them going down to like England. I mean, Tierney himself plays. Tierney himself plays for Arsenal. You got Robertson that plays for Liverpool.
Liverpool. You got
got,
McTominay who plays for Man United.
Yeah, but that boy annoys me. When it comes to playing for Manchester United, he plays really well. When it comes to playing for Scotland, he makes so many mistakes. It just seems to be out of sorts.
Same with Darren Fletcher,
He's
though, isn't it?
he's a much better player than what we get to see in Scotland. Yeah, we've got a number of good players. You've got can't really remember names. You've got McGinn plays for Aston Villa, or is that West Ham?
Again, who plays for Villa, yeah. So,
Yeah, Villa.
interesting, we've got Gonzalez, who's in the pits at the moment. Looks like he's repairing damage, but he's also had an hour and 3 minute stint. So he's going to hope that this pit stop lasts for another minute and 45 seconds, so he doesn't have to do another pit.
Yeah.
So he qualified in P2, and he's had a 56-second stop, and his stint time has restarted again. So he's going to be about a minute and 30 short of what needs to be required.
Yeah, he also had a 15-second penalty.
Well, that was nice of you.
He has contested it. I told him I'll have another at it after.
Why has he been given that penalty?
For rear-ending car number 4, I think it was. I don't know. Let me look at my notes. Yeah, so
What car was he?
He
488.
ran into
No.
the back of car number 4, caused him to spin and lose positions.
The doors open, you prat.
Right.
It wasn't a suspiciously hard hit. It's just it was in the right angle to actually spin.
Oh.
Can I just say we've got Jay Guerin currently producing the best lap of a 2:17.580.
Let's have a go. Let's try and find Gurin.
He's in the Honda, the beautiful Honda 488 car.
I found.
Yeah.
So,
I think the 488 car's been had an up and down kind of situational race, haven't they?
oh,
Aye. Polythron's just had a wee incident there and he's lost a place as well to 17th.
So we're on board with Gurin now. I've just changed the auto change off. He's just gone past car 555 nicely, going into campus before going into Stavelo. Where he's got another battle in front of him, Lassalle against Reinst. And my pronunciation of German names is famed across Germany or Bavaria. for being massively incorrect. I did quote some German earlier, which I remember from school.
Das ist gut, ja?
Das ist gut, ja. No, hast du seine Sexgeschichte?
That's actually quite a good accent.
Yeah, thanks. It's have you got 6 sisters?
I'm not sure if we're getting roasted chat or a thumbs up. It's Nicoline says up the FRL guys. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Up the
It says
Guys.
FRI. Yeah, it says FRI, but I'm not quite sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Oh, Fry Guys. So Fry Guys are they're a team which are racing.
Oh, okay, so it's not FRL guys.
No.
You thought it was.
Oh,
Like you
see,
thought
I'm
it was
just.
sticking the fingers up at you, Dale.
I wasn't sure.
Right, that's a 15-second penalty.
I wouldn't even know where to start. I'd just give everybody a drive-through script.
So I'm just gonna jump into here. So Fry Guy. Oh, it doesn't say the bloody team names in this, does it? So Fry Guys are racing. I thought it said their team names in this, but I was wrong.
Well, what car number is Fry guys?
There's 2 teams which are Fry Guys, I believe.
Oh.
So Nicoline, what numbers do we need to look at? Who do we need to find?
Either contact or a wee accident, guys. Sorry, car number 357. The Beamer Lacelli.
And 555.
Yeah, and it just popped up on my screen.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let me. I've been walking back and forth to the steward office a lot today.
So Andriani.
Yeah, here's Fry
I'm
Guys.
having
So this is Fry Guys. So it's S King in card number 72.
911's just had either some kind of altercation or contact with a wall, I think. Car 911. I'm looking on the race control here, and Andriani.
Despite all our advice of don't do it, you will
It's
blow your
working
computer
fine.
up. You've just ignored us.
My PC works fine. There's just something else happening. I don't know what's going on. But
It's called owner operator issue.
It's an ID 10T error. Write it down. Write it down, Chris.
ID 10T.
Yeah.
And what the hell does that mean?
Look at it.
I know what it means. I've
What
heard
does-
that before.
What is it? What is it?
Idiot.
Yes.
So, as I'm trying to say, Els is struggling to get faster than a 223, 242.
So what you're saying is you
the-
should be driving instead because you're faster.
Well, my race pace was 221 low. I've probably got into the 220s, I think. Obviously, with the temperatures dropping, it starts to get that little bit more difficult to keep the car on track. But she's still going strong. She's still fighting and still.
Well, we've got
Make sure we
Els
finish.
is just trying to allow P21 through as we flick to John Beaton, who is in P4, who's just gone past a Polythrone.
Yes.
So what kebab did you go for, Derek?
Doner and cheese.
You've gone for a doner and cheese. I've gone for a large mixed kebab and chips with salad and garlic sauce.
Yummy.
I've got the pecora sauce on mine.
Pecora
I
sauce.
told them to stuff the salad up their arse. Why
Nice.
would you? I really don't understand this. You're going to get the most unhealthy food in the world, and you put a salad in there. What's wrong with you?
Oh, do you know what? I'm just. Gio's been hard at work.
Right.
Is he
So
done
we've
your
got
picture?
Peter is also fighting for 7th.
I love it. Oh, fantastic. Oh, I've got a wee message from Cool.
So that's Peter Brett, who's 7 seconds behind Bukeveld, who's in the pits. So that will give you the opportunity to jump to 7th. There's Peter Brett in the Fry Guys Motorsport cars from Ireland. My accent is superb. I'm sure you'll all agree.
Get in there, Bretty Boo. So Peter Brett, that's what you're talking about, it, James?
Mhm. Yep.
So I take it that's car one. Who was the other team? If you said there's two.
So there is oh yeah, you'll notice the livery when you see it. It's the leopard print. It's the zebra print livery.
I'll never see it on mine. I don't have the liveries put up.
No, but I do. I do. There's that. That's my favourite livery. 357, the American hardcore one.
Yeah.
There you go.
I like that one.
S King in car number 72. Look at that.
Car number 72. Oh yeah.
And then you've got the guy who's currently in P7. So get in
think
there,
they should
Bretty
have-
Boo.
They should have had that one and then one car that looked like a lion and just chase it around the track.
Ooh! Almost lost it through campus. I feel like I'm saying a naughty word every time I say campus. Oh. So my wife just messaged me, how are the kids again? Because I didn't reply to the first one.
Yep, so Hamilton's getting ready to come in for his pit apparently according to the chat.
I'll edit this now.
So that's their last pit coming up.
So we're on
So
board.
what-
Big kiss. Right, so let's have a look. So who's going to have to stop? So Solotov has to stop again because we've got 50 minutes left. It's 50 minutes into a stint. We've got Hamilton who has 55 minutes into a stint. Galanos is 59 minutes into a stint. Beaton is currently 47 minutes into a stint. De Campo is just over an hour. Kiss is 50 minutes in. Brett is currently in the pits and has done an hour, so that will be their last stop. Gurin is in 48 minutes. Bukovelt is just starting their last stint, so they'll be okay. Lajoli is in the pits at the moment. Gonzalez, 9 minutes. So they're the people who are going to have squeaky bum time, because I think they're going to have to do another pit before the end of the race. Deserovic is on their last pit stop, so they'll be okay. Mazzetti has an hour. Well, they've got 35 minutes into the stint, so they'll have to pit again, so they'll be slightly out of sync. Zucchetti's just doing his last stop. Rastensteck has 40 minutes left, so they're going to have to do another stop. Polythrone, again, will have to do another stop. Reinst is okay for the remainder of the race, and so is Major. Fernandez, who has improved 20 places in this race.
Yeah.
So they
There's
will have
some
to,
big movers in there.
yeah, they will have to do another stop. Hall will have to do another stop. Lagner and P21 will have to do another stop. Breinschneck will have to do another stop. Hanneman will have to do another stop. Manarum, who we spoke about earlier, will have to do another stop. Vikinen will be okay. King of the Fry Motorsports will have to do another stop. Alfonso will have to do another stop. Arthur will be okay. LaSalle will be okay. Herbert will be okay. And Els will have to do another stop. So I'm sure you all wrote that down, and we won't have to go through it again. But we have a couple of drivers who will be okay for the remainder of the race, and a couple of drivers who will have to do another stop with about half hour to go. How are we feeling after that? We're feeling refreshed, raring to go for this last hour.
100%.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'll
Yeah.
be dead by the end of it. I want my kebab, but I'll be good to go till then.
Why don't you just eat your kebab whilst you're on here?
I will be.
I don't think Andy would want me to because
Mute your
without
mic.
any teeth, it's kind of sloshy, spared sounding.
Why
Well,
don't you just mute
I've
your
just
mic?
had the Just Eat notification of the order that's supposed to arrive in 3 minutes that is just left the restaurant. So
See, I went with Just Eats as well, but you must live out in the sticks.
no,
I live about 10 minutes from the kebab shop, and mine was here. How long did it take us? About 15 minutes?
Up at 9 seconds, they probably put it together and walked round to your house with it.
They were
course
probably
not.
sat there going, "What's Derek's order tonight?"
Yes, that's possible. No, this is not a boast either. This is quite sad. When I lived up in I lived in a high flat before this house,
That's right.
and I was in the wheelchair at the time, so I was calling in food a lot. And I went to the doctor and they told me I had the heart condition and that I had to stop eating all this junk food. And I stopped ordering as much food in. Do you know they sent somebody at my door?
To make sure you were okay.
I hadn't gotten
Oh,
to know them that well. Somebody came at the door. I hadn't ordered it in a month and a half. Check on him, make sure he's alive. We're losing money.
They're probably coming up to make sure there wasn't that stench of death. Like, nope, he's fine.
I took that as really nice. My mother was mortified that the fast food joint would send somebody to see if I was alright.
that's
But
brilliant.
hey-ho.
Oh no, I think you can see both perspectives on that, in terms of
Well, the thing about it was, they knew I was in a wheelchair, they knew I lived, they'd never seen any other family members. So I'm taking it as I'd gotten to know them so well, they were actually checking to make sure I was there and alive.
That's amazing. That's really, really good.
But my mother took it as they were trying to find out where the profit was going.
Well, where's our 9 or what was your order? It was probably about 14, 15 quid.
But I
Where's
mean,
15 quid
you
tonight?
know you know as well as I do. I lived in that house for 8 months, and that was it.
Is that only 8 months over there?
Aye, 8
Wow.
months, and I was getting the local Indian house come to make sure I was alive.
oh Christ, Indian. That was a massive amount of ghee you were consuming then.
Yeah, so it was a lot of food that I was eating. Curries and it's a what they call a. It does Indian food. It does kebabs and all the regular chips and cheese and shit.
So
But
I've got a question, Brogan. Does Hamilton say that his tyres are dead, Bono, after lap 1, or did you just get on with it? That's a question for the Twitch chat.
Yeah, I see that.
that's actually a good point. I've seen Hamilton in that car more than anybody else. Have we not?
Yeah, he's saying yes, the tyres are dead. Oh, goodness.
Tyres are dead, Bono.
We've got 18 people watching just now. Everyone give us a nice wee hello, give us a comment. Let us know your feelings and thoughts, what's going on. Have we bored you? Has it been entertaining?
Yeah, that's a good shout, Chris. Yeah, please let us know if you enjoyed this experience.
Let's put it this way, you're going to have to listen to me and Dale for 24 hours on Halloween. Details for that to come.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get some good drugs for that night to keep me awake.
We're going to have I'll
just
do a wee
pile ourselves
plug
with
for-
acid.
We'll do a wee plug for
We'll all be
both.
sitting there. I'll sit there with spiky hair, blurry eyes, going, hey, hello.
Well, do you know what? It's fancy dress. It's Halloween, so
Well, we're
we'll
not
be
going to
getting
be able to
dressed
do
up.
it on Halloween
Oh,
because it's a Monday.
hang on. Who the hell came up with fancy dress?
Well, you always look like you get dressed up in whatever it is you wear every day, so we might as well make a chore of
What,
it.
the GIMP mask?
He tries to hide his face behind a leather zipped gimp mask.
I don't think I've been on
Look at
camera
this,
with that,
3-car wide going up. Please
Yes.
stay on this. This
Yes,
is going
I'm
to be
gonna-
fantastic.
I'm going to try and race over to to TV to stop it from changing. There we go. So I've done that. So now we can watch this battle.
4 cars.
My TV just died, hang on. Can't see.
So, well, 17th, 18th and 19th had to pit again. That is my question, which I'm going to try and answer myself. Can you see on stream a little grey box in the right-hand corner? Does that look better,
You
or does
can
that
indeed.
look worse than the...
I swear it looked worse, but that was just my opinion.
It's quite kind of pixelated, but you can make it slightly bigger.
No, I've just removed it. Dal has spoken.
The problem, the
Eric,
thing about these wee blocks is
Get
that
back to
the
your
overlays,
kebab.
the overlays are very encumbrous and they take up too much of the screen.
Well, if you
So,
can make them
19
transparent,
has to pit again, but 17 and 18 likely to be out for the duration, so, yeah.
oh, excellent. So that's going to be a really, really juicy battle to unfold in the last 50 minutes.
Yeah, Merc versus Bimmer. German on German.
So it still says Hamilton's in the car, thought Brogan was going in. Or is it going to do that till we get
Oh.
to the first
Fresh
change point?
Briz is currently doing what he loves best, and that's watching his drag racing. I think he used to be involved in that at some point
Oh,
in his
is,
life.
Is that Drew
is he
Paul's
what?
drag race?
Yeah, I was just about to say the RuPaul one.
Yeah.
Drag Race. Yeah.
He
We
loves
talked about
his
that.
dress up.
We talked about that on the podcast as well, don't we?
I think there's an
Oh,
opportunity
yes.
for a shameless plug there on the podcast.
The dark humour. So, the plug I was going to put, we're going to have a 24-hour endurance.
No, it's not going to be on Halloween because it's a Monday. Oh, why
It's
is
not
Liebel
Halloween
just...
yet.
Well, it'll be around about Halloween.
Liebel's just had a massive bait of
Oh,
oversteer coming out
There
of
we
turn
have 2
one.
shunts.
So
Oh.
Brogan came in, or Brogan was going back out and just sitting behind Beaton now. So I think they're going to have a nice wee race together.
Let's try and
Well,
find them, shall
Label's
we?
just been involved in a wee bump, so you might get something coming up in the race control very soon.
So we got... So Dyer is... So I assume that's Brogan Dyer. Yes, it
Yeah,
is Brogan Dyer.
Dyer, I would say yes.
Yeah, he's
I'm
currently
itching
in
to see this
P3.
alien outfit. If Briz is saying you wait till Donny, I think he's bought some kind of alien outfit to walk about.
He's been saying that. I think he's just going to turn up naked.
Okay.
He's going to be the great alien. Because us English and British and Scottish don't get out much and we look blue or grey. So he could just be turning up naked and you're looking forward to it. Oh, he's hanging loose, so I think I'm right.
Right, I'm going to put
Right.
this back on.
We're starting to get more incidents again in, boys, so I see that's just terrible English. I don't know if you can tell that English.
Oh, we got 3 incidents, but it's okay. We got Chris to keep you company as well. So
Yes.
we do have. I wanted that car. So that is Gonzalez. No, that's not Gonzalez. It's Mazzetti who lost it at the top of Eau Rouge by the looks of things.
Oh God, yep. There's someone there coming out of the pits. Or was that him just recovering from his
I
spin
think
on
that
a
was it.
rouge?
That was him recovering from a spin on Eau Rouge.
Oh
So-
no, I hope it's not caused him too much damage.
Indeed. Right, I'm gonna do. I love a little shameless plug in the Discord chat. See if we can get the number of viewers up in the stream. So,
Whilst you're doing that plug, I'll continue with the plug that I was trying to say. So the plug is...
You carry on with your plug, Chris. We won't interrupt you anymore.
It's just we get the
So
24
when are you going to
hours...
get started on this plug?
The 24 hours endurance that's
well,
due.
it's not going to be Halloween. It's not going to be Halloween. It can't be.
It'll happen there or thereabouts, not on
It's going to
Halloween
be.
itself.
It's going to start. It's the start of November, more than likely.
It'll be a day that suits.
Teddy.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. How
24
are you going
hours.
to argue with the head of the
And-
PCs that you can't?
We're going to have a live feed for the full 24 hours, and me and Dale will be at the crux of that. I don't know
Well-
if you're going to do stewarding as well at it, Dale, or is it?
Well, we're going to have to
hope-
do tickets for that one, I think,
Well,
just purely
yeah,
because of the amount of
We're
time.
hoping, yeah, we're hoping to do tickets for that one.
Yeah.
Because it's 24 hours and we're hoping to get some of the PS stewards in so as they can actually do the stewarding for it. And all I have to do is just assign the...
Assign the tickets to them, let them fight amongst themselves.
Yeah, because that way they'll be putting in video.
So we have our
all
P1
the-
driver in the pits at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's just leaving for their final stop. Looks like as though they are coming out into P1 as well. So
Oh.
P2 is nowhere to be seen, and P2 is... P2 is John
They
Beaton.
have worked those 65-minute stints to an absolute perfection by the looks of it.
Well, yeah, especially considering they were out of sync at one stage due to an unforeseen stop. I think they also had a stop and go penalty as well, which
Absolutely brilliant. That just shows you sheer rapidness.
the Bimmer with that LED just above the headlight, above the windscreen looks sweet as.
I prefer it round the grille at the front.
What
I
the
think it looks meaner.
you've got the Bentley that has the around the grille at the front, doesn't it?
and so does the Porsche. The Porsche's one looks phenomenal.
Oh, the Porsche.
There's actually no Porsches running tonight, which is disappointing.
Why didn't you race in the Porsche?
So I'd says to Els if I wanted to do the Porsche, and she was like, "No, not happening." And then
Yeah, she's not a big Porsche fan, obviously.
she wanted to do it in the Maca, and I was like, "Let's do it in the Bentley." And she was like, "Okay, I want to try the Bentley, blah blah blah." But she's done nothing but moan about it since we did it.
That's the first car I ever drove in ACC. It was the Bentley or the Boatley. With Ian, I can't remember his surname now. But this was in the very, very early days of FRL, and Ian crashed out at Bathurst, and then next thing you know, he left the surf.
Oh Christ!
Crashed out at
So
the
it
first
took-
lap of Bathurst, and then just went, "Nah, I'm done now." So we're on board with car number 1 in the McLaren, who was giving Savage a nice bit of flashing, to let him know as he was passing a lap car, which is absolutely fine. We're at 11:25 at night. We have a yellow flag and Micah Babs here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh ho! Excellent. Well, you go and eat that and sort that, and I'll continue talking. What I think we're up to, maybe I would say lap 130 or thereabouts. I can't see it on screen, to be fair.
I don't know what lap we're on just now. We should be somewhere around lap 130.
Have you not got race control open?
Dude, I've got stewarding and everything else going on just now. I've got enough screens open. My computer will explode if I put any more pictures up. Screens up, Jesus. It's getting to the end of that 6 hours now, and I'm starving. 911. You know that way you're not really that hungry, but then you order because you know you're going to be hungry, and then the food arrives and you get that first whiff of it and you go, oh, and you start getting shaky.
Yes.
Yes, I'm at that point. But there's only
Well, eat. Mute your mic and chomp away.
That's
we've
what
not
I'm
got
doing.
far to go. We've not
Exactly.
got far left. But we can't have 3 people all chopping and just waiting for somebody to talk.
I'm not eating. I'll wait until the stream's finished. I'm hungover, so I'm feeling like a whale warmed up, or a boiled sock, whatever you want to call it.
I still don't know where you got that phrase from. Boiled sock.
A boiled sock.
Have we got somebody that's just popped in?
Who's popped in?
Don't know.
Evening.
Ah, well, I've
Oh,
invited Checker to come and
Yeah.
kind of do a wee bit of comms with us as well. So if you click on James's name, you should then be able to see what's up
Oh.
on screen.
You got to go to the stream.
You gotta go to the Twitch stream.
Yeah, the Twitch stream. So click on his name and then click watch, and it just shows you what we're seeing right now.
I've got you.
Oh yes. So how was your day, Checker? How was your day with the missus and the kids?
I just messaged you there. It was getting shopping done for my holidays.
Oh, where you going? Where you going?
Sunday Benidorm.
He's going to go there and
Ju-
watch Vicky.
Yeah.
Vicky.
It's her granddaughter who's doing it now.
Yeah, it is.
I was looking at a boys' holiday in Benidorm for September, October, and the accommodation was dirt cheap. However, the flights were, well, for me, for just a boys 2 days away, was something like 220 quid.
What?
Yeah,
The problem with the granddaughter, she's not as flexible. Puts you off a wee bit.
God's sake. So Freshbridge saying you should and try and do some interviews with drivers through the event, seeing what they. So that's a plan, Fresh. When it comes to anything that kind of length, we'll do like driver interviews. So anyone that's not driving, they can pop in and give us a wee bit of heads
Derek,
up on how the races went and stuff.
how many have we done today?
how many what?
Driver interviews have we done?
3.
3.
I was one of them, and there was 2 others.
Christmas came back a couple of times. I'd like to have gotten more when it was spiced up a wee bit, but just didn't have the
It's off the edge, by the way, for continuing on.
early enough time. I know, I was just telling her.
So well done.
Was the
teammates on the
two
run.
were having complications after that kind of disconnect, and she was like, "Well, I'm just here for the experience and making sure I'm taking part with all these fast drivers." What a great mentality! So we done our stints between us, and she's now finishing it out. So that James wanted me to do this tonight so that he could put his, what is it you call them? Your little monster or something?
Useless.
It to bed.
Yeah.
Whose stream are we watching, guys? Just to put the order and kind of position.
What?
James.
You know the MFD. If you press like to cycle through the MFD.
So we had
Yeah.
it this way so that you could see who was racing who for position on
Aye.
track. But
Right,
it's
okay,
now
I'll
getting to
go.
that stage of the race now.
Don't you come in here and start issuing it order, boy?
I know. Show up, breeze in with half an hour to go. Like, right, do this and do that.
Couldn't even make it for his own race. Left it to the women today.
The women, I've had a haircut. I don't have long hair anymore.
I got a haircut today as well, guys.
Oh,
Oh my God, would you stop crashing into people? I'm trying to get through this. Boy. No, I finally get it all
trying to
caught
eat
up.
his kebab and you just keep bloody hitting people.
I know. I get to the point where I've just managed to catch up in 2 man.
How's the race been for penalties and stuff? Is everyone behaving?
It's alright, I'm getting ready to start dishing up some stop and go penalties so as I can get some eating.
Get a pizza in the oven.
Just
got
give everybody a
kebab.
stop and go and that'll give you 4 minutes.
Derek,
Yeah.
Derek put a pizza in the oven the other day. He says,
Oh,
just
no.
2 seconds, I'm just going to grab my pizza. And I just heard a crash bang wall. He's like, oh no! In the background. He took out the oven and dropped it.
No, I didn't take it out the oven and drop it. I got it to come out the oven, and the whole bottom of the pizza fell off, and all the cheese landed in the oven, on the oven door, on the floor, and stuff that landed in the oven caught fire.
Oh,
I was like,
Dale.
oh my God.
Fantastic.
There's a reason I'm not allowed to use an oven.
Vihabovic has just had a wee bit of a kind of an off in the track there. It's not lost him any position, but he he came back on track nice and safe, which was kind of nice to watch.
He's kind of safe around him as well. He's not got many people.
He's surrounded by back markers, so he doesn't necessarily need to do any battling here because I think the closest car for position is nowhere in sight. So he just needs to see his 37 minutes out and enjoy the rest of
Els
his
has
race.
just lost it, as she was letting Reinst through, and the car 30s just went.
Oh, see it! Oh,
Hit the barrier. I can't see.
Just hit the barrier.
Yeah,
She's back on track now. She's just going through. Oh, she's just off the track, allowing Dyer, who's in P2. Ooh.
What
Pass.
setup did you go with? Did you go with your one, Chris?
No, we
No,
went with
yours-
yours.
Was it
So
amazing?
yours was just that. It was that ever so slightly tweaked setup.
Right.
That just seemed to point the car in that wee bit better. You know the way like you says right, do this. I think you made about 3 slight changes, and you told us to change the brake bias, and bang, it started pointing in.
Yep.
And the first thing that Els did when she started driving it, I think she was half a lap round, and she was like, "I effing love this setup."
I know.
A really big thank you to Checker because she was doing her own stream and she's got like 300 odd followers or whatever.
Hanneman. So who went off there? That was Bubble. Buddle's just gone off.
At contact. Oh, someone behind as well. Lost it.
That's the
Lamborghini.
dirty air. The Lambo's been caught in the dirty air.
Bud.
So fortunately enough, Aaron Fear managed to escape, and Hanneman is. When he was battling with Hanneman, everything just almost went very, very Pete Tong.
Yes.
The guy sporting the. Was it number 46, Rossi? Livery.
Oh, well spotted.
And, they've currently just retired that number on MotoGP.
Oh, have they?
Yep, so that number will never be used again.
We've got Fugui 21 saying let's go 762. Herman and Lee Jolly. We want to see 762, please.
There we go.
762 some of your time.
There we go. You've got 762. Oh, and they're having a battle as well, in fairness. So let me
that's
just
good.
try and flick to back to this to make sure it doesn't change any camera angles. And there we go. We're on board.
Excellent.
Thank you,
So-
James. That's great camera work.
It is. It is. Whilst I'm about 2/3 away from my kebab.
Oh, it's switched now. That's a nightmare, but it's switching. Well, it's not. It's good, but it's also.
It's
a
not
nightmare
switched.
when you're
It's not
trying to-
switched.
It's
Is
went
it-
to car 70.
It's on the car behind though.
Yeah, that's what I've just done.
Yeah.
So you can see 216, 267,
both.
and 70.
Did he
Yes,
go wide there?
okay.
Is it a wee run on the straight? I wonder.
I think he was.
Is he going to dive bomb? Is he going to go for it? I think he will. Up the inside. I'm looking
Oh.
for it.
Why is it everything you say, Chica, sounds dirty? We've been saying things like that all day, and you walk in and it just sounds dirty.
It's his soft voice. He comes in and his soft voice makes it sound like he's trying to serenade the wife.
I think it's Dale just out of frustration, just thinking that way.
Aye.
Could be. I mean, I'm really desiring my kebab just now.
Do you know what? We need to get you a fire-breathing whore, Del. I think that's the best thing for you.
But he's
Doesn't even-
desiring
We are
Doesn't
live.
it doesn't need to be fire breathing.
Apologies.
he's desiring a bit of meat.
A fire-breathing dragon. Let's say.
Yeah, we just
Oh, you
embarrassed.
see the sparks coming off of the maca
These
there.
are embarrassing, James. Now stop.
Do. I'm getting an advert at the moment.
30 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, you get adverts up and down on it.
Yeah, it appears every now and again, every half hour or so, 45 minutes.
You can set it. You can set up when you want your adverts going, but I think it depends on.
Second behind.
I think it depends on how many people you got online as well.
It's all money for the server, so it's all going to the cause. So I just let it run its course.
Can Herman keep him off? Hold him off, should I say?
It's been so tight. This has been a great battle so far.
It'd be good if you could do the Microsoft Flight Simulator and make it light again, so we can see what's going on a bit better.
Turn the brightness up.
I like the green light he's got on top of his car. I'm a sucker for things like that.
You like your lights.
You
I
love your
say.
lights, actually. Oh, I've got a wee in.
Yeah, and it's probably perfect positions as they go in down into, I can't remember this called, Blanchimont?
Oh, look at that! It's got the run on him.
He did.
Fantastic move.
So now Reinsch will be looking at. Ooh, that's the brightest camera we've got so far. Reinsch will be now looking at Bear Burrito. Oh, Herman's lost it. He gained it. Oh, that was the brain moment.
Oh, somebody's got a drive-through for track limits.
So that is Beatrix, but and
Yeah.
now I think Herman's potentially mentally lost it for a bit because he took a massive deep dive to make sure that Dyer in P2 can go through. As we jump on board with Wright, who's past Herman and is going to go for Barbarito next in the 216 Beamer. So we've got McLaren versus Bimmer. And Wright seems to have a good run down the Camel Straight. A lot more top speed, goes to the inside. And he's going to cut across ahead of the chicane. And he's done it. He's done 2 cars in about 4 corners. And that has pushed Reinsch up to P12 now.
Well done.
What has he done to that Maca to make it so fast out of the corners?
I don't know, but I'm going to start cheating with the camera angles again now. We've witnessed, so we're on board with Els now, out of the rear view. Unfortunately, probably want the front view. We'll sit on board for a little bit whilst we jump into Mia. Breiterick has got the drive-through in the car 123 car. which is probably going to be a lot of pain. Now we're on board with Bukerveld. So Gurin, Bukerveld, and Hackies. Hackies was joining us in the chat. Was messaging
Lose a
earlier.
good position as well.
We'll invite Els in for an interview at the end.
If you want to.
Might want the winners in first though.
Well, we'll try and get the winners. So we got.
When it gets to that point, I'll be useless, so I'm going to go leave. Once it's all done. What you said that through.
How will you be useless? You do a podcast every week.
I'm about useless right this minute because I'm starving.
Well, have your bloody food then. It took me 4 minutes.
We're busy. We're working.
Shut up. I'll kick you out of the chat.
Aye, mute him so that he can eat.
Yeah. I'll kick you out.
Alright.
I'll kick you out of the
I'll be
Discord
back.
server. Right.
Okay, that'll work. I'll be back.
Right, see you soon.
Love you.
When Dale comes back, we'll go Dale, the stream's down, come on. Can you leave these for a sec?
Chris has probably been kicked out of the server 4 times by the time he comes back.
I know.
Alright, let's have a look. So I think, looking at the rest of the grid, so how long have we got left? We've got 28 minutes left. I think the only person I can see, there's 3 people who have to pit again. So we've got P17, Hall has to pit again, we've got Hanneman who has to pit again in P21, Alfonso has to pit again in P22, and that is it. So we've got 3 cars left to pit. The top 3 drivers are in it to win it now. They don't have to do another stop. There is a lap from car 991 to second place Dyer. So I think, providing no accidents, they're pretty safe. Then we got Tillman's in P3. It was about 1 minute and 35 seconds behind Dyer. However, De Campo is 8 seconds behind Tillman. So it might be worth jumping on board with De Campo and seeing where they is at. So
Yes, let's do so. De Campo.
So we might have to actually do some. Have we gone up? No, we've not gone away. Oh, God, that camera was making me feel a bit sick, to be honest.
Whoa. Aye, Jesus, we're about 5 seconds behind.
Yeah. It doesn't make you feel
That is an odd
comfortable.
view.
Yeah, because as he was going up Eau Rouge, it kind of looked like he was going sideways up Eau Rouge. I was thinking, oh, just kind of giving them the massive build up. He's gaining on Tillman. So let's have a look. De Campo.
He's got 26 minutes to get his finger out.
Get his finger out. So I'm trying to find a screen somewhere. One of my many different things I've got open at the moment, so that's working fine. So I don't need that one. This one I want. So I think I can change it there. So I can change the camera that way. Cool. So we are on board with De Campo. So we've got 7.1 seconds to Tillman. So this is definitely something which you should be keeping an eye on. In terms of
a couple of back runners, like car 99 and 1, they just
we got
slink out the road.
Barbarito and Herman. Where's Barbarito and Herman? That's another close battle on track. So there we go. So this is about 3/10, and this is for position for 13th and 14th. Barbarito, I think, passed a couple of cars earlier, or was it Herman? There we go. Oh no, it's Reinst, isn't it? And P12 who did the moves. So Barbarito, look at that lovely FRL badge on the Alitalia car.
Rain in 5 minutes, guys.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, like that. Guys bringing in their cars and putting our logos on them.
It's nice. So Goering looks as though he's managed to pass Buchenfeld, which is something sadly we missed. De Campo is down to 7 seconds behind. No one else is really playing with each other.
They are carrying damage, can I just say. Barbarito's got a kind of wobbly bonnet.
Yeah, but the issue is you're never sure if that happened. recently or if that happened back earlier, but that gap looks as though it's extended rather than is decreasing.
Yeah, I think he's losing time because of the damage in his car.
I'm back.
Oh no, that was fast.
Well, I didn't eat the whole kebab. I just took some of the meat off and sandwich.
For a sandwich.
Oh,
I want to sit down and actually enjoy. Don't want to be wilting it down watching.
You can't enjoy a microwave kebab.
It's going to be microwaved. Be
It's gonna be-
cold and greasy and slimy
No, you want to microwave it and heat it up. That'd be awful.
with some Cora sauce over the top of it through the middle.
I quite like
one-
the
It's one of those naan kebabs as well.
I quite like the cliche name on the side of the Decampo's number 5 beam where it's last corner. That's pretty cool.
That could be asking for trouble because the last corner could be the last corner you get unhappy at.
Do you remember our endurance race went a bit controversial with Keddy and somebody else?
Oh yes, on this track.
Yes.
Who was that? Was that not Amir?
No,
Was
it
it
wasn't
that?
Amir.
Who was it?
Oh,
They cut the bus stop and they
Yeah.
ended up beating Geddy.
Oh,
for the finish line.
that was. I can remember that. I can't remember. That was. Oh, what was that? We had to put into somewhere else because it was one of your guys.
Yeah, so I put it in with SimGrid just to have a quick view of it, and they went, no further action. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
What?
Mm.
Yeah.
Last corner cut and they got away with it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they were avoiding lap cars, so there was nothing they
because
could
there was-
really do.
There was a massive incident involved. So, Keddy didn't take as much off of the track as the other car did. But just, that's the way it went.
Geddy stayed online. The other guy went off track, cut the corner.
Yeah. But they're saying there wasn't enough loss. There wasn't enough gain, basically, for the other car.
There was. They took
I-
position.
I-
That's
Look,
shocking.
I agree with you, but because it's one of your guys, we make that
Right,
decision.
let's
and the
just get on
decision
with
was made
this.
for us.
The Campo's now closed that gap to Tillman to 4.4 seconds. It was over 7. And he
Mhm.
had those 2 back markers in front of him, so I think that was causing a bit of a hindrance. And for the next 22 minutes, they've got a few back markers just in front of them as well.
But we've also
So-
got a battle here going on for 18th and 19th between Liebel and Hall. Cars 87 and 89, which I've just decided to jump onto whilst that battle is still developing, shall we say.
Yes. So are these guys, when they're getting caught up by the Tillman and DeCampo, are they going to yield or are they just going to battle it out? Oh, intensity at the end. So 3 Beamers and a Merc. Oh bloody German.
Good. So I'm playing with camera angles.
See that? If you go with F6 and then you can go outside the car.
No.
F7.
Oh, P5's got a drive-through, ladies and gentlemen. P5 has a drive-through.
oh, he's going to lose track anyway.
He's actually taking it right now. He's had it for about half a lap.
Oh, thanks for the information there, Derek.
You know, I was sitting staring at it and don't know why I didn't say it until you said something.
So
this
is
is
7th
pain.
and 8th, are
My
they close
initial-
enough to take this?
My initial thought when you said it was, why are you so excited? It's been a half a lap. I don't know.
Because you never spoke up.
Oh, he's going to go for it here.
You know,
It's miles back.
sometimes I say things in my head, saying out loud.
Brilliant.
Oh, do you know what? It's a lot better than saying things out.
If we just
It's
lost
that
Derek.
Dale, you just disappeared, buddy.
Where did it disappear to?
Oh, there you're back now.
I said it's a lot better than Oh, I've lost my train of thought.
You kept kind of fading away and
So
kind of
he's
disappearing there.
Siran has dropped from P5 down to P7. So that was the impact of that drive through. We have 2.5 seconds now between DeCampo and Tillman. Lebo and Hall is 1.4 seconds, so that's remained relatively stable. However, Hall, I'm not sure if he's been lapped or is trying to lap Ingle in the 46 car, which is the Adam Forster team, and Devilfish.
Oh yeah.
So someone on chat says that 2 streamers are in first place. Does that mean that the drivers are our streamers? Or?
Yep, they must be currently streaming right now on their own channels. Yep, Maras 13 saying DeCampo catching P3. He is indeed. He's doing massive efforts to try and close that gap.
Yeah, they're saying you should watch that wee fight.
I am.
Is that are you on that fight? Good for you.
Christ, we're not a bunch of amateurs, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, well, we are a bunch of
We are a
amateurs.
professional. We are a very professional outfit here.
As long as we can get a check-in right and we can chase people and we can put up results, we do well.
Exactly.
You know, like, the only reason you look like professionals is I'm helping you. Professional.
What, the one that's going in and out of voice chat every 5 seconds?
Yes, I'm the one that's you are making you look good. If I can say that right.
When you're not disappearing, we can hear you fine, aye.
So if you manage to catch the last lap of the 2 drivers, so I was just having a look. So in terms of last lap, Tillman was a 1:22.3. DeCampo was a 1:20.5. Currently the 3rd fastest man on the track. So this fight is, I think they're going to be, what do they call it on the F1 things? Oh, bugger. They'll be in contact or something in the next lap or so when they do the predicted fight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then they give it an overtake difficulty percentage or some crap like that.
Yeah. Well, you worked all that out already?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be about 45% overtake difficulty, and it'll happen probably as we the pure fight is on now as we go through Blanchimont, as we go through Pouon, but I think it will be when they get into Brewy. They'll be not Brewy. Is it Brewy? No.
He's having an argument.
Stavolo. That, although they're in Castle, so now we're almost in Stavolo, which is the double right-hander.
Let's drop by 1/10.
I think it'll happen in Maggots and Beckets.
Triangle through ball.
I was sitting watching Chris earlier when he disconnected Maggots and Beckets.
James, you can commentate
went up El Rouge and just disappeared, kept going up and up there.
Here we go.
I don't commentate, I just sit here and observe. Right.
That Tillman is going to make it so difficult.
Oh yeah, God yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're not up the top of the league. They're not up the top of that list for just giving up.
No. So both in equal machinery, it's down to where they are in terms of their tyre pressures, their track, their setups, and of course driving ability. So Mattia DeCampo did a 1:20.7, Tillman did a 1:21.4, so 7/10 difference. Obviously the gap is, the speed difference is going to decrease because they are so bloody close to each other, but as they start to go up Eau Rouge and Radion down the Kemmel Straight, there's 0.3 of a difference between the 2 cars.
Well, could there be contact here?
No, number 5 has skipped the top of Eau Rouge.
Yeah, I seen that. Didn't gain any time.
No, in fact he's lost a 10th as they go down the Kemmel Straight. But has that given DeCampo a little bit more momentum to make to go into Christ, my daughter scared the crap out of me now.
Oh, nice bit of comms there.
Yeah, two tenths of difference between DeCampo and Tillman. They're going into This Is Brewing. And then into No Name.
We need
Double
some moderators on Twitch so they can catch our.
Oh, a Tillman runs wide, runs deep, gets a bit of oversteer coming out of the corner. Does he have an opportunity going into Pouon? Takes the outside line.
He's going.
Backs out. He's going to try and get the momentum going into Castle. Little bit of a switch between the drivers. Will he go inside? Will he go outside? Who will know? Nobody knows. A bit of outbraking. He's kind of forced him wide.
Wide again.
As we jump on board now with no Nils, we don't want to go on with Nils, and he's managed to make the pass stick.
Yeah, because Tillman went wide.
Yes, he did.
Did you not miss that? I'm watching it on my screen.
No, Tillman went wide, which allowed De Campo to go through. So De Campo now claims third position and the final podium position. Now, 14 minutes left. Has he used his tyres, which is going to cause him a problem later on in the race? Who knows?
I think with 14 minutes left, I don't think he can guarantee that he's going to get that podium place. A lot can happen.
No, but it's definitely a good place to be in.
It's a great place to be in. It gives him the advantage.
Tillman's going to be feeling a bit sick.
Yeah, he's starting to pull away from Tillman now.
5 hours and 40 odd minutes, and then he goes and loses his podium spot. Yeah, an amazing move. Well done.
The nice part for him is there's a whole lap with the next car, so as long as he keeps playing, he'll be alright. These things happen in racing.
So we might have a battle for 11th and 10th as well, which is potentially developing, which I'm going to go and try and find. So there is a couple of cars, and also Verhablich has been given a 15-second penalty. So Bukerveld is currently 8 tenths behind. Last lap difference of 2 tenths, so it's going to be a slow burner. But hopefully we'll see some battles going on. There's also Hackies in P8, which is currently sat in the middle of the two cars. So, and also a lot of cars which are kind of distributed in the same place. It looks like 10th and 11th are actually faster than P8 at the moment. So Hackies is in the Lexus has kind of let the drivers go as we jump on board with Bukerveld against Velovic.
Did you put a poll up for the team or driver?
No, I just asked.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to just type in every single driver, so I just asked.
Yeah, that's true. And you don't want to be voted out again. My Silverstone.
Oh, why is Bukerveld flashing? That is naughty, naughty, naughty.
Yep, talked about it. About it.
So he's flashed once.
He's had it again. That's.
No, he's flashed once.
Yep.
Oh, as Velovic kind of slammed on his brakes a little bit, and Bukerveld managed to get through without any contact. A little bit of flames coming back from the back of the Macca. He's lost a bit of pace as Hackies now wants to take the inside through Stabilo, which he has done, and he has gained that position back. So took a bit of flashing, and then not sure what happened in terms of the braking, but that was interesting. What shall we call it?
Yeah, it was a strange one, wasn't it?
To say the least. Interesting to say the least.
The Lexus is flying.
Lexus is a fast car. I don't know. It's a very strange situation with that.
I used to like the Lexus.
Lexus is good on PC, but
Yeah, we drove the Lexus for a while, did we not?
on PlayStation, yeah.
It's the type of car that seems to just come into the race a lot bit more. The more that you drive it, it comes in, starts feeling better.
It's definitely one of the cars that you've got to be careful on downshift. Blow the engine quite quickly.
Yeah.
Just trying to find our next bit of entertainment, so I'm gonna allow P1 to have some time on track on screen, because obviously, well, not obviously, but haven't been involved in masses amount of battles.
No, and he's not been on the screen much at all.
Miles away.
He's so far ahead, it's ridiculous.
He's probably about 30 seconds away from lapping everybody. Dyer's just past the first turn 1, and first place has just come out the bus shop.
Yeah, it's
chicane.
21 seconds behind, so.
That's quite a drive. That's it's almost the same as what happened with the 12 hours of Monza, wasn't it?
Yarralim destroyed everyone.
Yeah.
Yarralim and team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so who have we got to play with for the rest of the race?
No.
Oh.
How is Devilfish and Adam getting on?
So that is car number 46, and they're in P5 at the moment.
They're
Let's have a look.
fifth then. Yeah, they're fifth then.
They've lost 2 spaces. So we're running up in third at one point, I think.
Yeah, but like we were saying, when you get close to the end of the race, starts filtering out the bad pits and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's when you really know where you're at. Up to that point, it's hard to gauge. That's why a lot of people use the pit. Is it pit box or pit? What's that thing called?
Pit
James?
wall. Pit wall.
Pit wall. Yeah, that's what they use the pit wall for. It gives you all the information and do the calculations and all that. You can figure out where you realistically are. So many different pit strategies, different times that people pit, different fuel levels used that you just don't know where you're at until you get close to the end. And the temperatures are down to 10 degrees now as well.
10 degrees. I don't think I've ever seen a track going as low as that.
I don't think ACC lets it go below 8.
No, it doesn't go below. I think 10's the lowest it goes, but I've never been on a track that's that low.
Oh, see, we set the temperatures for the daytime side, and there's an automatic drop temperatures that the game does.
Yeah.
We'll bring it to where it's at.
Anyway, we've just gone past the past midnight, so 1 minute past midnight, so it's bound to be bloody cold. I got the back door open, and it's what? My watch. It's 8 o'clock here, and my legs are starting to get cold in some shorts. So I'm looking forward to sitting on the sofa with a blanket on.
Oh my god!
The street lights on yet? No,
James Williams.
the street lights can't be on yet, so it's not your bedtime yet.
No, no, it's not. Although the other day I had to leave my house at 5:20 in the morning to get to Peterborough for 8:30, 8:45.
Lights are still on.
No,
So
they weren't. It was sunlight.
Ah.
So and we do have a yellow flag all the way back.
We are now up to 24 viewers on Twitch as well, guys. Again, everyone, if you just want to put a wee something on the live chat, let us know how you've enjoyed the stream and what's happening with the people that you're following. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, so Siren's had another off in P7, which has brought Hackies back into play. So he's got 6 seconds just behind, and also Gonzalez is only 11 seconds further back. So that might be an interesting fight, especially if Siren's got any damage. So let's have a look at his car, see what the state of the Bimmer is. Yeah, he's definitely got a raised bonnet. And that gap is, so that was a 2:33.7, and Hackies has done a 2:23.8. So that was a good 10 seconds or 9.5 seconds, which he's managed to claw back on that lap alone. Obviously with Siren's off as well, so we're currently sat about 4.5 seconds as the gap.
Ooh.
But also Gonzalez in the Honda, who has been rapido today, just with some very. Sorry, what?
Look at that auxiliary light on the Lexus up on the window. That's amazing. Check, I'm surprised you've not been mentioning things like that since you come on.
He has.
Yeah, he did.
You never mentioned anything about the Lexus.
Is that not the one with the blue light on it?
Pink light.
Pink light.
Car number 4.
His headset might have died.
Yeah.
So that gap is now 1.7, 1.8 seconds to Siren. So it's, in fact, Arthur is currently in P26, and Siren's got his hazard lights on. So that's not a good sign. I think we probably all agree. As I'm going to try and go back to a different TV cam, and we'll go to Siren and we'll go to Hayes. So he's lost over 5 seconds this lap, and has had to concede a place to Arthur in P26. So there's definitely some serious pace issues going on here. And what Siren's going to have to worry about is whether Gonzalez in P9 is going to take that position as well.
Oh God! Well, he's got 4 minutes to keep it on top.
Nervous.
I don't think it's even nervous. I think it's just going to be done down here, and yeah, it is done. So
Look at the
Hackies.
pace of that. That's just so fast, Alexis. Just
Well, I think Siren's got problems. So
Yeah.
they have to take a call. Milan Siren has to take a call whether am I going to stop or am I going to try and hang on for as long as I can. So you've got P9 Gonzalez, which is 7 seconds behind. You've then got 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes, so just under a lap before P10 comes along. So I think Siren's probably safe, given the fact we've got 3 minutes left of this race of P9. But it'll be interesting to see if Gonzalez manages to close that 5 seconds as Gonzalez goes into the pits. So, of the Puerto Rican E-Racing Club. So, sponsored by We the Kevin today. What other fights we got going? We've got we've got Arthur, who is just ahead, which is 1.6 seconds behind Paikanen. I'm going to check. Yes, he is finished. I was hoping he was finished, but it's Crazy Squirrel Racing Team.
Crazy squirrel.
how's Els getting on? Is she still battling?
I'll have a quick look.
Els
Go on.
is currently 71 laps down, but yes, still going. Last lap was a 227 dead.
Oh, she must be driving with damage.
Well, either that or it's just cars coming through. You know what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the second lap onwards, it was like that for us because of the incident that happened.
Mm.
Since you've left the car, she's been made it up to 30th position now.
No, there's only 30 cars in the track,
All that.
so by default, she's getting a higher finish.
Yeah, it's showing 70 laps behind. Again.
Yeah,
But every time you swap cars, you were in different cars, so
yeah, it
something
was
did better.
gut wrenching. All the effort put in.
You put it down to, Chris, yeah.
My PC rebooted again. It done that reboot thing.
Have you got your Windows updates on automatic?
Oh, I don't know.
I think we might be seeing a pass in the not too distant future. Is this? Yeah, it's
Who are you watching?
Arthur
Arthur.
against Paikanen. So a 223.7 against a 222.8.
He's
So
got a
9
minute
tenths of a
14 to get this move done, and I think he's going to do it. He's catching him and braking every single corner.
Yeah. But it would be interesting to see where is P1. So P1 will just be coming up to their last lap shortly. Obviously, we will join the leader for the last lap. Because, well, they deserve it to be. It's the main thing. It's been.
I think Artur's going to take it. He'll finish 25th.
Up to 27 people in the stream, boys.
Yeah,
I
we-
think not to give that position away lightly.
No.
No.
He's not going to just give it up. Especially if this is the second to last lap.
Exactly.
Where's first place at? Yeah, he's going to pass the start finish line. So it's the second to last lap. Last lap. Second to last.
Yeah, leader
lap.
is on the final lap.
Yeah.
So this will
So
be
he's
the
got-
last lap.
Well, yeah,
Uphill.
Thinking about the
Last lap, third lap. No, 7 laps to go. Second to last.
Like, after
Oh,
6
look
hours
at
of
he's
maths,
he's
maths is
gaining
not
on
my friend.
Puon
Well.
is not at all thread. They still will have another lap to go after this one.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Spit it out.
Into campus. I want to keep calling this castle. Oh, wouldn't that be fun in a GT4 race? Have castle at Baku. Whew.
Don't know about
Call it
that.
what you like. Call it corner number 7.
It's not
That's not
quarter
what I
number
do.
7, no.
I just give them numbers.
So we are going down this corner, this straight thing, which is not as
Do you know
straight.
what? Did you just see that there? Paikinen, his lights are flickering slightly. And I think that's why Artur is catching him.
Are you talking about Jake Howcon?
Yeah,
What?
his lights are slightly flickering. I think he's carrying
Oh,
slight
he's gone
damage.
wide, he's gone wide. And he's cut the corner. Oh, dearie me.
Is he
He's
going to get him
lost
down the
it.
straight? He's surely going to have to
He
yield it.
lost a lot of time doing that.
He is. He's managed to
Yeah, he's got it.
bring up the pace, and he has managed to do, as we've got Hackies coming through as well. And he has done it. He has done it.
Yeah,
Right.
he's got it.
We
Oh no, he's pushing back, he's fighting back. Up the El Rouge.
we're going to have to find P1. We're going to have to find
I know.
P1. We can't. He's come across him. He stopped him coming through, and then he's cut across him
Yeah.
going out over Rouge, and there we
So
go.
P1 is coming up to the weekend before the last chicane.
There we go. We've got him.
So you
So-
better find them quick style.
I have.
Do it faster next time.
I don't see you doing anything. Right, so first and foremost, what a race. There's been these two drivers in the BMW car 991 who have had some issues, has not been plain sailing, and they've come across to win the 6 hours of Spa. Absolutely fantastic race. Yes, the crowd goes wild. We will jump on with Dyer, who finishes in P2. Gonzalez will finish in P9. Hall will look to complete his race in P18.
well done, guys.
Oh, look at that. Nice wee wiggle just at the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Herman in P13. Liebel in P19. Will be followed by Engel in P5.
So that's the
Yeah.
Campo coming up now.
Yeah. Ticampo to complete the podium in P3. The fireworks are going off.
And then Tillman right behind him.
Yeah. Then we got Buddle in P29. Barbarito in P14
Well
with Gurin
done,
in
De Campo,
P6.
for getting that third spot. Well
Yeah.
done, son.
Yeah,
Rapid.
Tillman, who's had a very good race, finishes P4. And then we go all the way back to Manoram in P28. Just coming through the bus stop chicane. Fireworks
Right,
are
let's
going
get
off, another
something
little
posted up
wheel.
to see if we can get anyone in for the interview.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Malaysia in
try and get
P15.
the first Ruth up.
Beckfield in
Podium.
P10. You guys can shut up and discuss this in a minute. P16, Casadei. Els Idriani is going to come across the. Where is she? Oh, she's just come through P1, so she's also
yeah,
finished.
They got 130-second penalty because Chica never turned up. It's all your fault, Chica.
Chris should have been able to make that up, no problem.
130 seconds, he did. He disconnected every time he tried flying them.
I was doing 21s, checker.
Whoa. 21.
Aye.
No bad setup.
Your
Right.
setup was brilliant. It's because it was the track was then optimum, so it was easier to push the car.
Nothing.
Well done, Els, for completing the race.
It's not
Well done.
showing as all these cars have actually crossed the finish line, so there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your 6 hours at Spa. We're gonna, if you would like to join us in the post-race cool down and have a bit of a chat, it'll be very much appreciated. Just describe your experience, if you can give us any feedback in terms of how the race has gone. But what a 6 hours of Spa. Congratulations to...
Well done. And thank you for everyone for turning up as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Everyone who turned up, thank you very much. The ones who
had
didn't turn up, Chica.
50 people that registered, 50 teams registered, and we had 39 start the race. So it's fantastic.
It's a nice. It's a
It's a
nice
nice,
amount.
nice figure, nice amount, and then
Yeah.
we finished with 30. So there's been disconnection complications, maybe
So,
people leaving the
It was
race.
actually finished in 34th place because she didn't get enough laps up.
What? There's
She
only
was sim-
30.
she
There's
was-
only 30 cars on track.
I know, but she was 70 laps behind, remember?
Oh,
So
right, that's right.
it takes everybody else.
Oh, so the people that disconnect, right? Oh, that's a shame.
But I mean, they're going to get a DNF.
Yeah.
So she would still finish there if it's put it that way. So have you found anybody willing to come into the chat?
Why am I finding anyone?
No, Crispr said he was going to put up some messages and stuff.
I'll put a message up in the chat, the 6 Hrs of SPA chat. So,
I'm gonna have to relieve my PC at one point. My name, for some reason, in the race chat, is still Race Williams.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Your PC.
Um,
You need to
if
take your
you-
PC out the back and hose it down after that.
If you want to, James, as long as you don't turn off the game or the Discord, you can start shutting down programs.
Yay!
That means the computers can cool down a wee bit.
what's the name of the channel? Post-race and the post-race interview.
AK Machine says thank you for your job, guys. It's well done.
Who said that?
AK Machine.
AK machine.
Right. If we can all start again. We've got 2 hours of free practice. Let's go, go, go.
Yes.
Round 2.
Oh, round 2. Did we not say this was a double header?
There's only five.
Like, ding, ding, disconnect, disconnect.
Yeah.
Everyone just leaving like no chance.
Right. Let's see if anyone would want to have a post-race interview. We'll give them a couple of minutes to
Yeah.
kind of dive in. If not, then I'm going to go watch some telly because I haven't looked at a screen enough today.
But
Well, it's a different kind of screen, though.
It was the way you commented on it, James, as if it was actually like during the race.
it's
What?
just a massive thank you to you, James, for hosting this entire thing, the entire race on your PC. Derek for doing the stewarding as well. Checker for coming in and giving us a wee hand here at the end. Thanks all for the guys.
And to Chris for ruining his team's race to make sure he could come in
I
and join us in
I could
comments.
have went the entire rest of my life with it hearing that, but thank you very much.
It's alright. I do like to give that extra incentive of wanting to be an FRL admin by giving you some verbal abuse.
James has to after what happened at Monza.
Right, Els is not coming in. Yes, he's trying to avert that. Anyway, Els
No
is
worries.
not coming in. She's super tired. She had 1 hour sleep last night, so she's not going to come in for a
Well,
post interview.
Ladies
don't
and
think we
gentlemen,
can get everything.
I think we actually call it there. I just want to say the last word on this, if this is okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you for everyone participating, for joining in the chat, for making sure the race is clean. As Chris has already said, thank you for Derek for supporting me physically as well as on company, as well as just verbal company in this chat and doing the stewarding. It's no mean feat to steward for 6 hours, but hopefully you found it enjoyable. Thank you, Chris, for joining in and rowing in your team's race as mentioned earlier. And thank you to Chica as well for kind of giving us that helping hand over the line. I don't think it could have been done, or any of this could have been done without you. So
Yes.
Thank you all. Have a good evening. Spend time with your friends. Spend time with your families. And thank you very much all. Bye-bye.